kataasan, ukon natabuan lang.
May maligno gidayhan?
Kung ang isa ka patay hinali nga mabuhi, makasiling ka pala nga ini isa ka milagro o kung kahimuan sang siyensya.
May impyerno gidayhan?
Ini nga pala mangkutanon, pagasabton sa sini nga palatuntunan. Mga misteryo sang kabuhi, mga misteryo sang kabuhi, kasaysayan nga hindi mapatiyan. Apang nagakatabo, kung kamo may kasaysayan nga daw hindi kinaandan, ipadala lang diri sa atong palatuntunan. Mga misteryo sang kabuhi, DYWB Bombo Radio, Mandalagan, Siyudad San Bacolod, kag inaamon pagatagan sang kabuhi diri sa Mga Misteryo sang Kabuhi.
Karon pagsugod sa ton bag-ong nga suginanon di sa ton palatuntunan mga misteryo sang kabuhi.
Ma'am, mangayo ko'y nagbakal pagkaon ay.
Di na mga ginikanan mo, ha?
Wala na sila, ma'am.
Mangayo-kayo ka na lang.
Wala manabis ang mabaton sa ako niyo ulubrahan, ma'am. Ay, nagutom na gid ako. Kagapon pa ako, wala sang kinanaan.
Ay, pila ka na.
16 ako, ma'am.
Luyag mo nga mag-obra sa akon?
Ma'am? Sa diin, ma'am? Sa club?
Club? Nakaobra ka na sa club sa edad mo nga ina?
Wala, ma'am, Kay may nagtanyag sa akon. Di wala ko yagin baton.
Magupod ka sa akon. Kanugon sa imo nga bata ka. Mapuslan ta pa ka sa akon karinderya.
Amuning imo karinderya, ma'am?
Oo. Jutay kaayo ang customer ko. Bisan maayo matanan ang ginaluto ko. Ambot ko na, Naginalin ang mga sinakpan ko. Kay permi lang delayed ang sweldo ko sa ila. Kagsubong, kami lang sang bana ko ang nagabantay tapos namon luto. Ay, sa pagkakapoy.
Amo mo palang ako nakilala. Nga nagasalig ka na dayon sa akon, ma'am, how?
Ay, bisan kahig ko sa imo tulokon. Makita ko sa imo mga mata ang maayo nga intensyon. Gani ari ho. Mga bayo ini nga pwede mo pang masuksok. Sige na. Magpaligo ka dito sa banyo. Pagkatapos ina, magkaon ka.
Ay, madamo gid nga salamat sa imo, ma'am.
Ako si Remy. Ikaw?
Ako si Nena, Ma'am Remy.
Hinahina na sa pagkaon niya na. Wala sang maagaw sa imo sa pagkaon mo.
Sorry, ma'am.
Ay, oo, gali. Di na mga ginikanan mo?
Wala na sila nga duha. Napatay sila sa COVID. Ginkuha ako sang tiya ko. Pero, ginmaltrato man nila ako, ma'am. Sabi mo, bisan di na lang ko nakalambot. Pila ka mga tao na ang nagtatap sa akon. Sang primero, maayo pa sila sa akon. Apang sang ulihi, ginaabusaran na nila ako. Nagalakat na lang ako sa kundiin. Wala na ako nagpadayon sa ngakon pag-eskwela. Pero makaibalo ako magbasa kag magsulat, ma'am.
Makaluluoy ka ba, Nena?
Abi mo, ma'am, kung kaisa, sagwa na lang ko sang simbahan nagatulog. Kung makakwarta ako sang pakilimos, nagabakal ako sang bayo sa relipan.
Dire ka na lang sa ako, Nena.
Salamat gid, Ma'am Remy, ha? Kabigon ko gidini nga utang nga kabalaslan sa imo. Ang pagpaestar mo diri sa akon sa inyo puloy-an. Himuon ko gid ang tanan. Agud nga mabalusan ka sa kaayo mo sa akon, ma'am.
Nagdala ka sa pamatanon diri sa balay. Kag pabrahaw mo sa karinderya? Ba, hindi kayahan pagkasuhan sa child labor si na Remy? Minor di edad pang bata ngayon na.
Para sa akon, hindi ka bulig si Nena diri, George.
Anong buot mo silingon?
Wala kita sang anak. Luyag ko siya nga adoptaron.
Ano? Mangita ka gid sa laguron?
George, halin sang ginpamana ko ikaw. Ikaw na lang permi ang masunod. Wala na ako sang tingog sa pagpamatok sa imo. O kung sa paghambal sang ideya ko. Ay, nalipat ka na gani nga birthday ko subong nga adlaw.
Oh. Uy. Oo, gali, no? Nag-50 ka na gali sa bunga adlaw? Nalipat kita ko ba? Happy birthday, ha? Mabawi ako sa imo.
Salamat. Hindi na kinahanglan, George. Ang akon lang, sugod subong, masunod man ang kun ano nga luyag ko.
Ma'am, amo ni kadamo ang sukob sang isang kaserve na kanon?
Oo, Nena. Maayo kay nakandaan mo.
Remy, isa gani ka-serve sang langka nga may gata palihog.
Ang ako ni sa kaserve nga laswa nga tampo palihog.
Ate, oo ara na. Dali lang, ha? Daw na hinalian ako sa kadamo sang aton mga customers kay ina ba? Ay. Daging kapoy ako sang serve, wala tuo ka ina.
Naubos gid ang aton mga linuto, ma'am.
Amo matuod. Ginkulang pagani eh.
Ay, Ma'am Remy, kuhaan ko na ikaw sang mabugnaw nga tubig, ah.
Nena, dali lang. May hambal ako sa imo.
Ano ina, ma'am?
Palihog. Hindi na ako pagtawga nga ma'am, ha? Kundi, Mama Remy na lang.
Okay lang sa imo nga tawguntak ka nga, mama?
Nena, luyag ko nga tratuhon mo ako bilang isa ka iloy. Luyag ko gig nga may anak akong babae eh. Ikaw na siguro ang ginhatag sang Ginoo sa akon.
Ginakalipay ko gid nga may iloy naman ako. Mama!
Nena!
Bombo Radio Bacolod. kada duha ka semana, agud man siguro ang efficient nga pag-andar sini. Kakason sa power outlet ang
Time 58 minutos sa kaligid sa takna alas 9 sa agad aligid no sa aton nga mga kabombo. Pasundon ta nato sa Riga Bombo Center para sa sining ongoing special coverage aton sa impeachment case sa House Committee on Justice against Vice President Zara Zimmerman Duterte Carpio. News Center, come in.
Source person, yun yung ating aantabayanan sa ngayon. Bombo Dennis, isa rin ang crucial na inaantabayanan ngayon. So kung ano na ba yung gagawin nila doon sa green box nga ng Bureau of Internal Revenue. Kasi kung matatandaan, sinelyuhan ito no, ng naturang ahensya, pati pinirmahan dahil nga tinitignan pa nila yung mga pwedeng legal remedies sa mga legal issues nga na kaakibat ng pagbubukas nga ng income tax returns ng mag-asawang Duterte dito sa isang public hearing. So, yan ang antabayanan natin kung madidiscuss ba ito. Kasi, Bombo Dennis, kung bakit natin siya inaantabayanan, matatandaan din kasi na nauna nang sinabi ni BIR Commissioner Charlito Mendoza na hanggang sa Senado ba ay hindi pa rin ba ito mabubuksan kasi yun din talaga yung worry no ng ilang mambabatas na hindi rin ito mabubuksan kapag umakyat na sa Senado itong impeachment case nga. At sinabi kasi ni Commissioner Mendoza na hindi nga rin no mabubuksan itong green box na ito o yung mga income tax return at kailangan kasi sa isang executive session ito gagawin. So yun yung mga tinitignan nating pwedeng abangan no ngayong araw kung paano nila re-resolbahin ito, Bombo Dennis.
Maliban dito, Bombo Isa, no, yung mga umubant mismo ng naturang reklamo, just like itong si Attorney Cabrera, no, si Attorney Nathaniel Cabrera and si Attorney Amando Ligutan. Ito yung counsel ng nagsusulong ng impeachment case against the Vice President. Namataan na rin ba itong mga personalities from the side ng mga complainant, Bombo Isa, as of this early, Bombo Isa?
Sa ngayon naman, Bombo Dennis, tuloy-tuloy din naman na dumadating yan yung bawat kabilang side no na itong actually Bombo Dennis nagsimula yung mga hearing natin bago tayo umabot dito no sa last, lagi talagang naiimbitahan itong side naman ng mga naghain ng impeachment complaint para nga nandito sila no, present sila dito sa mangyayaring hearing at antabayanan pa natin hanggat sa makumpleto sila dito sa taas kasi nga kung makikita natin unti-unti rin talagang umaakyat yung mga tao na imbitado dito sa pagdinig as well as yung ating mga mambabatas, Bombo Dennis.
Ipinapakita din natin sa ating video feed mula dyan sa inyong location yung ilang mga preparasyon na dyan, ano? Halos dumarating na itong mga miyembro ng House Committee on Justice. Ibig sabihin yung mga miyembro, well, expected din na magpa-participate yung mga even yung mga non-members despite yung mga restrictions sa kanila. Just like Representative Barsaga, siguro baka mamataan natin siya dyan and makunan din natin ang konting mga reactions. Ito si Representative Marcoleta na palaging suki sa pagtatanong. Yun nga lang ay may limitations ano in terms of questions and some clarificatory issues. Hindi pinahihintulutan itong mga personalities na non-members ng House Committee on Justice. So sa kasalukuyan ay kung dadalo sila, pwede naman, ano? Batay dun sa rules ng House Committee on Justice. Yun nga lang, ay hindi sila pwedeng maging kabahagi dun sa diskusyon at yung pagtatanong ng direkta dun sa mga resource person, just like itong mga nangyari sa mga nakalipas na pagkakataon. Dahil ayon nga kay Representative Jervil Luistro, ang tumatayong chairperson, ay ino-observe nila ng husto yung mga patakaran para hindi masayang yung kanila mga effort na makapagsagawa ng pag-iimbestiga dito sa usapin na ito lalo na kung lalabag doon sa mga patakaran kagaya ng nangyari nung nakalipas na taon na Bombo Isa na technicalities yung naging sanhi para hindi umusad yung kanilang complaint despite nakakuha ito ng overwhelming votes mula sa plenary ng House of Representatives. Pero sa ngayon ay marami din ang issue tungkol dun sa makuha kaya yung sapat na bilang ng boto, lalo't may mga ibang miyembro ng kapulungan na nagkakaroon ng agam-agam dahil doon sa ilang mga development. And of course, ay meron din naman na iba yung paninindigan dati, ngayon ay sumusuporta na dyan sa naturang complaint na paalisin ito si Vice President Sara Duterte, and knowing na may mga nakabinbin din na petisyon sa prosecutor's office na isinampa o inihain itong asawa ni Vice President Sara Duterte na si Attorney Mans Carpio, at para dun sa ilang mga concerns, lalo na yung paghalongkat ng kanilang bank records na tahasang kinukontra nitong naturang abogado Bombo Isa. And sa ngayon, maaari mo bang i-describe yung latag ng mga preparasyon dyan na namamata ninyo? And dito kasi sa video feed ay nakikita natin yung ilang mga opisyal ng House Committee on Justice mukhang dumating na Bombo Isa, and ano na lang ang hinihintay na hudyat dito Bombo Isa bago tuloy mag-umpisa itong hearing.
Yes, Bombo Dennis, any moment from now nga ay maaari nang magsimula itong huling pagdinig kung wala na talagang susunod para nga dito sa pagtalakay sa impeachment case laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte. So ngayon, ang nakikita na lang din talaga natin, ilang mambabatas na lang yung hinihintay at ready to start na itong mga itong committee natin at talakayin na nga itong kanilang agenda for today, which is yung yung threat ni Vice President Sara Duterte laban sa Pangulo at pati sa First Lady at pati sa dating House Speaker Martin Romualdez. Bombo Dennis.
Batay dito sa agenda, hawak natin dito yung kanilang magiging agenda para sa kabatiran ng ating mga kabombo at mga ka-Star Nation. Ang pinaka-umpisa rito ay yung in-expect natin, yung pagsasalita mismo ni Chairperson Jervil Jinky Beatrix Luistro, and sa hearing proper ay inaasahan din yung pagbasa ng mga kaganapan ng nakalipas na pagdinig. I think sa kasalukuyan ay nag-start na itong opening prayer ng naturang impeachment hearing Bombo Isa, mga kabombo, and present din dyan itong mga endorser ng impeachment complaint sa katauhan ito ni Representative Leila de Lima. Itong si Representative de Lima yung nagsusulong ng reklamo na inihain ni Father Joel Sabalya et al. Inendorso ito ni Representative de Lima. Habang yung reklamo mula naman sa panig nito si Attorney Nathaniel Cabrera ay inendorso naman ni Representative Bienvenido Abante Jr. at Paulo Ortega. So, yan yung ilan sa mga personalities na may malaking partisipasyon. Sila yung movement dyan sa bahagi ng Kamara. So siguro mga kabombo, mga ka-Star Nation, ating ipaparinig na sa mga pagkakataong ito yung ilan sa mga kaganapan doon, lalo't national anthem ang atin hong mapapakinggan sa mga oras na ito. Tunghayan natin, Bombo Isa, mga kabombo at mga ka-Star Nation. Papatuloy po ito ang national anthem. Okay, ayan. At this point, mga kabombo, mga ka-Star Nation, i-check natin yung kanilang direktang audio mula ho dyan sa bahagi ng House of Representatives para sa mas malinaw ho na pagbabahagi natin sa mga kaganapan dyan. And kung sakasakali, may mga other matters pa, posible ho madugtungan pa raw itong pagdinig na ito. But kumbaga, nakafocus ang House of Representatives o yung Committee on Justice na tapusin talaga, lagumin itong pagdinig ho na ito para ito na yung pinakauli and mag-focus naman sila sa preparasyon ng full trial ng impeachment case doon sa panig ho ng Senado, doon sa tatayo bilang impeachment court pagdating ho ng oras, mga kabombo at mga ka-Star Nation. Atin ho papakinggan maya-maya yung mismong kaganapan dyan. Ito na ho mga kabombo at mga ka-Star Nation, ating pakinggan at panoorin ang mga kaganapan sa House of Representatives.
Order. May we solicit the necessary motion to dispense with the calling of the roll, considering that this is a continuation of our April 22, 2026 hearing.
Madam Chair,
The Honorable Mika Gonzalez from Pampanga 3rd District is recognized.
I move to dispense the calling of the roll.
There is a motion to dispense with the calling of the roll. Do I hear a second?
Second.
The same has been seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. May I solicit the necessary motion to dispense with the reading of the minutes of the hearing held on April 22, 2026, and for the approval of the same?
Madam Chair,
The Honorable Mika Gonzalez.
I move to dispense on the reading and approval of the minutes of the previous meeting, Madam Chair.
There is a motion to dispense with the reading of the minutes of the hearing held on April 22, 2026, and for the approval of the same. The same has been seconded by the Honorable Bel Zamora. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is likewise approved. The Chair will address the committee. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Good morning. Good morning. Itutuloy natin ngayon ang pagdinig na ito. But before we move forward, it is important, once again, that we look back. Dahil ang bawat hakbang natin ngayon ay nakatayo sa mga ebidensyang nailatag na sa mga nakaraang pagdinig. Noong April 22, matatandaan na marami tayong mga resource persons. Ang Ombudsman, ang Anti-Money Laundering Council or AMLC, ang Securities and Exchange Commission or SEC, at ang Bureau of Internal Revenue o BIR. Sa pagdinig na yon, we entered what we describe as the territory of forensic truth, kung saan hindi opinyon ang nangingibabaw, hindi haka-haka, kundi opisyal na record. Mga record na punong-puno ng numero. At ang mga numerong iyon ay nagsalita. Tatlong bagay ang malinaw na lumitaw. Una, ang mga salin na walang cash o cash deposits. We began with the Office of the Ombudsman, which confirmed the Vice President's submission of salins. Ito yung tinatawag natin na Statement of Assets, Liabilities, and Net Worth. Kapansin-pansin, na mula 2016 hanggang 2024, tumaas ang net worth ng Vice Presidente mula 34 million patungong 88 million. Ngunit kapansin-pansin din na mula 2019, zero cash o cash deposits ang idineklara. Wala kahit 5. Kaya hindi maiwasan ni Congressman Joel Chua na magsabi, di wow. Wala daw cash o cash deposit. Tama po ang dinig ninyo. Walang cash sa bulsa o kahit sa bangko. Kung biro man ito, hindi ito nakakatawa. Dahil kung walang cash o cash deposit, ang tanong, paano umikot ang pera? At kung walang laman ang bangko, paano lumaki ang yaman? At paano nakapag-deposit si Congressman Percy Sendanya sa isang bank account na nakapangalan sa Vice Presidente? At ibig ba nitong sabihin ay ang Vice Presidente ang kaisa-isang opisyal sa buong Pilipinas na walang land bank account? At iyan ang mga tanong na iniwan ng SALN. Pangalawa, ang AMLC at ang bilyon-bilyong galaw ng pera. Sumunod na nagpahayag ang AMLAC, isang ahensyang walang kinikilingan, isang ahensyang sumusunod sa datos. At sa pagtatanong ni Congressman Terry Ridon, nakita natin na ang datos ay malinaw. Kinumpirma ng AMLAC ang mahigit 630 covered transactions at 33 suspicious transactions na nagkakahalaga ng kabuuang 6.7 billion pesos. Magandang isipin kung gaano kalaki ang halagang ito. Mahigit 6 na bilyong piso. Kapag ang SALN ay nagsabing zero cash o cash deposit, pero ang AMLAC ay nagsabing 6.7 billion, hindi na ito simpleng discrepancy lamang. O kahit ang basehan natin ay ang net worth na 88 million, napakalayo pa rin nito sa bilyon-bilyong transaksyon na nakita ng AMLAC. Ito na ang tinatawag ni Congressman Chel Jokno na smoking gun. Pangatlo, ang mga paratang ni dating Senator Sonny Trillanes na nakumpirma. 10 taon, ganyan katagal ang hinintay ni Senator Trillanes. Ganyan katagal pinagdudahan ang kanyang mga aligasyon. Mga aligasyong patungkol sa mga bilyon-bilyong piso na pumasok sa mga account ng mga Duterte. Ngunit noong April 22, ang mga ito ay hinarap at nakumpirma. Pumili ng mga transaksyon at lahat ng ito ay kinumpirma. 18 out of 18. 18 sa 18. Pero, nang binilang muli, mali pala. Dahil ang totoo, 19 out of 19 ang confirmed transactions. Hindi ito tsamba. Hindi ito coincidence. Ito ay kumpirmasyon. Dati, parang chismis lang. Ngayon, may official record na. At nang mag-match ang mga paratang ni Senator Trillanes at ang official record, lalo pang luminaw ang katotohanan. Sa madaling salita, SALN, AMLC report, at ang paliwanag ni Senator Trillanes, iisang direksyon ang tinuturo. At gaya ng sinabi ni Deputy Speaker J.J. Suarez, hindi talaga tumutugma ang kwento sa kwenta. At sa puntong yun, mabigat ang binitiwang tanong ni Congressman Benny Abante. Sinasabi nyo, simpleng buhay? Pero paano naging simple kung milyon-milyon ang payout? Dito sa milyon-milyong payout, may mga pangalan na nabanggit. Mga pangalang hindi basta-basta makakalimutan. Names like Michael Yang and Sammy Uy. These are not ordinary names. Lalo na dahil napakalaking pera ang pinag-uusapan. At base sa pahayag ni Senator Trillanes, merong pahiwatig na isang pattern, isang sistema. At dahil dito, dapat magkaroon pa ng mas malalim pa na investigasyon. Kailangang tukuyin ang buong lawak ng network na ito. Kung sino ang sangkot. Paano gumalaw ang pera? Saan ito nagmula? Hindi ito pwedeng baliwalain. This warrants a separate, focused, and full-scale investigation. In this light, we humbly invite the attention of the AMLC, the NBI, the DOJ, and the Ombudsman. At pagkatapos ng diskusyon patungkol sa SALN, sa AMLC report, at sa pahayag ni Senator Trillanes, tumuloy tayo sa ibang ebidensya. We also examine corporate records through the SEC. At ang bumuluga sa atin ay isang malinaw na palaisipan. Nakita natin na may kumpanyang nabanggit sa SALN na hindi naman kinikilala ang Vice Presidente bilang stockholder. Napaisip tuloy tayo na baka ang mga pangalang nakalista ay mga anino o dami lamang. Mayroon namang isang kumpanya na nagmamalaki ng gross income. Daang-daang milyon. Ngunit ang profit margin ay tila nakapagtataka. Less than 1%. Habang ang ibang kumpanya naman ay wala talagang kita at puro net losses. Sa gitna ng pagtatanong ni Congressman Lordan Suwan, nakita natin na mayroon ding isang kumpanya kung saan aktibo ang Vice Presidente bilang stockholder at board member. Kaya bumabalik ang tanong, maaari ba na maging aktibo sa negosyo ang isang nakaupong Vice Presidente? Maaari ba na maging public servant sa umaga at negosyante sa gabi? At pagkatapos ng mga usaping ito, dumako tayo sa kahon. Isang selyadong kahon mula sa BIR. Punong-puno ng ebidensya. Ngunit nananatiling sarado, nananatiling selyado. Nandyan daw ang mga report ng Vice Presidente sa kanyang mga kinita sa mahabang panahon. Ibig sabihin, kung hindi may paliwanag ang bilyong-bilyong transaksyon na nakita ng AMLC, nasa loob kaya ng kahon na iyan ang paliwanag? Marahil ay pwedeng pag-isipan kung ang SALN ay nagsasabing walang cash at cash deposit at 88 million ang laman ng kabuang net worth. Paano ito itatapat sa report ng AMLC na nagpapakita ng mga transaksyon na umaabot sa bilyon-bilyong piso? At kung ang negosyo ay lugi, ayon sa SEC, at ang sahod bilang Vice Mayor, Mayor, at Vice Presidente ay hindi naman aabot sa 100 milyon, saan? Saan ang galing ang bilyon-bilyong transaksyon? Ang tanong, mga iginagalang na mambabatas, mga minamahal nating kababayan, ang tanong, nasa loob ba ng kahon ang kasagutan? Bagamat pansamantalang ipinagpaliban ang pagbukas ng selyadong kahon, malinaw sa ating lahat, ang kahong iyan ay hindi lamang kahon ng papel. Iyan ay kahon ng napakaraming katanungan. Katanungan na dapat sagutin at dapat suriin sa tamang panahon. Pagkatapos ng mga revelasyong ito, agad-agad nag-react ang kampo ng Vice Presidente. Muli, 3 punto ang malinaw sa reaksyon nila. Una, sabi ng mga abogado, handa raw sumagot ang Vice Presidente. Handa raw siyang humarap, pero sa Senado. Hindi dito, kundi sa Senado. Ang upuan ng Vice Presidente ay nananatiling bakante. Napaisip tuloy tayo, kung doon siya sasagot, hindi ba't kinikilala na rin niya na meron ng sapat na ebidensya dito at patungo na talaga sa Senado ang kasong ito? Pangalawa, tungkol sa mga naibunyag ng AMLAC, lalo na yung 6.7 billion, hindi raw nila sinasabing tama o mali ang mga numerong ito. Ngunit ang payo nila, be cautious. Mag-ingat daw tayo. Mag-ingat. Naalala tuloy natin si John Lloyd Cruz sa kanyang karakter na Popoy. Kapag pinapayuhan tayo ni Popoy na mag-ingat, damang-dama natin ang pagmamahal. Yan talaga ang paalala ni Popoy. Ingat tayo lahat. Pero dito, ang bilin nila na mag-ingat tayo ay mukhang hindi galing sa malasakit. Tila isang babala. O baka nga, isang babala. Mag-ingat. Sa harap ng bilyon-bilyong piso, iyan ang sagot. Napakasimple ng tanong, may pera ba o wala? Mayroon bang 6.7 billion na gumalaw sa ilalim ng mga pangalan nila? At kung mayroon, saan galing? Tapos tayo ang mag-iingat? Be cautious daw? Anong klaseng sagot yan? Mag-ingat daw kasi baka raw bloated ang 6.7 million na binanggit ng AMLAC. At baka paikot-ikot lamang ang pera kaya lumaki ng ganito. Theoretically, posible. Pero isipin natin, mga kasama sa komite, sinong matinong tao ang gagawa niyan? Anong klasing tao ang paglalaroan ang pera ng ganoon? Paikot-ikot? Palipat-lipat? Inflow? Outflow? Sa loob ng napakaraming taon. Para ano? Para umabot sa bilyon-bilyon. O baka naman, ito na nga ang binabanggit ni Congressman Sia Adjong na nilalabhan na ang pera. Ayon sa kanya, ang paulit-ulit na labas-pasok ng pondo ay senyales ng money laundering. At kung ganoon, lalo itong dapat ipaliwanag. Kaya malinaw ang panawagan. Huwag manghula. Huwag mag-assume. Ang Vice-Presidente mismo ang dapat magpaliwanag. Kung walang tinatago, buksan ang records. Ipakita ang accounts. Pero bakit hindi ginagawa? Bakit patuloy ang pag-iwas? At ang pangatlo, sa reaksyon ng defense team, eto na nga, may bagong reklamo na naman daw na inihain sa Office of the City Prosecutor. Bagamat wala pa tayong natatanggap na opisyal na kopya ng nasabing reklamo, let me say this, handa tayong harapin ito. Pero pansinin natin, kung totoo ang mga ulat, ang tinutumbok ng reklamo ay ang sabina natin at ang proseso ng paglabas ng AMLAC report, hindi ang nilalaman ng AMLAC report. Klaro, hindi itinatanggi ang mga bilyones na nabanggit sa AMLAC report. At tila inaamin na may bilyon-bilyon talagang tinatago. At ang tanging reklamo lamang, bakit ninyo kami binulabog? Magreklamo na sila hanggat gusto nila. Ngunit hindi nito mababago ang isang simpleng katotohanan. Ang konstitusyon ang pinakamataas na batas. At ayon sa konstitusyon, lahat ng opisyal ay dapat may pananagutan sa taong bayan sa lahat ng oras. Anumang limitasyon na nilikha ng ordinaryong batas kasama ng Bank Secrecy Law ay hindi maaaring manaig laban sa mandato ng konstitusyon para sa public accountability. At tayo sa committee ito, ang boses ng utos na iyan. Kaya nga, pwede tayo mag-issue ng nararapat na sabina. At lalo na, sa kaso ng impeachment, pwede nating hingiin ang report ng Anti-Money Laundering Council. Mga kagalang-galang na mambabatas, mga minamahal na kababayan, dagdagan pa natin ito and listen to this. Hindi nilikha ang Bank Secrecy Law para maging taguan ng hindi may paliwanag na yaman. Ang layunin ng Bank Secrecy Law ay protektahan ang lehitimong deposito. Hindi pagtakpan ang kahinahinalang galaw ng bilyon-bilyong piso. Ang papel ng AMLAC ay siyasatin ang mga kahinahinalang transaksyon at iulat ang mga ito sa kinauukulan dahil ang pagpapalabas ng katotohanan ay hindi paglabag, kundi pagsunod lamang sa mas mataas na prinsipyo ng pananagutan. If there is nothing to hide, there is no reason to hide. There is no reason to obstruct. The only people who fear the disclosure of these transactions are those with dirty secrets. Transparency is the only response of those with integrity. Everything else is just an excuse. At tandaan natin, dati pa nilang sinubukan na harangin sa kagalang-galang na Korte Suprema ang kapangyarihan ng komite na mag-issue ng sabina. Pero hanggang ngayon, walang temporary restraining order o kahit direktiba galing sa Supreme Court. Kaya malinaw, we shall proceed. At yan ang tatlong bagay na ginawa nila. Una, nagdeklara sila na handa silang sumagot sa Senado. Pangalawa, sinabihan tayo na mag-ingat daw tayo. At pangatlo, ang pag-file ng panibagong reklamo laban sa atin. At ngayon, narito na tayo sa puntong ito. April 29, itutuloy natin ang pagdinig. Kung ang nakaraan ay tungkol sa numero, ang pagdinig ngayon tungkol sa pagkatao. Hindi lamang kung saan napunta ang pera, kundi sino ang may hawak nito. Hindi lamang transaksyon, kundi ang intensyon. Today, this committee will therefore continue its pursuit of the truth. Sisimulan natin sa selyadong kahon na galing sa BIR. Isang kahon na naglalaman ng mga dokumento na maaaring magbigay linaw sa mga katanungan natin. Pero hindi tayo titigil dyan. Dahil pagkatapos niyan, pupunta tayo sa mas malalim at nakababahalang usapin. We will examine allegations involving threats, intimidation, possible violence, destabilization. Ang paratang na, kung totoo, ay hindi lamang nakakaalarma, kundi lubhang mapanganib para sa ating lahat. May mga video, may mga salita, may mga pahayag na kailangang patunayan. Kaya inaasahan nating marinig ang paliwanag ng NBI, National Bureau of Investigation. Sila ang magdadala ng mga video. Sila ang tutulong sumagot sa mga karagdagang katanungan tungkol sa mga ito. So let us be clear. This is no longer just about discrepancies. This is now about character. Sino ba talaga ang vice-presidente? Siya ba talaga ito? Ang vice-presidente? Ang ikalawang pinakamataas na opisyal ng Republika ng Pilipinas na malinaw na nagbanta sa buhay ng presidente, na nag-utos na patayin ang presidente. Siya ba itong uhaw sa karahasan na nakuha pang magsalita tungkol sa pagpugot ng ulo ng presidente? Is she a public servant, bound by the same laws as the person on the street, or one who believes she is above the law? Siya ba ay lingkod bayan na yumuyuko sa batas, o isang makapangyarihang tao na gustong paluhurin ang batas? Ano ba talaga ang kanyang tunay na kulay? Iyan ang tanong natin sa araw na ito. Iyan ang susubukin nating sagutin. At sa huli, babalik tayo sa pinakasimple, ngunit pinakamabigat na tanong sa prosesong ito. Sa gitna ng mga paratang laban sa vice-presidente at sa gitna ng mga ebidensya, karapat-dapat ba siya sa posisyon niya? Is she still fit in her position as Vice President of the country? Gaya ng lagi nating sinasabi, wala tayong papanigan, kundi ang katotohanan. Saan man tayo dalhin ng ebidensya, doon tayo susunod. Gaano man ito kalayo, gaano man ito kahirap, doon tayo pupunta. Our mandate is clear. Our resolve is firm, guided by the Constitution, anchored on evidence, and faithful to the trust of the Filipino people, and above all, led by the clear voice of our conscience. We shall continue this hearing. Ang sabi ng kampo ng Vice-Presidente, let us be cautious. Mag-ingat daw tayo. Ang sagot natin, let us be truthful. Magpakatotoo tayo. With that, maraming salamat po. We direct the committee secretary to call the case.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Impeachment complaints against the Vice President Sara Z. Duterte, filed by Reverend Father Joel Saballa et al. And endorsed by Representative Laila M. De Lima, and filed by Attorney Nathaniel G. Cabrera, and endorsed by Representatives Bienvenido M. Abante Jr. and Francisco Paulo P. Ortega V.
Madam Chair, may I be recognized?
The Honorable Percy Zendanya.
Madam Chair, may I make a short manifestation?
Can we do this after all the roll calls?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Comsec. We likewise direct the committee secretary to call the complainants, at least in order to be acknowledged.
The committee would like to acknowledge the presence of the following complainants.
Call the complainant, Comsec.
Yes. For the Saballa et al. Impeachment complaint, Father Joel Tadena Saballa, Father Rogelio del Rosario, MJ, Sister Geraldine Denoga, DC, Miss Pinky Tam, Father Joselito Sarabia, CM, and their counsel, Attorney Amando Virgil Ligutan, and Attorney Stephen Magallo. For the
We acknowledge, we wish to place on record that the private complainants, together with the counsels in the Saballa et al. Impeachment complaint, are present in today's hearing. That is for the record.
For the Cabrera impeachment complaint, the committee would like to acknowledge the presence of the complainant, Attorney Nathaniel G. Cabrera.
We likewise place on record that private complainant, Attorney Nathaniel Cabrera, is likewise present in today's hearing. That is for the record as well. May we direct at this juncture the COMSEC to call the respondent Vice President.
May the committee know if the respondent Vice President Sara Z. Duterte is present in today's hearing. The respondent is not present in today's hearing, Madam Chair.
Let it be placed on record that the committee secretary called the respondent Vice President, but she is not present in today's hearing. The purpose of that call is to extend to her the continuing opportunity to present her evidence, including counter evidence and clarificatory questions through the justice members. That is for the record. Finally, COMSEC, please call the resource persons.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The committee would like to acknowledge the presence of the following resource persons from the National Bureau of Investigation: NBI Director Attorney Melvin A. Matibag, Agent Johnny Mark Kalilong, Supervising Agent Jeremy Lotok, Senior Agent Homer Angluben, Attorney Al Matthew P. Umali, Attorney Yentel Malikad, and Miss Ria Vanessa Asuncion. That's all, Chair.
Except for Director Melvin Matibag, who has taken his oath already during the prior hearings, we are requesting the rest of the resource persons from the National Bureau of Investigation to rise so that the oath will be administered. COMSEC.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee? Thank you, Madam Chair.
We shall now begin our clarificatory hearing proper. As mentioned before I proceed, let me acknowledge the Honorable Sendanya for his manifestation.
Marami pong salamat, Madam Chair. Nabanggit niyo po kanina si Basha. So naalala ko yung pelikula ni Popoy at ni Basha, yung One More Chance. At ngayon na po, pagpasok natin dito sa hall, nakita ko po yung matatapang nating mga citizens na nag-file ng unang impeachment complaint noong 19th Congress. May I request them to please rise? Sila po yung representation ng One More Chance kasi po naudlot yung impeachment complaint na yon at ito yung one more chance nila para mapanagot ang Vice Presidente ng abuso sa kapangyarihan at nagnakaw sa kaban ng bayan. Salamat po. Nais ko pong bigyan diin, Madam Chair, yung desperadong attempt ni VP Sara at ng kanyang asawa para intimidate tayo dito sa Committee on Justice at ang mga miyembro nito. Tulad po na nabanggit ninyo nito nakaraang Lunes, nagpunta po sila sa City Prosecutor's Office, ang mga abogado ni Attorney Manasseh Carpio para po ireklamo at magsampa ng kaso sa mga miyembro ng Committee on Justice. Kaya lang po, parang may favoritism si Attorney Manasseh Carpio dahil iilan lang po tayo na mga binanggit niya sa kanyang kaso at hayaan niyo pong bigyan ko ng shout-out ang mga classmate ko sa kasong ito. COJ Chairperson, Representative Jervil Luistro, Representative Leila de Lima, at Representative Chel Jokno. Ang masasabi lang po natin dyan, manalimin po sila para makita nila kung sino talaga ang totoong nagkasala sa batas, lumabag sa batas at nagkasala sa sambayanang Pilipino. Hindi porket nadiskubre ng komite ang 630 covered transactions na nagkakahalaga ng 6.77 billion in total ay nilibag agad ang kanilang karapatan. Hindi rin dahil may 33 suspicious transactions sila na posibleng kaugnay na unlawful activities gaya ng money laundering at droga, ay dapat bigyan sila agad ng proteksyon ng korte. At lalong hindi dahil humigit kumulang 2.87 billion ang maaring sila po ay tumanggap na ayon sa ating pong Bank Secrecy Law ay maaari pa rin nariyaan dahil nga po ang nakita lamang natin ay yung inflow at outflow at nung ating pong sinubtract 2.87 billion ang natira. Hindi po ibig sabihin dahil nalaman natin ito at kung binasa nila na buo ang Bank Secrecy Law ay nag-violate na tayo ng batas. Linawin po natin, hindi si VP Sara Duterte at ang kanyang husband of the year, Mans Carpio, ang biktima dito. For the reference of everyone, napakalaking halaga po ng 2.87 billion pesos. Aabutin po ng ang isang minimum wage earner sa Metro Manila ng 11,300 years para kitain ang 2.87 billion pesos. 11,000 years pong pagtatrabahuhan ng isang manggagawang Pilipino. Ang bilyong-bilyong pisong labas-masok sa mga accounts nila. At ilan po dito ay tumutugma pa sa mga deposito ng kanilang family friend na si Sammy Uy. Kung sino pa talaga ang may bilyones, sila pa talaga ang pumunta sa piskal para magsabing sila ay victim. On a related note, same day last week, lumabas ang ICC decision tukol sa jurisdiction sa kaso ni former President Rodrigo Duterte. Kasabay ito ng pagputok ng sworn testimony ni former Senator Trillanes at ng reports ng AMLC. Nagkumpirma pa sa mga questionabling bank transactions ng mag-amang Duterte. Kung sino pa talaga ang pasimuno ng drug war, sila pa talaga ang may bilyong-bilyong drug money. It was no coincidence that these developments fell on the same day. It signaled that accountability is catching up. Simula na ito ng paniningil sa mga Duterte at hindi ang complaint ni Atty. Mans Carpio at kahit ano pang legal harassment ang makakapigil sa pagtiyak natin sa pananagutan. The committee will never bow down to millionaires, drug syndicates, or thieves. Our allegiance only lies with the Constitution and the Filipino people. Again, we will not bow down to billionaires, drug syndicates, or thieves. Gagawin natin ang ating trabaho at pananagutin ang nang abuso sa kapangyarihan at nagnakaw sa kaban ng bayan. Maraming salamat, Madam Chair.
All the manifestations of the Honorable Sendanya is noted by this committee.
Madam Chair.
Now we recognize the Honorable Chel Jokno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to everyone. Nung isang araw po ay kumalat ang balita na may nagsampa ng kaso laban sa akin, laban kay Congresswoman Laila de Lima, kay Congressperson Percy Sendanya at mismo kay Chair Jinky Luistro. Sabi daw ay nilabag daw namin ang Anti-Money Laundering Act, ang Bank Secrecy Law, at ang Data Privacy Act. Of course, kinikilala po natin na kung sino man ay pwedeng maghain ng kaso, karapatan naman nila yon. Pero kailangan natin bigyang diin ito. Ang ginagawa lang po namin, ang ginagawa ng buong committee, ay ang aming tungkulin sa ilalim ng konstitusyon. Wala po kaming nilabag na batas, puro legal ang ginawa po namin. Kaya po mismo sa konstitusyon nakalagay, and I quote, "No member shall be questioned nor be held liable in any other place for any speech or debate in the Congress or in any committee thereof." Yung pong pag-issue natin ng subpoena sa Anti-Money Laundering Council ay mismong nakabase sa rules of impeachment ng House of Representatives. And I quote, "The committee shall have the power to issue subpoena and subpoena duce tecum to compel the attendance of witnesses and the production of documents and other evidence." At Madam Chair, ayon mismo sa ating Korte Suprema, hindi sakop ng Anti-Money Laundering Council ang mga sinasabing prohibition from disclosing information. And if I may add, no member of the committee belongs to the Anti-Money Laundering Council, and no bank deposits were disclosed during the hearings here. Sabi mismo ng Supreme Court, the prohibition and confidentiality provisions cannot apply to the AMLC. Otherwise, it would contravene its direct mandate under Section 7 of the Anti-Money Laundering Act. Kaya po, Madam Chair, I think it's pretty clear na itong pagsasampa ng reklamo laban sa atin ay isang diversionary tactic. Gusto nilang malimutan ng taong bayan kung bakit tayo naririto. Sana po huwag tayong madala. At ako po, I can speak for everyone else who has been charged. Hindi kami natatakot at hindi kami ma-intimidate. Itutuloy po namin ang amin tungkulin bilang mga members ng Committee on Justice at representatives ng mga sambayanang Pilipino. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All the manifestations of the Honorable Jokno is noted by this committee. Now we recognize the Honorable Congresswoman Laila De Lima.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just very brief. Good morning to my colleagues in the Committee on Justice. Sinasang-ayunan ko po at sinusuportahan ang mga statements nila Representative Persis Endania at Representative Chel Jokno. Malinaw po ang agenda dito sa pagsampa na naman ng kaso na yan sa Quezon City Prosecutor's Office pagkatapos na nagsampa sila ng 3 o 4 na petisyon before the Supreme Court, and then meron din kaso before the Regional Trial Court. So ito na naman, criminal case. Ito po ay panglilihis sa issue. Ang akala nila matitinag tayo, ang akala nila ay hindi na natin itutuloy itong ginagawa natin, which is an imperative constitutional duty. Nakakapagtaka lang kung bakit na single out 4 na pangalan, 4 na mga miyembro kasama yung chair sa kaso na yan. When we all know, yung pagsabina ng mga AMLAC records are a collective decision of this committee. Ang pagkakaalala ko, wala namang nag-object doon sa pagsabina ng AMLAC records. And then, ito nga po, ay hindi natin alam, ano na naman yan. And itutuloy ho natin itong trabaho natin at hindi tayo magpapalito, magpapaderail sa mga ginagawa na mga para sa akin ay isa na namang legal harassment sa pagganap ng ating mandato bilang committee in an impeachment proceedings. Maraming salamat po.
Madam Chair.
All the manifestation of the Honorable De Lima are noted. Are you a respondent or also?
No, Madam Chair, I would just also like
Would you like to be a respondent also?
No, Madam Chair. But I'd like to
The
still
Honorable
support.
Ko is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Despite the fact that hindi po ko respondent doon sa case, nonetheless, I'd like to also manifest my support sa actions ng committee na ito. And syempre, pag-criticize din doon sa mga naging developments in the past few days, papunta po supposedly sa last hearing date ng House Committee on Justice sa pag-find ng probable cause. Clear naman po sa arguments last hearing, na-foresee natin tinatry gamitin yung Section 6 ng Anti-Money Laundering Act and a misinterpretation of it para maging grounds for a harassment suit. Again po, Section 6 provides that the AMLC can have authority to inquire into particular deposits through a court order. Iba yun sa ginagawa natin. Ang ginagawa po ng committee na ito ay a government agency asks a government agency about records na meron na siya. The suit filed before the Supreme Court against members of the House Committee on Justice, clear po ito na desperate attempt para huling magkaroon ng paglihis sa issue. Ang tawag po natin dito, grasping at straws, dahil wala na pong mga arguments na maipresenta sa committee in relation sa kung paano ba didepensahan yung patuloy na hindi pagsagot ni VP Sara Duterte sa mga standing allegations laban sa kanya. So, Madam Chair, and to the fellow members of the House Committee on Justice, kailangan na natin pong mag-proceed no, sa iba't ibang processes of this hearing and beyond para matatakan na po natin with finality, may probable cause po ba or hindi, para magtuloy-tuloy. At hindi po natin i-entertain yung mga misinterpretation of laws para po malihis yung issue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
All the manifestations of the Honorable Co are noted. The Honorable Joel Chua.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like to make a manifestation of support to to the 4 members of this committee. Alam po ninyo, meron po tayong tinatawag na immunity, parliamentary immunity sa ating pong saligang batas. Ito po ay ginagawa lamang po ng mga kasama natin ang kanilang tungkulin. With that manifestation, Madam Chair, I move that we adopt this manifestation as a common sentiment of all the members of the committee. This manifestation of support, I so move, Madam Chair.
Second.
There is a motion to adopt the manifestation of support of the Honorable Chua as manifestation of the entire committee. The same has been seconded by the Honorable D.S. Paulo Ortega. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Let it be placed on the record that the manifestation of support is expressed by the entire Justice Committee for the 4 respondents in the criminal complaint filed by Attorney Manasseh Carpio. Before we proceed to the first item of our agenda, may we direct the committee secretary to report to us whether all the documents submitted during the April 14 and 22, 2026 hearing have been transmitted to the complainants, the respondent vice president, and all the justice members. COMSEC, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The documents submitted by the National Bureau of Investigation on April 14, 2026 was sent to all members as well as to the complainants and respondent. As far as the respondent is concerned, it was sent to the Office of the Vice President as well as to her counsel, Fortune Narvaez and Salazar, on April 15, 2026 at 5:56 p.m. It was acknowledged by the Central Office Unit of the Office of the Vice President on April 15, 2026 at 5:59 p.m. And there was no acknowledgement from her counsel, Fortune Narvaez and Salazar. As far as the complainants are concerned, the document submitted by the National Bureau of Investigation was sent to the complainants in the Saballa et al. Impeachment complaint through Attorney Amando Virgil Ligutan on April 21, 2026 at 3:16 p.m. and was acknowledged on April 21, 2026 at 3:50 p.m. It was likewise, the documents were likewise sent to Attorney Nathaniel Cabrera, complainant in the Cabrera impeachment complaint on April 21, 2026 at 3:16 p.m. There was no acknowledgement from Attorney Cabrera. That's all, Your Honor. That's your, Madam Chair.
Thank you, COMSEC. We are now proceeding to the first item in our agenda, and that is to resolve the matter that was laid on the table during the April 22 hearing, the question of whether or not to open the BIR box. May I direct the committee secretary to bring to this table the BIR box. Lisa? Ayaw mo doon? Para kitang-kita. Para nakaharap yung BIR.
Mga kabombo at mga Kastar Nation, yung kontrobersyal na box na kulay green ay bubuksan ho sa mga pagkakataong ito. Ito yung ipinagpaliban na himayin at talakayin ang mga nilalaman noon pong nakalipas na pagdinig. ating pakinggan at panoorin mga kabombo, mga ka-Star Nation ng proseso ng pagbubukas ng naturang kahon ng mga dokumento.
Yes, Madam Chair, as seen from the four sides of the box remains sealed and we still see the tape that was placed there as well as the signature of the Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The floor is now open for manifestation, clarificatory questions, motions regarding the question of whether or not to open the BIR box.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
The Honorable Mika Gonzalez and then the Honorable Laila De Lima.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is correct, Madam Chair. Last April 2022, we laid on the table the decision on whether we should open the box together with the Commissioner. So, Madam Chair, with that being said, I move that today, April 29, we decide on this committee whether we open the box or we maintain the box intact and sealed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
May I request the Honorable Gonzalez to clarify the motion? Is it a motion to open or motion not to open?
I would like to rephrase. I move, Madam Chair, Tagalogin na lang po natin, na desisyonan na po natin ng issue na ito kung bubuksan o hindi ang box na isinumite ng BIR noong nakaraang committee hearing.
Perhaps that is a manifestation of her intention that we deliberate first on the issue of whether we will open or not open the BIR box. Thank you, Honorable Gonzalez. Now
Thank you,
we
Madam Chair.
recognize the Honorable Laila De Lima.
Maraming salamat po. Mine is a manifestation and emotion. Gusto ko pong ulitin at panindigan yung aking naging posisyon last hearing nung tinalakay po natin yung laying on the table ng issue na to para na bubuksan ba o hindi yung BIR box at i-examine yung mga tax records. Presumably yung laman yan ay yung mga BIR tax records na kasama po sa subpoena. Ang aking pong pinakaposisyon ay sako po sa kapangyarihan natin, kasama sa mandato natin, flowing from the Constitution itself, to do that, to open the box and examine the contents of the box, because these are all subpoenaed by the House Committee, and this is relevant to the issues at hand, to the ground of unexplained wealth. Totoo po, nung sinabi nga po nung BIR Commissioner, nung nandito po siya nung April 22, na meron ho yung provision sa National Internal Revenue Code, Section 270, which establishes the general prohibition on the disclosure of taxpayer information. At pinipinalize nga po yung unlawful divulgence by BIR officials and employees of those taxpayer, of any taxpayer information. Pero meron ng mga exception. Ang isa po sa exception ay kapag ang mismong House, in an inquiry in aid of legislation, ay i-request ito, pero dapat nasa executive session. Yun po yung malinaw na exception. Ang posisyon ko po ay kung exception na tinuturing ang paghingi o pag-request ng House, an appropriate House Committee in aid of legislation, lalo pong dapat payagan, lalo pong i-recognize yung pagkuha ng impormasyon na yan while sitting in an impeachment proceedings ang komiteng ito. Because higher level at superior level po ang status ng ating komite kapag sitting in an impeachment proceedings. Now, to be unequivocal about it, Madam Chair, the constitutional duty vested upon this body cannot be impeded, curtailed, or conditioned by statute. Any law, however worded, must yield when it stands in the way of a direct constitutional command. Section 270 imposes a prohibition, but Section 20A carves out an exception but both remain statutory in nature. Neither can prevail over the Constitution. Kung papayagin natin ang isang probisyon ng batas, yung NIRC, ang magdidikta o maglilimita sa kapangyarihan ng komiteng ito na isang mahalagang organo sa ating sistema ng pagpapanagot, para na rin nating ibinaba ang konstitusyon sa antas ng ordinaryong batas. Hindi po ito katanggap-tanggap. The Constitution is supreme. Statutes are subordinate. Administrative interpretations, just like what was shared to us or shared with us by the commissioner of the BIR, are even more so subordinate to the Constitution. When the Constitution commands, all else must give way. We are convened as the House Justice Committee, acting not in our ordinary capacity to legislate, but in the exercise of one of the most solemn powers entrusted to this body, the power of impeachment. And this power is not incidental. It is not auxiliary. It is a direct constitutional mandate designed as a check against grave abuse, betrayal of public trust, and wrongdoing by the highest officials of the land. In this context, I respectfully submit that the refusal to open and examine the income tax returns in question on the basis of statutory confidentiality under the National Internal Revenue Code is a misapprehension of the constitutional order. Let us be clear, uulitin ko lang po, impeachment is not a mere legislative inquiry. It is a distinct constitutional process. To allow a provision of the tax code to override the constitutional power of impeachment is to invert the hierarchy of laws. It would mean that a legislative enactment intended for general administration could defeat a specific constitutional mechanism designed to ensure accountability at the highest levels of government. That cannot be the law. Pwede pong sabihin ng iba, those espousing a different view, na anyway, meron na po tayong probable cause doon sa mga nakita na natin at narinig na natin ng mga ebidensya. So wag na lang natin itong buksan dito sa puntong ito at hayaan na lang natin na ang Senado ang magbukas nito. Hindi ko po tanggap ang dahilan na yan. Kasi with more reason na since we are talking here about establishing probable cause, determined probable cause, lahat ng mga pwedeng ipasok na natin para mas klaro ang usapin ng probable cause, dapat po ibigay na o makita na natin. Dapat ho makita na natin ang laman ng box na yan. Hindi ho natin pwedeng ipadala lang sa Senado na hindi natin alam. Kasi later, tayo rin po ang prosecutors. It's the House acting through a panel of prosecutors ang titingin nito at magprepresenta nito before the Senate. Now, dapat makita na po sa puntong ito natin kasi tayo yung magiging prosecutors later at para lalong mapalakas ang usapin ng probable cause. So I submit that this body has both the authority and the duty to examine the income tax returns in question, subject to appropriate safeguards if necessary, but not subject to outright prohibition. The Constitution demands no less. Let us affirm that in the hierarchy of laws, the Constitution remains supreme. Let us affirm that impeachment is a meaningful power, not an empty formality. And let us affirm that no statute may be invoked to defeat the people's right to accountability. For these reasons, I maintain and I move that this committee should proceed with the opening and examination of the income tax returns, the supposed contents of that box, and to reject any interpretation that would unduly constrain our constitutional mandate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Just for the record, the motion of the Honorable De Lima is to open the BIR box. The
Madam Chair.
Honorable Lawrence Defensor and then the Honorable Benny Abante.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ang pagbubukas po ng mga box ay nagbabago ng kapalaran ng ating bansa. Nakita na natin yan ng 2001. At tandaan po natin at wag nating kakalimutan na ang impeachment is the highest form of national inquest to determine the accountability and fitness of the highest leaders of the country. Dapat pong mabuksan ang box na yan dahil pag hindi nabuksan yan, parang tayo ang gumawa ng betrayal of public trust. We should let the Filipinos see what's inside that box and allow the members of this committee to assess what evidence is inside the box. Kung ito ba ay nakapagpapatatag ng ebidensya laban sa Vice President o makakasuporta sa respondent at sa kanyang posisyon na siya ay walang kasalanan. Madam Chairman, there is no other mandate for the House of Representatives having the sole power to initiate impeachment complaints but to open the evidence and to let the members assess and decide for themselves how it will play a part in the exercise of their vote in this committee and in plenary. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Lawrence Defensor. Next is the Honorable Benny Abante.
Madam Chair,
And then Honorable Chua, and then Honorable Vice Chair Po, and then Honorable DS, Janet Garin, and Congresswoman Bernadette Barbers, and Congressman Judah Sidre. It seems everybody wants to speak, and Congressman Tino, and Congressman Eming Pascual. Now, let us recognize the Honorable Benny Abante.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair. Kailanman hindi ko po questionin ang mga legal opinion ng ating mga abogado dito. Sapagkat hindi naman ako abogado. Subalit, kahit po ako hindi abogado, hindi ako masyadong nakatulog kagabi. Kasi pinag-aralan ko ito kung bubuksan o hindi. Anyway, nakaharap tayo ngayon sa isang mabigat na desisyon. Isang usapin na hindi lamang susukat sa ating galing sa batas, kundi pati na rin sa ating prinsipyo at integridad. Sa harap natin, andyan po yung mga income tax returns ni Vice President Sara Duterte at ng kanyang asawang si Attorney Manscarpio. It is a literal and figurative, Pandora's box na nasa pangangalaga ng House Committee on Justice. Napakasimple po ng question. Dapat ba nating buksan ang kahon na ito? Sinabi po sa Biblia, sa Luke 12:2, akin pong babanggitin sa wikang Tagalog, walang natatago na hindi mahayag at walang lihim na hindi malalaman. Naniniwala tayo sa transparency. Naniniwala tayo sa accountability. Ngunit bilang mga mambabatas, kailangan din nating maniwala sa tinatawag nating prudence o sa wikang Tagalog, tamang pagpapasya. Hindi po yung galing sa batas, kundi prudence. Mayroon tayong tinatawag na, power of the subpoena at ang power of the purse. Sabi nga ng ilan, ang kapangyarihan ng Kongreso ay nasa itaas ng tinatawag nating legal food chain. Pero tandaan po natin, just because we can do something does not mean we should. Ulitin ko ho. Just because we can do something does not mean we should. Bakit po ako nag-aalangan? Unang-una, sa aking pag-aaral, privacy and the law. Meron tayong Section 270 ng NIRC na nagbibigay proteksyon sa confidentiality ng mga taxpayers. Yan ang una. Pangalawa, private rights. Kasama sa usapin si Attorney Manscarpio, isang private citizen na may karapatan sa data privacy. Hindi po siya rito ang ating tinutugis bilang merong impeachable offense. Number 3, process over politics. Ang trabaho ng House ay tukuyin lamang ang probable cause. Kung may usok ba sa likod ng apoy. Ang pagtitimbang ng ebidensya at ang pagbubukas ng mga selyadong dokumento ay mas nararapat na gawin sa Senate sitting as an impeachment court. At wala po akong pasubali, Madam Chair, na ito ay papasa sa plenary at pupunta sa impeachment court sa Senado. Bakit kinakailangan tayong magmadali? Sa Ecclesiastes chapter 3 verse 1, sinasabi sa wikang Tagalog, babanggitin ko uli, sa bawat bagay ay may kapanahunan at panahon sa bawat layunin sa silong ng langit. Ang paninindigan natin ay ito, sa akin, kapasyahan. Keep it sealed right now. Hayaan natin ang Senado ang magbukas nito bilang bahagi ng impeachment trial para buksan ang katotohanan sa tamang panahon ng paglilitis. Huwag natin pangunahan ang proseso para sa kapakanan ng ating legal system at ng ating bansa. Madam Chair at mga kaibigan ko dito sa Committee on Justice, di mo mas maganda na may suspense, eka nga. Di ba? Nasuri na natin ang impeachment complaints at mga nakalakip na ebidensya. At naniniwala ako, if every congressman will just appreciate the pieces of evidence that has been talked about in this committee, hindi po malabo na ito ay magtagumpay sa plenaryo at makarating sa impeachment court. Ihain na natin, ang articles of impeachment sa Senado nang may paggalang sa batas at takot sa Diyos. Tinimbang na natin at sapat na para sa probable cause. Dito po sa Committee on Justice, tinimbang natin si Vice President Sara at nakita natin ang laki ng kanyang pagkukulang. Probable cause. Madam Chair, my dear colleagues, kaya po yan po ang aking stand. Sana po ay isuspense na lang natin ito at hayaan natin ang impeachment court ang magbukas nito. Maraming salamat po at pagpalain tayo ng ating Panginoon.
We've heard the legal arguments as well as the Bible verses and lessons. That's our very own Bishop Benny Abante. Now we recognize the Honorable Joel Chua.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, at this point in time, ako po ay naniniwala sa argumento po at sa legal opinion ng ating kagalang-galang na Congresswoman Laila De Lima at ganun din sa ating napakahusay na Assistant Majority Floor Leader, Congressman Noy Defensor. Bakit ko po sinasabi na ako po ay sa kanila ay sumasang-ayon? Dahil kung babasahin po natin ang ating saligang batas, specifically Section 3, Paragraph 8, Article 11, sa Accountability of Public Officer, maliwanag po dito na sinasabi, the Congress shall promulgate its rules on impeachment to effectively carry out the purpose of this section. So, ibig sabihin po, tayo po ay binibigyan ng kapangyarihan ng batas, ng saligang batas, na magbigay o gumawa ng ating sariling patakaran. Patukuy po dito sa impeachment. Ngayon, sa ating pong rules, Section 7, malinaw po dito. Sabi po dito, the committee shall have the power to issue compulsory processes for the attendance of witnesses and the production of documents and other related evidence. Ito pong nasa harapan natin na ITR na selyado na galing po sa BIR, ito po ay produkto o bunga ng compulsory process na inisyu po netong committee. At yun po ay ang subpoena duces tecum. Ngayon, kung meron pong conflict sa national law at sa konstitusyon, lagi pong mananaig ang nakalagay po sa ating saligang batas. Hindi naman po tayo nagsabpina para sa isang selyadong box. Ang sinasabpina po netong committee to ay yung ITR o yung nilalaman po netong box. Kaya ako po naniniwala na tayo po ay talagang may karapatan. Subalit, for purposes of determination of probable cause, at sabi nga po ng ating kagalang-galang na congressman galing po sa 6th District ng Maynila, dapat tayo rin ay mag-iingat. Pero hindi po ibig sabihin sa pag-iingat na to ay tayo sinusuko na po natin ang ating pong kapangyarihan. So ako po ay pagpapalibang ko po dahil ito pong usapin na ito ay maaaring dumating din sa Senado. Dahil kung babasahin po ninyo ang National Internal Revenue Code, hindi naman po sinabi na pagdating sa Senado ay exempted na. Yun po ang kanilang magiging argumento. Pero base po dito sa ating konstitusyon at saligang batas, tayo naman po talaga ay merong karapatan. Kaya po, ako po ay i-reserve ko po to for purposes of determination of probable cause. Tayo po ay pupunta sa hakbang ng pag-iingat. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chua. Now we recognize one of the vice chairs of the Committee on Justice, Honorable Brian Poe from the FPJ Party List.
Madam Chair, on the motion to open the BIR sealed box, I believe transparency and justice must be fair. Commissioner Mendoza himself placed on the record the operative parameters under which the Bureau may produce the taxpayer returns, that the Bureau is authorized to furnish returns upon the request of Congress and in aid of legislation, but that any return identifying a particular taxpayer is to be received only when the committee is sitting in executive session or upon the written consent of the taxpayer. That is the framework set by Section 71 in relation to Section 270 of the National Internal Revenue Code, or RA 8424. That is the framework that the Commissioner brought before this committee. The 21-4 deferral met that framework. Nothing on the record has since displaced it. We must be wary of the precedent that we set in this impeachment proceeding. However, should the impeachment proceed to trial in the Senate, I believe they will do the right thing and further investigate the documents presented by the BIR. I have faith in the integrity of the House and the Senate. This matter should be discussed when the time is right. But for now, we are merely discussing probable cause, which I believe we have sufficient evidence. The AMLAC reports referencing 6.77 billion in transactions. And for those reasons, Madam Chair, I feel that maybe this may not be the correct time for the opening of this box.
Thank you, Vice Chair po. Now let us recognize the Honorable Deputy Speaker, Janet Green.
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, narinig po natin yung mga brilliant legal minds sa mga miyembro ng Committee on Justice. at narinig po natin yung magkabilang panig. Let me go back to why we are all here. Andito po tayo kasi ginagampanan natin ang ating tungkulin when it comes to accountability of public officials. Kaakibat no accountability na yon ay full transparency. Kaya naiintindihan ko at ramdam na ramdam ko ang kagustuhan ng karamihan na buksan ang kahon galing sa BIR. Subalit, nung andito ang BIR, napakaklaro din na sinabi nila na tali ang kanilang mga kamay, gusto man nila subalit may mga batas na kailangan nilang gampanan. Madam Chair, the thrust of the Committee on Justice is for accountability and transparency to prevail. However, hindi pa po tayo ang korte. We are not the impeachment court. We are simply determining the probable cause based on the complaints filed by the complainants here today. Ang puso ko ay sumisigaw na buksan. Subalit kung puso ko lang ang aking pakikinggan, ay pwede itong mailagay at amalihis ang dapat nating gawin. Our heart can always speak, but our minds should prevail. Napakasayang ng ating sinimulan kung sa huli hindi tayo maging maingat. In this line, Madam Chair, gustuhin man natin, this is not within the ambit of the Committee on Justice. I respect the brilliant legal minds. Ako po ay hindi abogado, kaya ako ay kailangang manigurado na hindi tayo magkamali. Dahil ang isang pagkakamali ay pwedeng mabasura ang lahat ng pinaghirapan ng komitibang ito. Maraming salamat, Madam Chair.
In line with that, I just want to remind the committee members that since day one of our proceeding, we've been taking the conservative route. We've been taking the safer route because we acknowledge that we owe it to the sovereign Filipino people that this impeachment proceeding should be able to proceed and reach its conclusion. That is just for the record. Now we recognize the Honorable Congresswoman Bernadette Barbers from the 2nd District of Surigao del Norte.
Good morning, Madam Chair. May clarificatory question po ako kay
This is for? The question is
NBI?
addressed for. We are not yet on the NBI. We're still on the question of whether to open or not. This box, would you like to be called during the time of the NBI?
Yes.
Later. Thank you, Honorable Barbers. We will be proceeding to recognize the Honorable Congressman Jude Asidre from Tingog Party List.
Madam Chair, allow me to speak for the many who are probably listening to our proceedings today. Sa mga nakaraang pagdinig, malinaw na nakita natin na ang mga hindi pangkaraniwang financial transactions na na-flag ng AMLAC. Kasabay nito, nasuri din natin ang mga SALN kung saan inilahad ang mga negosyo at business interest ng pangalawang Pangulo at ng kanyang asawa. Batay sa mga datos na lumabas, kapansin-pansin na ang nakakarami sa kanilang mga negosyo ay hindi kumikita at sa makatuwid ay hindi maaaring maging pangunahing pinagmulan ng kanilang yaman. Kung ang pahayag ng pangalawang Pangulo, Madam Chair, ay ang bawat sentimo ng kanilang yaman ay nagmula sa mga lehitimong pinanggagalingan at may sapat na dokumentasyon, mas lalong magiging mahalaga na makita at masuri natin ang mga dokumentong ito. Hindi po ito usapin ng pagdududa lamang. Ito po ay usapin ng pagtitiyak. Sapagkat ang katotohanan, Madam Chair, kapag may sabat na batayan, ay dapat hindi kinakatakutan, ito ay nilalahad. Nabanggit ko po sa nakaraang pagdinig, alam natin kung magkano ang kinikita ng isang pangalawang Pangulo. The Vice President's salary is a matter of public record. Nakita rin natin na ang mga negosyong nakasaad sa SALN ng ating pangalawang Pangulo ay palugi at hindi kumikita. Kaya hindi maaaring maging sapat na pinanggagalingan ng mga malalaking yaman. At bagamat walang dineklarang cash deposits, nito nakaraang pagdinig kinumpirma ng AMLAC ang 18 suspicious transaction mula sa kabuuang 6.7 billion covered transactions. Ito ay malinaw na pagpapakita na may mga bahagi pa ng kwento na kailangan pang punuan. Kaya Madam Chair, mahalaga na maihambing natin ang lahat ng ito, yung SALN, ang mga na-flag na transaksyon, at higit sa lahat sa mga income tax returns sa isinumite ng Bureau of Internal Revenue. Doon lang natin makikita kung magkakatugma ang kita, ang ari-arian at ang galaw ng salipi. Doon natin masusukat ang sinasabing lehitimong pinanggagalingan ay may konkretong patunay. Madam Chair, hindi po natin ito masasagot sa mga paliwanag lamang. Hindi po ito matatapos sa mga pahayag. Ang katotohanan ay nasa mga dokumento at ang tanging paraan para maabot ito ay ang pagbubukas, pagsusuri at paghahambing ng mga ito. Sa huli, Madam Chair, kailangan nating buksan ang mga dokumentong ito hindi para maghanap ng mali, kundi para maghanap ng katotohanan. Hindi para manghusga, kundi upang makapagbigay linaw, lalong-lalo na po sa mga miyembro ng kumiting ito. Hindi para magdulot ng ingay, kundi para maibalik ang tiwala sa prosesong ating ginagawa. At kung ang lahat ay tunay na ayon sa batas, ang pagbubukas ng mga dokumento ang siyang pinakamalinaw at pinakamalakas na panunay nito. Kaya kung walang itinatago, Madam Chair, dapat walang ikikinakatakot. Kaya po sinususugan ng kinatawang ito ang panukala ng kagalang-galang Leila de Lima na buksan ang mga dokumento at hayaang magsalita ang katotohanan. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Honorable Asidre. At this point in time, we recognize the Honorable Congressman Tino from the ACT Teachers Party List.
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair. Consistent po dun sa naging unang botohan natin sa nakaraang hearing ay ang posisyon po natin ay dapat buksan na ang box na yan. Kahon, yan po ang ating posisyon. At bukod sa mga nabanggit na po, no, na hindi lang ordinaryong hearing ang ginagawa ng committee ito, ngunit ginagampanan ang mandato ng konstitusyon na impeachment proceeding. No, pinakamataas na proseso ng accountability para sa mga pinakamataas na opisyal. Pero bukod pa ron, malinaw din sa nakaraang hearing na yung BIR mismo sa pahayag ng kanilang commissioner ay nagsabi na ayon sa kanilang pag-intindi ng sariling batas na gumagabay sa BIR ay tingin nila pwede na ibigay ang mga ni-request na tax documents at pwedeng buksan ng komite, however, kailangan daw in executive session. No? So sila mismo, kaya nga nila binigay dito dahil tingin ng BIR ay pinahihintulutan ito ng batas. Ang huling punto, dahil marami na pong argumento na sinabi rito, ang huling punto na nais kong idiin, tignan muli natin ang National Internal Revenue Code, Section 71, Disposition of Income Tax Returns, Publication of Lists of Taxpayers and Filers. Nakasaad po rito, after the assessment shall have been made as provided in this title, the returns together with any corrections thereof, which may have been made by the Commissioner, shall be filed in the office of the Commissioner and shall constitute public records and be open to inspection as such upon the orders of the President of the Philippines under rules and regulations to be presented by the Secretary of Finance upon recommendation of the Commissioner. Ang gusto ko lang po i-emphasize dito ay yung sinasabi ng provision ng batas na income tax returns shall constitute public records and be open to inspection. So public records po yan. Yan po ang malinaw na mandato at intensyon ng batas. Hindi po ito sikreto. In fact, parang salin ng mga public officials ay pwedeng inspeksyonin. Gayon din po ang para sa salin at hindi lang po para sa mga opisyal kundi para sa lahat. So sa tingin po natin, dapat hindi malaking issue. No, lalo pa sa isang impeachment proceeding na buksan at suriin ang nilalaman ng kahon na yan. Maraming salamat, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tino. Next to manifest is the Honorable Congressman Eming Pascual from the 4th District of Nueva Ecija.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tayong lahat sa committee ito, hindi lang dito, buong Pilipinas, lahat tayo ang gusto lumabas ang katotohanan. But we must also be mindful of our role. Hindi po ito trial. This is not Senate. Our role is limited. Just to determine the probable cause. Kung mayroon tayong sapat na ebidensya, ma-establish sa committee ito, hindi natin kailangan ng iba pang ebidensya. Hindi tayo magsasabi kung guilty o hindi ang Vice President. Pag mayroon tayong naipon na matitibay na ebidensya, testimonya ng mga tao, public records, dali natin sa Senado. Totoo ang sinabi ni Madam Chair, Jinky Luistro. Ang kahon ang magbibigay ng linaw sa lahat. Subalit, sumasang-ayon ako kay Congressman Benny Abante na sa takdang panahon sa Senado, doon natin ito buksan. Opening the box now may blur the line between our function and that of the Senate. Dapat hayaan natin sa Senado buksan ang kahon. That's all, Madam Chair. Salamat.
I just want to place on record that the position of the endorsers are divided. While the endorser of the Sabalia et al. Complaint is moving to open the BIR box, the endorser of the Cabrera complaint is moving it's not still a motion, but your position is not to open the BIR box. I think this is one question before this committee. We're hearing your manifestations, really. I can say that the committee is totally divided. Nonetheless, let's continue to hear the position of the other justice members.
Madam Chair,
Madam Chair.
may I be recognized?
There is a list, Honorable Jokno. I will
After.
be calling you after the Honorable Degamo. Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I be included in the list? Ma'am, here. Here, ma'am. Here. May I be included in the list?
Honorable Fortes, I will be listing you down after Congressman Jokno.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have...
There's a list. It's not yet your turn, with all due respect.
Sorry.
Yes. The list is very sacred. I will be listing down Kong Elago. Kong Matibag is already listed. After Kong Eming Pascual, we now recognize the Honorable Congresswoman Ann Matibag from the 1st District of Laguna.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While I understand understand the sentiments of our dear colleagues, Madam Chair, I just want to stress that there is a rule or may exceptions, pero this is not unlimited. So we stick with the rules under the NIRC. Pwede lamang po natin buksan ang mga dokumento kapag tayo ay nasa executive session at gumagawa ng batas. At we are not in the proceeding or in the inquiry in aid of legislation. We have to also protect our members in the House of Representatives also our government officials from the BIR. Kaso na po sa AMLA report, so wag na po natin idagdag ang mga kaso at protektahan natin ng ating batas at ang ating mga kasamahan. Wag na po sana natin ipilit na buksan ang mahiwagang box na ito, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Matibag. Now we recognize the Honorable Deputy Speaker J.J. Suarez from the 2nd District of Quezon.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, in the last hearing, ako po yung nag-move para i-table muna ang pagbubukas nitong mahiwagang green box na ito. Lahat naman po tayo gusto po natin malaman kung ano po ang nilalaman at kung ang nilalaman po ba nito ay makakatulong sa atin para makarating sa isang tamang desisyon pagdating sa pagdedetermine ng probable cause. Napakinggan ko po ang posisyon ng maraming mga legal luminaries natin na kasama natin ngayon dito sa ating hearing. At sa palagay ko po, legally, may sapat na po tayong dahilan para buksan yan at malaman. Ngunit maging practical din po dapat tayo. Sa simula po ng justice hearing, nakailang kaso na po ang sinampa ng kampo ni Vice Presidente sa Supreme Court, sa Quezon RTC, para lang pigilan po ang proseso ng pag-usad ng impeachment complaint. Ang masakit po dito ay ilan sa ating mga kasamahan tulad ni Congressman Percy at meron siyang mga batchmates na binanggit pa kanina ay nakasuhan pa nung isang araw. So I would rather heed the call of the chairwoman who has always decided to proceed with caution. Because for all we know, opening this box, although we do believe has enough legal basis, might trigger another petition in the court to again stop the proceedings. So, sa akin pong palagay at pananaw, Madam Chair, ang posisyon ko po, pag tayo po ay magbobotahan, sa Senado na lang po natin buksan tong mahiwagang green box na to. Tapos, doon na lang po magkaalaman. Ang mahalaga para sa ating lahat ay may pagpatuloy po natin ang proseso ng na malaman natin kung meron pong sapat na batayan ang impeachment complaint laban sa Vice Presidente. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, D.S. Suarez. Next is the Honorable Janice Degamo from Negros Oriental 3rd District.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It has been said by so many already regarding the whether or not to open the box. But hearing DSJJ Suarez said, we have to proceed with caution. And I would like to reiterate, na truly, if we are to proceed with caution, we have to remember the limitations of our procedure today. First, the procedure we are doing today is not in aid of legislation. It is an impeachment procedure. Second, it has to be in an executive session, which is also not happening. And thus, since I am not a lawyer, I would like to stick to what is being said and let the next stage proceed. Sa Senate na lang po siguro talaga. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Next is the Honorable Congressman Lordan Suwan from Cagayan de Oro 1st District.
Madam Chair, I would have to ask what is the direct connection between the ITRs of the Vice President and Attorney Manscarpio and the articles of impeachment? Because the articles charge confidential funds, irregularities, threats, SALN violations, destabilization, and none of these are proven or disproven by a personal income tax return. The ITR adds marginal evidentiary value at most. Actually, hindi po ako tutol sa transparency. Tutol po ako sa pag-bypass ng protection ng batas na nakalatag mismo doon. Kung gusto natin tingnan ang ITR, may paraan po. Executive session, Section 71, which requires the permission of the President himself, may mga safeguards. Hindi natin sisirain ang batas para patunayan ang isa pang batas. And of course, there's a basic rule of statutory construction, Madam Chair. Express enumeration excludes the unmentioned. And the exceptions do not mention impeachment at all. So the statute, when it was amended in 2010, had every opportunity to insert, quote unquote, or upon order of either the House of Congress or either House of Congress in aid of legislation or upon order of the House Committee on Justice in impeachment proceedings. Hindi nilagay eh. So I believe the omission is deliberate and exclusive. Madam Chair, if there are still uncertainties as to the legal basis and necessity of opening this box, then I think it would be imprudent for us to open it at this stage. These are protected by law, and any disclosure must be clearly and unquestionably authorized, not based on assumptions or discretion.
So you are joining the position of Honorable De Lima?
No, I am against
You are
the
not
position.
to open.
Yes,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Next is the Honorable Chel Jokno from the Akbayan Party List.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, to be clear, ako'y naniniwala na may kapangyarihan ng Committee on Justice na buksan yung kahon na yan. But to me, the crucial question is, kailangan ba natin buksan? The question is in relation to the determination of probable cause. And if we are talking about probable cause, para sa akin ay nandyan na ang ebidensya. Sapat na yan para makapag-determina na tayo kahit hindi natin bubuksan yung kahon na yan. Meron pong kasabihan sa batas sa ex abundante cautela, with extreme caution. And out of the abundance of caution, I believe that it would be more prudent for us to leave this to the Senate to decide whether to open the box or not. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Kong Chel, you're not joining the position of Kong Laila.
For once, I think
For
we
once.
have some disagreement.
That is for the record, for once. For the first time, split decision. Now let us proceed to recognize the Honorable Sara Ilago.
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair. This representation from Gabriela Women's Party also joined the position of the Honorable De Lima and our colleagues from the Committee on Justice who are in favor of opening the box. Nasa kapangyarihan ng Committee on Justice na buksan ang box na ito at kung kakailanganin na tayo ay magkaroon ng executive session, bakit hindi natin gawin? Kung ito ay makakatulong sa House Committee on Justice nang sumusunod sa ating sariling rules of proceedings sa paghahawak at sa pag-initiate at pagsisimula ng mga impeachment complaints. Sang-ayon sa ating rules at habang naka-executive session at kung makakatulong sa ating determination ng probable cause, dapat gawin natin ito. Hindi biro ang ating kinakaharap, nasa pangalawang pinakamataas na posisyon ng pamahalaan ang may nakahain na impeachment complaint. Kaya't napakahalaga na mabusisi natin ang bawat dokumento na may kinalaman doon sa ating responsibilidad na ma-determine kung sapat ba ang probable cause para ang impeachment proceeding na ito ay magtuloy-tuloy. Para sa interest ng transparency, para sa interest ng accountability, Madam Chair, kinakailangan ho natin buksan ang box na ito. Hindi po dapat tayo magpatinag, hindi po dapat tayo umatras. At kinakailangan natin gamitin ang kapangyarihan ng Committee on Justice sang-ayon sa konstitusyon na magpatuloy sa impeachment proceeding na ito at gawin ang lahat para matiyak na malinaw ang batayan sa pagpapatuloy ng impeachment proceeding na ito. Maraming salamat, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other justice members who wish to manifest on the Honorable SDML, Lawrence Defensor?
Madam Chair, I requested to be listed.
Sorry, with the indulgence of Honorable Defensor, let us acknowledge, recognize the Honorable Wowo Fortes. Pasensya na po.
No problem, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we are currently at the stage of the determination of probable cause. And in doing so, we have accepted the fact that we are not a trial court and therefore restricted by certain rules. Even testimonies and affidavits of direct witnesses cannot be examined beyond the corners of your affidavit, meaning no probing questions are allowed during this stage of the proceedings. And with that restrictions, I would understand that the NIRC Section 20, Paragraph A is very clear on the restrictions on the opening of the box. And the exercise of restraint, I would suggest that we limit our proceedings within the four corners of the provisions of Section 20, Paragraph A of the NIRC. Furthermore, my seatmate here, Congressman Abante, has a very persuasive argument that has legal and biblical basis. The legal basis, I fully understand being a lawyer, and the biblical basis, I further fully understand as I have studied for the priesthood sometime in the past. With that, Madam Chair, thank you very much.
Maraming salamat po, Honorable Wowo Fortes. Now we proceed to the Honorable Lawrence Defensor, our Senior Deputy Majority Leader.
Salamat pong muli, Madam Chair. 6 na beses ko pong narinig ang word na cautious o pag-iingat. At sangayon po akong dapat mag-ingat tayo at maging cautious tayo. Dapat po maging cautious at mag-ingat tayo na dapat hindi mangyari na ang simpleng batas o ang simpleng statute tulad ng tax code or the National Internal Revenue Code ay payagan nating mag-undermine ng ating saligang batas o pinakamataas na batas sa buong bansa. A simple statute should never undermine the highest law of the land kasi magiging masamang precedent ito sa mga susunod na impeachment proceedings na kahit wala na tayo dito, ay i-invoke itong precedent na ito na pwedeng harangin pala ng simpleng batas ang mandato ng konstitusyon na dapat mailabas. Gusto kong mailabas kung anuman ang nilalaman yan kasi baka may ebidensyang makapag-dismiss ng kaso laban sa vice-presidente. The evidence inside that box could acquit the Vice President at hindi na siya maantala sa trabaho niya ngayon pa lang at hindi na tumagal ang impeachment na ito. Baka meron ding ebidensya na makagpapatatag pa ng ebidensya at makakakumbinsi pa sa miyembro ng mga komitibang ito para mas maging matatag ang kanilang pagboto. Public office is a public trust at naniniwala ako na in every move that we take, it should always be the Constitution and the spirit of the Constitution that should govern our proceedings in this committee. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Klaro naman yung position ni Kong Dilema as well as SDML Defensor.
Madam Chair.
As simple as the Constitution is paramount. And this is the power behind the accountability mechanism. The Honorable Ko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I join Representative De Lima in her motion na buksan ang kahon for the simple reason that Congress in its proceedings sa pagiging House Committee on Justice paghanap ng probable cause in impeachment proceedings, supreme ito, no? May supremacy siya over statutes such as the tax code which provide limitations kung paano ipoproseso yung information such as tax returns.
Maggamit lamang sang electric fan kung gamay malang ang space, sang sa maggamit pa sang air conditioner. Base sa mga pagtuon, ang 16 inches nga stand fan ang nagakonsumo lamang sang salapi o kung 50 centavos kada oras kunyara sa number 1, 58 centavos per hour kung number 2, kag 67 centavos per hour kunyara sa number 3. Maggamit sang electric fan kag husto nga setting nga nagakaangay sa imong home setup kag budget. Base sa mga pagtuon, ang different types of fans ang may lain-lain man nga konsumo sang kuryente. Ang stand fan nagakonsumo sang 272 pesos kada bulan. Ang personal fan nagakonsumo sang 33 pesos kada bulan. Ang industrial fan nagakonsumo sang 667 pesos kada bulan, kag ang bladeless fan nagakonsumo sang 222 pesos kada bulan. Kag magamit sang handheld fans kun outdoors. Ang handheld fans ang convenient kung nag-travel o kung nag-commute, kag kung malobat, nagakonsumo lamang sang 22 centavos nga kuryente agad ma fully charged.
Siguruhon ang gusto nga tire pressure sang imo salakyan. Nakaibalo ka bala nga nagasaka ang fuel consumption sang imo salakyan sang tubtob 3% kung underinflated o kung kupos ang rueda sini. Ang 1 PSI drop below recommended tire pressure ang makauyang sang 0.2% sang fuel o kung nagadangat sa 209 pesos kada bulan para sa private car owner kag 702 pesos naman kada bulan para sa truck. Ini ang base sa 1,000 kilometers nga biyahe sang kotse o kung truck. Ang proper inflation
and most trusted source of news and information.
Paradyo Bombo!
Magandang tanghali Pilipinas, Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao at maging sa buong mundo. Muli po ay sumasa inyo mga kabombo ang atong nagpapatuloy na pagdinig ng House Committee on Justice o pa rin po sa dalawang nalalabing impeachment complaint laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Umapat lang na ho tayo sa Bombo Network News Noontime Edition at ipagpapatuloy ho natin ang ating special coverage yan pa rin sa may Kamara de Representantes. Kanina mga kabombo ay pinag-uusapan pa rin itong pagnanais ng komite na ma-divide ang House Committee on Justice doon ho sa posibleng pagbubukas doon sa green box o itong box na nagalaman ng tax records ng mag-asawang sina Vice President Sara Duterte at Attorney Mans Carpio. Nagpapatuloy pa rin yung pagdinig ng buong komite doon sa argumento ng bawat miyembro ng naturang panel. Balikan po natin.
In total transactions, 4.4 billion in inflows. Pumasok na pera sa mga bangko ng mag-asawang Duterte Carpio, 1.5 billion in outflows na hindi ho natin makita sa SALN ng pangalawang Pangulo, 2.8 billion in net inflows na dapat ay nananatili sa kanilang mga bangko pero hindi nakalahad sa SALN ng pangalawang Pangulo. Pasukin po natin yung SALN mismo kung bakit po ito sapat-sapat na ebidensya. Ang nakalagay sa SALN for 2024, 88.5 million pesos lamang po. On those two pieces of evidence and reports pa lamang po, mga kaibigan, sapat-sapat na, sobra-sobra pa ho. Ito pong finding of probable cause. This particular section of the impeachment proceeding will go straight to the Senate. Sigurado po tayo dyan. At I'm quite certain that this box will be opened at the level of trial. So, Madam Chair, tingin ko kung wala naman na po nga kailangan pa hong pag-usapan, magandang pagbotohan na po natin ito pong bagay na ito. Maraming salamat po.
Our parliamentary status, the Honorable De Lima already moved to open the BIR box. And then we heard the different positions of the justice members. And we continue to hear because I could see members still raising their hand.
Madam Chair.
Can we call Honorable Marcoleta first? Honorable Marcoleta is a non-member of Justice Committee, but of course, we recognize her opportunity to manifest her position as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for highlighting my being a non-member of this committee. But
I
nonetheless,
highlighted also
I
that
have
you
every
have
right
the
to speak.
privilege to manifest your position.
Thank you po.
Because that is according to our rules, Honorable Marcoleta.
Including the highlighting of being a non-member. Kasama po yun.
The rule that non-members cannot raise a motion and cannot vote, but they
Opo.
can manifest. And that is observed in all committees in the House of
Madam Chair, I did not say
Representatives.
that I'm about to make a motion. Wala naman po akong sinabi. Anyway, ma'am, magandang hapon po sa
Madam
sa,
Chair,
sa
Madam
committee
Chair.
na ito.
Madam Chair,
Is that a point of order?
yes, not really the point of order. I just would like to find out if he is a she or a he because you have been mentioning her.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Let's allow Congressman Marcoleta to proceed.
All right. Honorable Marcoleta is recognized. You may proceed.
Madam Chair,
Gusto
I
ko
just would
bang-
like to make it clear.
He is he. He is
The
he.
point
I
of
stand
order is
corrected.
not in order, Madam Chair, because I just want to make, because you said twice her.
All right.
So I
I'm
would like to
addressing
find out
him.
if she is a she or a he.
Madam
is
Chair,
he.
make a ruling and allow Congressman Marcoleta to proceed.
As a response to
proceed,
the Honorable Abante, we are addressing now Honorable Marcoleta as he, him, his, and the chair therefore stands corrected. You may proceed, Honorable Marcoleta.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that clarification, Bishop Benny Abante. Ewan ko kung is that germane to this hearing. Anyway, magandang araw po, ginang Madam Chair at sa mga kapita-pitagang miyembro ng committee na ito. Marahil ay inaasahan nyo na ako po ay magbibigay ng manifestasyon para tutulan ang pagbubukas ng box na yan mula sa BIR. Ang katunayan po, ako po ay hindi tututol. You may go ahead and open it all you want. Sabi nga ni Madam Chair, hawak niya ang beat. Sino ba naman ako para pigilan ito? Sabi nga ng kanta, huwag mong bibitawan. Huwag niyo nang bitawan yung box. So I dare the committee to open the box, but with a caveat. Siguraduhin niyo po na hindi kayo nakalalabag sa batas. At sinabi rin po ni Popoy sa pelikula, I deserve an explanation. I deserve an acceptable reason. Siguraduhin niyo po na kung bubuksan niyo yan, meron po kayong acceptable reason na naayon sa batas. At ako po ay kaisa niyo rin sa komite na ito sa paghahanap ng katotohanan. Pero sa ating paghahanap at pagsasiliksik ng katotohanan, siguraduhin po natin na tayo po ay hindi nakalalabag sa ating mga batas. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair.
Again, that is a manifestation and therefore it does not deserve or require any answer. Let us proceed. If there are no other members who wish to, the Honorable Sendanya is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Ang haba na po na kwentuhan natin kay Basha at saka kay Popoy, no? Nagkaroon na nga po ng sequel ang One More Chance, no? Second chance. Ayan, pero inuulit ko po, this is a second chance to hold the Vice President accountable for abuse of power at dun po sa pagnanakaw sa kabanang bayan. At yung second chance po na ito, 2 years in the making. That's why we appeal to the wisdom of this committee to ensure that we hold her accountable. Sabi nga po ng mga kaibigan ko, eyes on the ball. And the ball is ensuring that we get this to the Senate and the Vice President is convicted. And I hope that would guide the committee in making this all-important decision. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Having heard all the manifestations of the Justice members, we are temporarily suspending our hearing.
Bahagya pong or pansamantala pong itinigil mga kaumbo or sinuspend ang pagdinig ho ng House Justice Committee dito ho sa nagpapatuloy pa rin po na impeachment hearing laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Nasa punto pa rin po tayo na pinagdedebatehan ng mga miyembro ng Committee on Justice ito hong pagbubukas doon sa Green Box o kilala din sa tawag na BIR Box, Bureau of Internal Revenue Box. Ito ho kasi ay dala-dala mga kabombo, kaunting background lamang. Dala-dala po ito ng Bureau of Internal Revenue noong huling pagdinig. Yan po yung nangyari noong April 22 at ito ho'y naglalaman ng tax records ni na Vice President Sara Duterte at Attorney Mans Carpio. Kung babalikan po natin, noong ikalawang pagdinig ng komite ay pinasabpi na ang House Justice Committee ang Bureau of Internal Revenue para dalhin yung tax records ng mag-asawang VP Sara at Attorney Mans Carpio. Tumugon naman po dito ang Bureau of Internal Revenue at mismong ang Chief ng Internal Revenue Bureau, si Commissioner Mendoza ang nagtungo ho dyan para ho ilabas or para ho dalhin yung box na yan, yung green box na naglalaban nga ng tax records. Hanggang ngayon mga kabombo ay ito pa rin po yung pangunahing focus o topic po ng House Justice Committee. Yan po ay halos 2 oras na mula nung nagsimula ang ika-4 at huling pagdinig. So nagkaroon po muna ng ilang minuto ho na mensahe mula sa chairperson, si Chairperson Luistro, and then after that, mga 20 minutes na message after that ay sinimulan na po yung pagtalakay sa posibleng pagbubukas ng green box na to na naglalaban nga ng tax record ng mag-asawa. Okay, balik ho tayo sa may House Justice Committee. Nasa linya ho natin mga kabombo ang yung nakatutok ko nating reporter ho dyan, si Bombo Isa Cotoner. Kamusta dyan, Bombo Isa?
Yes, Bombo Genesis, no? Kasalukuyan nga na sinuspend pansamantala itong House Committee on Justice hearing matapos marinig lahat ng manifestation at motion ng ating mga mambabatas hinggil nga dito sa pagbubukas nung naturang green box o yung kahon na dinala ng Bureau of Internal Revenue na naglalaman nga ng income tax return ni Vice President Sara Duterte at ng kanyang asawa na si Attorney Manasseh Carpio. So sa ngayon, no, babalikan lang din natin no, na bagaman talagang kitang-kita na hating-hati ngayon yung komite kung bubuksan ba talaga ito o hindi at ipagpapatuloy na nga lang ito doon nga sa Senado. Sa ngayon, no, Bombo Genesis, narinig kanina natin yung mga hindi pabor sa pagbubukas nito at kasama na nga dyan si Representative Benny Abante na isa rin doon sa nagbigay ng fourth impeachment complaint. Pati na rin ang mga nag-no, Bombo Genesis, ay si Representative Chel Jokno. So ito kanina, Bombo Genesis, medyo kakaiba rin yung naging sagot o naging motion ni Representative Jokno kasi nga for once ika nga ni Representative Jokno ay hindi siya tumang-ayon doon sa motion naman ni Representative Leila de Lima na which is gusto ngang buksan itong income tax return ng Vice Presidente at ng kanyang asawa. Isa pa dyan, no, yung mga nag-yes naman, Bombo Genesis, na buksan ay itong si Representative Lawrence Defensor at ika ngang sinabi, no, na ang konstitusyon ay mas mataas nga sa lahat ng batas, particular itong tax law nga kasi yun yung 2 points na ine-raise dito at pinag-uusapan o pinag-debatihan na ang una nga ay ang konstitusyon ay mas mataas sa kahit ang klase ng batas at as well as Bombo Genesis yung kailangan maging cautious kasi nga baka ito yung maging makitang butas doon sa pagpapatuloy ng impeachment case, lalo na ngayon naman ay tinutukoy lang din naman talaga yung probable cause. Kanina, Bombo Genesis, bago matapos o bago masuspende yung pagdinig ay narinig natin yung naging manifestation ni Representative Marcoleta na sabi niya nga gusto niyang buksan din itong box pero tila baga nagbabala itong mambabatas na maging maingat din dahil nga ay siguraduhin na walang nalalabag na batas, Bombo Genesis.
Oo. Ang isa sa mga kapansin-pansin ngayon, parang hindi natin nasisilayan si Representative Rufus Rodriguez na isa rin sa mga kinikilalang legal luminary dyan sa may part ng Kamara, Bombo Isa. Andyan ba siya o wala siya ngayon?
Kanina, Bombo Genesis, ay hindi natin siya narinig sa manifestation and even dito sa motion nga with regards dito sa pagbubukas nga ng income tax return ng Vice President Sara Duterte at ng kanyang asawa nga na si Attorney Mans Carpio, Bombo Genesis.
Okay. Sige, nagpapatuloy na yata Bombo Isa, no? Balik na yata ang hearing. House or mamaya pa, medyo they're taking their time. Ika nga, itong mga mababatas natin, mga miyembro ng House Justice Committee. Pero doon sa mga ngayon, mga nariyan ngayon na nagsisilbing miyembro ng House Justice Committee, yung more than 30 na member ngayon nito, anong basa mo dyan? Mas marami ba yung pumapabor na buksan ito or mas marami yung tumututol na hindi na lang ito buksan at dalhin na lang ito sa trial kung sakaling tutuloy man sa Senado?
Base dito sa aking pagtatali kanina, Bombo Genesis, tila ba mas marami itong nag-no at isa nga doon sa talagang in-erase nila ay maging maingat talaga sa pagbubukas nitong income tax return ng mag-asawang Duterte, Bombo Genesis.
Sige, balikan ka namin muli Bombo Isa, no? Balik tayo doon sa mahahalagang usapin pa dyan sa may part ng House Justice Committee kung ano yung desisyon na ng body, Bombo Isa.
Yes. Mula rito sa House of Representatives, ito si Bombo Isa Cotoner and this is Bombo Radio Philippines, the number one and most trusted source of news and information, Basta Radio Bombo.
Balik ko tayo sa nagpapatuloy pa rin pong pagdinig, mga kabombo.
Constitution is paramount. That accountability mechanism must be preserved. Impeachment proceeding should be greater than any other proceeding. However, I wish to remind the justice members that in one of our proceeding, we have taken the conservative. We have
The safer and the cautious road. It is because we are likewise aware that we owe it to the Filipino people to be able to proceed with this impeachment proceeding. And if probable cause will be determined, to reach the finish line. With that having said, may I solicit the necessary...
Madam Chair, just a very quick interjection.
The Honorable Sendanya is recognized.
Pasensya na po kayo. Alam ko pong hinihintay ng taong bayan yung desisyon sa pagbubukas ng kahon. Pero may nabanggit po kasi kanina na popo at basya na line po si Representative Marcoleta. Inattribute po niya yung explanation, deserve an explanation kay Popoy. Hindi po siya kay Popoy, linawin ko lang po. Ito po ay kay Papa P, kay Piolo Pascual sa pelikulang Starting Over Again. And I hope that as we decide on this matter, this will not lead us to starting over again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, we are done with Popoy and Piolo. We are addressing a very important decision here. So with the indulgence of all the members, may I solicit the necessary second to the motion to open the box raised by the Honorable Congresswoman Laila De Lima.
I object.
second the motion. Second.
The same has been seconded by the Honorable Antonio Tino. Do I hear an objection?
I object.
The objection has been registered by the Honorable Benny Abante, which means we shall proceed to divide the House. Please be ready to vote. Again, the motion is to open the BIR box. Those who are in favor of the motion, please raise your right hand.
Kasalukuyan pong binibilang mga kabombo, doon pong pumapabor doon sa motion na buksan itong green box at inire-register ng House Secretariat ito pong bilang ng mga pumapabor ho rito. Makikita po nyo na medyo marami-rami po ito. Balik ko tayo.
Those who are not in favor of the motion, please raise your right hand.
Ngayon naman po binibilang yun pong mga member ng House Justice Committee na sumusuporta doon sa motion na huwag na lamang pong buksan ang green box na kinalalagyan, kinapapalooban nitong tax records ng mag-asawang sina Vice President Sara Duterte at Attorney Manasseh Carpio. Mistulang mas marami ho yata ito. Pero hintayin po natin yung report ng Committee Secretariat, mga kabombo. After ho ng official tally or official na pagbibilang dun sa mga sumuporta sa dalawang motion na ito. Balik ko tayo dun sa nagpapatuloy pa rin pong
You may put down
pagdinig.
your hands. Those who abstain, please raise your right hand. That concludes the voting. COMSEC, please submit the result of our vote. With 6 votes in the affirmative and 38 votes in the negative, with 0 abstention, the motion to open the box is hereby denied. So ruled. Let it be placed on the record that the committee will not open the box. The COMSEC is directed to continue preserving and taking care of the sealed box until the committee decides on the existence or non-existence of probable cause. So ruled.
Madam Chair,
The Honorable Lawrence Defensor.
Madam Chair, I move that the box, opened or unopened, constitute part of the official records of this committee since it was officially transmitted by the BIR and officially received by this committee, that it shall form part of the official records that will be transmitted to plenary and to the Senate if necessary.
Second,
Madam Chair.
There is a motion to keep the box open or unopened as part of the official records of this proceeding. The same has been seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Let the box form part, though the same is sealed, form part of the official records of this impeachment proceedings. That concludes our resolution on the matter laid on the table. We shall now proceed to the next item in our agenda.
Madam Chair. Madam
The Honorable Rog Gutierrez.
Madam Chair, just a short motion since we're done with the major motion. May I move, with all due respect to our colleague, Pastor Benny Abante, may we move to strike from the records any mention of the conversation regarding the pronouns used for our colleague, Mr. Marcoleta. I personally, this representation believes that that conversation is not germane to discussion.
The conversation is about?
Yung sa he, her,
right.
Madam Chair.
There is a motion to strike off from the record the manifestation or question of the Honorable Benny Abante about whether the chair is using her in reference to the Honorable Marcoleta. Is there a second?
Second.
The same has been seconded. Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is granted. Please strike off the record all manifestations concerning the use of the chair of her in making reference to the Honorable Marcoleta.
Madam Chair.
The Honorable Brian Poe.
Madam Chair, before we move forward, I just want to make a quick manifestation and an appeal to our colleagues na kung pwede, if we can refrain from using pop culture references in our manifestations and statements. This is a serious matter. This is the impeachment of the second highest official in our government. And I believe it should be treated with the same amount of respect and gravity. Kaya moving forward, I'd like to point that out. Second, Madam Chair, I just want to point out that your reference of our colleague Marcoleta about not being a member of the Committee on Justice was not a slight or to make light of his position as a congressman, but rather para alam din ng mga constituents ni Congressman Marcoleta na if he's unable to vote on the matters, that it is not his responsibility as he is not a member of the Committee on Justice. I just want to clarify para our colleague knows that this was meant in the utmost professional manner. Maraming salamat po.
All the manifestations of the Honorable Brian Poe are noted by this committee. Before we proceed to the next item, may we direct the committee secretary to call again the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May the committee know if the respondents, Vice President Sara Z. Duterte, is present during today's hearing? The respondent, Sara C. Duterte, is not present in today's hearing, Madam Chair.
Let it be placed on the record that the committee secretary called for the second time in today's hearing the Vice President, and she continues to be absent from our today's proceeding. The intention of the same is to extend to her the continuing opportunity to present her evidence, including counter evidence, as well as raising clarificatory questions through the justice members. That is for the record. Now we proceed to the next item in our agenda. This is with respect to the allegation of threat and the acts of destabilization as alleged. We have the NBI from Director Melvin Matibag, including their NBI agents, as resource persons with regards to this allegation. We declare the floor open for clarificatory questions of the justice members.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
The Honorable
Madam
SDML
Chair.
Lawrence Defensor,
Madam
and then the Honorable Congressman Percy Sendanya, Congressman Chel Jokno.
Preliminary matter, Madam Chair.
With the indulgence of those who were recognized already, this is a preliminary matter. We recognize the Honorable Terry Ridon.
Before going into clarificatory questions to the NBI Director, just development from the previous proceedings on unexplained wealth. I think, Madam Chair, the defense panel of the Vice President has been explaining that in the SALN portions, that the cash in hand and cash in bank are lumped together in others. Maybe the committee can request a position paper from the Civil Service Commission on the matter. Kung tama po ba yung pong proseso ng paglikha ng SALN ng atin pong pangalang Pangulo at ano ho ba talagang standards na dapat pong nakalagay sa pagsulat po ng SALN ng mga opisyal po ng pamahalaan.
May we know from the Honorable Ridon if that is a motion or just a request for a position paper which the justice members can consider, notwithstanding the fact that we have concluded already on the clarificatory hearing concerning the unexplained wealth and non-disclosure in SALN.
Well, I think it is a request the committee can request to the CSC if they have a position paper on how SALNs should be made by public officials.
If the justice members have no other inclinations with respect to the request of the Honorable Terry Ridon for the position paper of the Civil Service Commission, whether or not including the cash and bank deposits in the item other is allowed under the rules. If you have no other inclinations, then the committee is considering this request. The committee is therefore directed to send the necessary request to the Civil Service Commission. Now we proceed to the second item in our agenda. For clarificatory questions, we recognize first the Honorable Lawrence Defensor, and then Honorable Percy Sendanya, and then the Honorable Chel Jokno, and then the Honorable Vice Chair Brian Poe.
Madam Chair, may I also be listed?
The Honorable Laila De Lima is hereby listed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Maraming salamat. Madam Chair, may I direct clarificatory questions to NBI Agent John Mark Kalilong. Kaugnay po ito sa banta sa buhay ng pinakamataas na halal na opisyal ng ating bansa, kung saan seryoso at determinadong sinabi ng Vice President na may nakausap na siyang taong pumayag na at nakaabang ng patayin ang presidente, ang kanyang asawa, at ang Speaker of the House of Representatives. Itong mga aligasyon ay nakasaad sa Zabalia complaint na sa paragraph 100 hanggang 106. At naroon din yan sa Cabrera complaint na nakasaad sa paragraphs 64, 65, as well as paragraphs 83 to 90. Madam Chair, I believe there was a subpoena issued to Agent Mark Calilong to appear before the committee at magdala po ng mga dokumento at video in relation sa investigasyon na isinagawa ng NBI. Madam Chair, may I proceed with my clarificatory questions?
You may proceed, Honorable Defensor.
Agent John Mark Calilong, dala mo ba ang mga dokumento at mga video na ni-request nitong committee na ito sa subpoena na ipinadala sa iyo?
Opo, Your Honor, and it was also submitted last April 14, 2026.
Just for confirmation, Madam Chair, and for clarification, may I ask Agent John Mark Calilong, ano ang mga dokumentong binigay mo at can I confirm kung meron bang affidavit of investigation at mga annexes nito ang pinadala mo sa Committee on Justice?
Yes, Your Honor. It contains affidavit of investigation, affidavit of authentication, and annexes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Base din sa Part 2, Paragraph 3 ng affidavit na yan, can I confirm na the NBI was ordered by the Department of Justice to conduct an investigation in the threat made by the Vice President against the life of the President?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ilan kayong nagsagawa nitong investigasyon?
4, Your Honor.
Tama din ba, for clarification, na ang NBI ay nagsagawa ng task force o isang special team para gawin itong investigasyon na ito?
Yes, Your Honor.
At can I also confirm na based sa Part 2, Paragraph 2 ng Affidavit of Investigation at Annex A ng Affidavit of Authentication, nag-issue ang Presidential Communication Office ng statement na ni-refer mismo ng Executive Secretary ang banta sa buhay ng Pangulo sa Presidential Security Command para magsagawa din sila ng sarili nilang aksyon at investigasyon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pwede ba naming malaman kung nagsagawa nga sila, kung alam nyo, at kung ano ang estado nitong investigasyon ng Presidential Security Command?
Based po sa PSC, nagsagawa po sila, pero hindi po nila ma-disclose sa amin yung mga hakbang po na ginawa nila for the security of the President.
Madam Chairman, I reserve my right to ask further questions in the course of this hearing with regard to the threats made by the Vice President on the life of the President. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
We know the reservation of the Honorable Defensor. With that, we recognize the next Justice Member to raise clarificatory questions, the Honorable Percy Sendanya.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. May we request our Secretary to please prepare the clip of the Vice President that was recorded here in the premises of the House, that is the subject of this ground of the complaint. Can we play the video, please?
You are requesting for the video of the Vice President taken inside the premises of the House of Representatives. May we know the exact date of this video?
This video was the video during the early morning of 23 November 2024 when she called a press conference with members of the media through a Zoom call.
With that, we direct I believe that this was produced by the NBI as well. Director Matibag?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Is this video being asked by the Honorable Sendanya to be played part of those submitted last April 14?
Yeah, it's part of the submission based on the subpoena issued by this honorable committee. And also, we able to authenticate those videos that we submitted to the
So this video has been authenticated already by the NBI. With that, we direct the COMSEC to the Secretariat to play the video of the Vice President taken inside the premises on November 23,
When
2024.
Ang ina
ninyong lahat. Martin Romualdez, Lisa Marcos, Bongbong Marcos.
Madam Chair, can we begin the video again because the audio was not clear at the
Please
beginning.
replay and please max the volume.
Binabalikan po mga kabombo yung pong video noong nagpatawag ng press conference.
Ina ninyong lahat. Martin Romualdez, Lisa Marcos, Bongbong Marcos. Huwag kang mag-alala, ma'am, sa security ko. Kasi may kinausap na ako na tao. Sinabi ko sa kanya, kapag pinatay ako, patayin mo si BBM, si Lisa Araneta, at si Martin Romualdez. No joke. No joke. Nagdilin na ako, ma'am. Pag namatay ako, sabi ko, huwag ka tumigil na hanggang hindi mo mapatay sila. And then he said yes.
Honorable Sendanya.
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair. I'd like now to ask some questions to the NBI. Gusto ko po magtanong sa inyo tungkol po doon sa inyong affidavit of investigation. Particularly, I'm referring to page 28, ng inyong pong affidavit of investigation. Nabanggit po dyan kasi yung inciting to sedition. Baka pwede pong very quickly lang, in layman's terms, ano po ba ang elements ng crime na inciting to sedition?
NBI may answer.
Our legal officer during that time is Attorney Intel. She will address the question.
What is the name of the legal officer, Director Matibag?
Attorney Intel Malikad.
Attorney Intel. Attorney Intel, you are
Yentel,
recognized. What is that, Director?
Intel.
Attorney Yentel is recognized.
Attorney Yentel, Madam Chair, the question for the NBI which will be answered by Attorney Yentel is, mention po dun sa page 28 na ating affidavit, yung inciting to sedition. Para lang po matulungan din yung ating po mga kababayan na nanonood sa atin ngayon, ano po ba ang elements ng inciting to sedition?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, to the members of the committee. As is stated in the affidavit of investigation prepared by the National Bureau of Investigation, the following are the elements of inciting to sedition. The offender does not take direct part in the crime of sedition. The offender uttered seditious words. And number 3, the utterance of seditious words is done by means of speeches which lead or tend to stir up the people against the lawful authorities or to disturb the peace of the community, the safety and order of the government.
So doon po sa napanood nating video,
If I may interrupt, Honorable Sendanya, I observe that Attorney Yentel is reading from a certain document. May we know what document is that?
Yes, it's page 26, number 74 of the affidavit of investigation, Your
Is
Honor.
this part of the documents that were submitted last April 14 to
Yes,
this
Your
committee?
Honor, it was among the documents submitted by the NBI.
For the guidance of the members, Honorable Sendanya, would you like to request Attorney Yentel to flash that portion of the document in the big screen so
Yes,
that
Madam
everybody
Chair.
can see?
Yes, Madam Chair, kindly flash that portion of the document on the big screen. Can we enlarge it a bit? Ito pong number 74 sinasabi na ito daw po yung elements na inciting to sedition. So, batay po dyan sa sinasabi ninyo at sa napanood po nating video earlier, yung po bang ginawa ni VP Sara ay inciting to sedition?
Based on the investigation conducted by the NBI and on the certification issued by the Department of Justice in relation to the Department Circular 20, the NBI submitted, or the complaint referred by the NBI, which includes inciting to sedition, contains all the necessary evidence to prove the essential elements of the crime and should be docketed for preliminary investigation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nabanggit din po ninyo sa inyong affidavit yung grave threats para po sa ating mga kababayan nakikinig. In layman's terms po, ano po ang Ibig sabihin, no, ano ang mga elemento ng grave threats? Again, if you can cite the page number so that we can flash it on screen, Madam Chair.
Based on Article 282 of the revised
Madam Chair, what page is this again?
page 15 and 16 of the affidavit of investigation, Your Honor.
Please flash the concerned portion of page 15 and page 16. Secretariat? If I may interrupt, because we are dealing with documents already, and the same has not yet been formally identified by the NBI. Would you like to raise questions first that will lead towards the identification
Yes,
of the document?
Madam Chair, may we request the NBI to please identify the documents that they were referring to so that it could be entered into our records today.
Madam Chair, the identification of the affidavit, may I direct that to Attorney Jeremy Lotok, he's the chief of CCD and the one who executed the affidavit.
Madam Chair, may I be recognized?
With the indulgence of the Honorable Sendanya, the questions of Honorable Zamora is with respect likewise to the identification of the document. So is it okay?
Yes, Madam Chair, I will yield the time to Representative
And
Zamora.
then we will be calling you again.
Thank you very much.
The Honorable Bel Zamora is recognized.
May I ask the committee secretary to flash the affidavit signed by the NBI officials?
Bahagi pa rin po ito mga kahombo ng nagpapatuloy na pagdinig kung saan nasa pangalawang yugto na po ito ng House Committee on Justice. Ang nauna po kanina ay pinagdesisyonan yun pong tungkol sa greenbacks at pangalawa ito pong pinag-aaralan na ho nila yung nagaang pagbabanta ni Vice President Sara Duterte dun sa buhay ni Pangulong Marcos at ng kanyang may bahay at kay dating House Speaker Martin Romualdez. Nangyari po ito November 23 of 2024, ng taong 2024. Balik ko tayo mga kabom.
In-issue po ninyo at ng mga kasama po ninyo para po sa kalinawan ng lahat.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ito po ay isang affidavit of investigation. Comsec, can we go to the last page? Page 28 and 29. I would just like the NBI officials to identify this document. Page 28, Comsec.
Madam Chair, may I request that the video which forms part of the affidavit be included as part of the records of this committee as well.
There is a motion to include the video just presented about the threat to form part of the official records of this proceeding. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is granted.
Okay. Going forward, sa inyo pong affidavit of investigation, page 28 po nito, meron pong sa bandang taas po, sa bandang gitna, meron pong 4 na signatures. S.A. Jeremy C. Lotok, SRA Ria Vanessa Diaz Asuncion, SRA Van Homer M. Angluben, Agent John Mark Calilong. Kayo ba po ang mga nakapirma dito?
Yes, Your Honor. 4 po kami nakapirma dito.
4 po kayo
May we
nakapirma
request
dyan.
the other, those who signed, to please answer the question of the Honorable Zamora?
Yes, Your Honor. Nakapirma
State
po
your
ako
name.
dito. Jeremy C. Lotok, ma'am. Ako po yung nakapirma rito,
Next.
Madam Chair.
Senior Agent Van Homer Angluben, Your Honor. I'm one of the signatories of the complaint.
You confirm your signature.
Yes,
Next.
Madam Chair.
Senior Agent Ria Vanessa Asuncion, I confirm my signature, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po. So itong 4 na po na pumirma dito ay kayo. Meron pong isang pirma dito, Glenn A. Ricarte, Assistant Director for Investigation Service, National Bureau of Investigation. Sino po ito at bakit po siya nakapirma sa ilalim?
He was the then Assistant Director for Investigation Service, ma'am, and he was the one who sworn to before sa amin lahat.
He administered the oath po nung kayo ay gumawa ng inyong recommendation dito po sa affidavit of investigation.
Yes, ma'am. Siya po yung nag-administer sa amin.
Okay, maraming salamat po. If I may proceed, Madam Chair, with a few questions.
Honorable Sendanya, this is with regards to the documents that they submitted. So the intention of Kong Bell is to have all the documents identified first before we raise questions on these documents. With your indulgence.
I concur, Madam Chair.
The Honorable Zamora may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Sendanya. Agent Calilong, base po sa inyong affidavit of authentication of digital evidence na Annex A naman din po nitong affidavit of investigation, na-authenticate po ninyo yung video ng press conference ni VP Duterte noong November 23, 2024. Tama ba po?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ito pong video ng press conference, yung kanina pong pinlay po natin, di ba po yun? Tama ba po yun?
Yes po, part po yun. Meron pong inauthenticate ako na whole video, Your Honor.
Whole video po ang authenticate, ang inyong inauthenticate. Okay po. Ano po ang ibig sabihin ninyo ng pag-authenticate o ang authentication ng video?
Authenticate po is pag-ensure na ang yung video na yon is the same and actual nung nag-transpire. I-ensure po namin na hindi po siya edited or spliced or AI generated, Your Honor.
Okay, maraming salamat po. Maaari mo bang ipaliwanag sa amin ang proseso ng pag-authenticate in layman's terms kung pwede po, as much as you can?
Yes, Your Honor. Una po, kami, communicate with Facebook Meta para po ma-preserve po yung URL na nagko-contain po nung video nung press conference nung November 23, 2024. Then, nagkaroon po kami ng confirmation email from Meta na ginawa nila yung necessary step para po ma-preserve. Next, we conducted screen recording of the video to ensure that what transpired is also being recorded.
Spin recording po.
Yes po, including the URL po, tsaka kung sino po yung nag-stream ng video.
Okay po.
Then after po makapag-generate
Sorry
kami...
po, binanggit niyo po kung sino po yung nag-stream ng video. Sino po yung nag-stream ng video na ito?
For the authenticated video, ang nag-stream po is si Harry Roque po, Your Honor.
Okay po.
Na account po.
Go ahead po. Sige po, tuloy po.
Then after pong ma-record, nag-conduct po kami ng hash value calculation. Ang hash value calculation po, yung po yung tinatawag na in layman's term, pag-fingerprint nung digital data, digital file, para po ma-ensure na yung video na yon, if magkaroon ng editing, magbabago po yung hash value.
So meaning nyo po, makita po natin na altered or edited po ang video, it will have a different hash value.
Yes, Your Honor. Magge-generate po ng different hash value if na-edit po yung video.
Okay, go ahead po.
Then after po nun, isinave po namin siya sa storage device and submitted as evidence, Your Honor.
So you confirm po that you submitted a copy of the video that you authenticated to the Committee on Justice, and what we played earlier is the authenticated video.
Yes, Your Honor. It's part of the authenticated video.
Okay, tapos dahil dito po sa inyong proseso ng pag-authenticate, sigurado po tayo na hindi edited, altered, or AI yung video po na hawak po ninyo at pinasa niyo po sa amin.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, maraming salamat po, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
We now recognize again the Honorable Percy Sendanya.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. For recap lang po, mabilis. So kanina po, pinlay natin yung video, tapos tinanong po natin sa NBI kung yung batay ba sa video na yon ay citing to sedition yung ginawa ni VP Sara, at ang sagot po nila is on the affirmative. nakasite din po kasi yung usapin ng grave threats dun po sa kanilang affidavit. So tanong lang po sa NBI, batay po sa inyong affidavit investigation, yun po bang ginawa ni VP Sara, grave threats po ba yon?
Base po sa ebidensya na nakalap ng NBI at na-submit po sa Department of Justice for the purpose of preliminary investigation, ang naging findings po ng NBI, the acts of the Vice President constitutes grave threats.
So inulit ko lang po, so sinasabi po ng NBI, yung ginawa na yun ni VP Sara sa napanood nating video ay inciting to sedition at grave threats. May nabanggit din po kayo sa page 28, reasonable certainty of conviction for VP Sara for inciting to sedition and grave threats. Ano pong ibig sabihin ng reasonable certainty of conviction para po sa ating mga tagapanood?
Noong March 31, 2023, ang Department of Justice po ay nag-issue ng Department Circular number 20 na kung saan po ang standard or quantum of proof ng in carrying out the roles of the investigators and as well as the prosecutors, ini-ensure po dapat ng mga investigators as well as the prosecutors that there must be a prima facie case. I am citing Section 2 of Department Circular 20, and that there must be a reasonable certainty of conviction based on available documents, witnesses, real evidence, and the like.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a very brief manifestation before I yield the time to the next member of the committee. Mahalagang paalala po, huwag nating ugaliing pagbantaan ang buhay ng kahit sino man. Krimen po yun. And we were expecting that the Vice President knows this. The threat alone is a separate crime from homicide or murder. Sabi nga ng NBI, there is reasonable certainty of conviction against VP Sara on 1 count of inciting to sedition and 3 counts of grave threats. Kung hindi tama ang ugaling ito para sa second highest official of the land, mas lalong hindi po ito karapat-dapat para sa isang tao na nag-aambisyon na maging highest official of the land. Inuulit po natin, grave threat, inciting to sedition, sinasabi ng NBI, ginawa po yan ni VP Sara. Maraming salamat, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sendanya. The Honorable Joel Chua.
Madam Chair, I move that we adopt the documents and videos submitted by the NBI last April 14, 2026, and today, April 29, 2026, and be made part of the records of this proceeding.
There is a motion to adopt all the documents, digital and documentary, submitted by the NBI to this committee during the hearing of April 14, 2026, including those which are being submitted today, April 29, 2026, to form part of the official records of the proceeding of this committee. Do I hear a second?
Second.
The same has been seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. The committee secretary is directed to submit the additional documents being submitted by the NBI.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
There is a list, Honorable Abante, unless that is a point of order.
Kung wala na pong question sa NBI, I'd like to make a manifestation, Madam Chair, on destabilization.
We have a long list for clarificatory questions for NBI. So I will call you later, Honorable Abante. Now we recognize the Honorable Chel Jokno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, may I just seek clarification from the affiants of the affidavit of investigation. There are 4 of you from the NBI who signed this affidavit. S.A. Jeremy C. Lotok, SRA Ria Vanessa Diaz Asuncion, SRA Van Homer M. Angluben, and Agent John Mark Kalilong. I would just like to know who among you are the most senior in rank of the 4 affiants.
I am the most senior, sir.
You are,
among
sir?
the 4, sir. I am the most senior, sir, among the 4.
Kindly
yes, sir.
identify yourself. Di ko makita yung nameplate ninyo. S.A. Jeremy Lotok. Yes, I'd just like to seek your confirmation. In paragraph 4 of your affidavit of investigation, you said, and I quote, in the same press conference VP Duterte likewise responded to an online commenter expressing concern on her security by stating, quote, "Yes, wag kang mag-alala ma'am sa security ko kasi may kinausap na ako na tao." Sinabi ko sa kanya, kapag pinatay ako, patayin mo si BBM, si Lisa Araneta at si Martin Romualdez. No joke, no joke. Nagbili na ako ma'am. Pag namatay ako, sabi ko, wag kang tumigil hanggang hindi mo mapatay sila. And then he said yes. So you confirm that this is in your affidavit of investigation.
Yes, sir, I do confirm that it's part of our affidavit investigation.
And I would just like to know your understanding dun sa bandang yung una kong nabanggit na quotation. Yes, wag kang mag-alala ma'am sa security ko kasi may nakausap na ako na tao. In relation to the last part of the last sentence where the VP Sara said, and then he said yes. May I know what's your understanding? Is that one and the same person?
Well, actually, ongoing yung investigation namin, sir. Although we cannot divulge it right now para hindi ho ma-preempt yung aming ginagawang investigasyon. But definitely, we believe na meron ho siyang kinausap at meron hong assassin na naka-assign base doon sa conversation.
Just to confirm that I heard right, na meron siyang you confirm. Could you kindly repeat your statement?
Yes, sir. Based ho sa aming affidavit, VP Sara is referring to one and the same person, sir.
At kasama po sa inyong investigasyon yung pagtukoy doon sa kung sino man yung taong yon.
Which is ongoing po, sir. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No more questions.
Thank you, Honorable Jokno. Now we recognize the Honorable Vice Chairperson Brian Po.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair. May I respectfully ask a few clarificatory questions to the resource person, NBI Agent John Mark Calilong. Sir? Agent Calilong, lahat ng mga tanong ko ay una magagaling po sa affidavit of investigation niyo po. Walang bagong evidence, no probing questions, only clarificatory questions. The point of this is in order to determine probable cause, we must first establish na may totoong security threat. No? Kasi may mga tao na nagsasabi na biro lang yan or conditional siya. But I need to know whether or not the security sector saw this as a tangible security threat. With that being said, Agent Calilong, base sa Part 3, Paragraph 16 ng Affidavit of Investigation nyo, Annex I, no? Affidavit of Authentication of Digital Evidence, nag-statement din si PBBM noong November 24, 2024 na nakakabahala ang mga pahayag ni VP Duterte, lalo na ang threat sa kanyang buhay. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Base naman sa Part 3, Paragraph 22 ng Affidavit of Investigation at Annex O ng Affidavit of Authentication of Digital Evidence, sinabi ng Philippine National Police sa isang statement na in light of Vice President Sara Duterte's recent statement, which directly referenced an assassin contracted to target the president, the PNP recognizes the grave nature of this matter. Tama po ba yan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Tama din po ba na mula sa parehong statement na sinabi din na the safety of the president is a matter of is a national concern and any direct or indirect threat to his life must be addressed with the highest level of urgency. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Moving forward, base dito naman sa Part 3, no? Paragraph 23 ng Affidavit of Investigation at Annex P ng Affidavit of Authentication of Digital Evidence, sinabi din ng National Security Council sa isang statement, the National Security Council considers all threats to the President of the Philippines as serious. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Tama po ba na gumawa po kayo ng investigation into this matter? Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Tama din na nagsampa po kayo ng kaso.
Yes, Your Honor.
What case did you file?
3 counts of grave threat and 1 count of inciting to sedition.
And you would not file this if you did not believe that there was a valid threat.
Based on investigation, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Madam Chair, with that being said, I would just like to make a quick manifestation on the matter.
You may proceed, Honorable Po.
Madam Chair, I believe that this assassination plot against the President, the First Lady, and former Speaker of the House not only spread throughout our country, but also made headlines internationally, and for the wrong reasons. No, this put into question our stability and our national security. Could we see some of those headlines? I just want it on the record.
All right. So the headlines provided by the NBI have been submitted. Now it is on our big screen.
Madam Chair, the reason why I bring this up is because this is no ordinary threat. No, this is a threat by the Vice President against the President of the Republic of the Philippines. And people around the world took note of that, questioning our stability and our national security. I remember a case in 2018 of a teacher who had made a similar threat online and was arrested by the PNP. He was not a public official. He was an ordinary Filipino citizen. This committee has to take into consideration that moment, no, in 2018, because we are sending a message with the decision that we make today on probable cause. I would like to thank the resource persons for confirming the statements of the National Security Council, the Philippine National Police, and the President of the Republic of the Philippines. Maraming salamat po.
You mentioned about the video of the teacher. The clip about the teacher.
I mentioned that in 2018 po, there was a teacher who had been arrested for having posted on social media that there
Do you
was...
have a news clip also about that teacher?
I do not believe we have a clip. Do we have a clip of it?
Can we flash again the headlines earlier requested by the Honorable Po? I just want to place on record, Honorable Po, if you wish to read, the headlines from the international news platform.
Yes, para na sa record natin. From CBS News, Philippines Vice President publicly threatens to have the nation's president assassinated. CNN World states Philippine Vice President says she would have Marcos assassinated if she is killed. Reuters has Philippines boost security after VP's assassination threat against the president, and the Hindustan Times says the Philippine VP Sara Duterte makes big statement. She says, "If I die," and so on.
All right, that is for the record. You have other manifestations?
No, Madam Chair, just the fact that this will set precedents on how we deal with matters of national security, and we must take this seriously.
All right. The Honor Director Melvin Matibag.
Yeah, Madam Chair, just for the record, based on what the Honorable Congressman Brian Po mentioned, we confirm that in 2018 there was a teacher, teacher.
Do you have a news clip of that public school teacher?
We don't have it now, but we can have it authenticated.
For the guidance of the members, Honorable Po is trying to establish the two standards that we are observing with respect to the threat committed by the teacher who was immediately arrested.
Yes.
And a case was filed and convicted, correct?
Hindi po ma'am, ganito nga po, kaya po ako gusto magsalita. Kasi po, nung panahon na yun, ang umaresto rin po dito kay Ronel May, ang NBI po. NBI din po, siya po inaaresto pagkatapos ng 10 araw na nagbigay siya ng pronouncement na nandoon sa social media na kung sino man ang papatay kay dating Pangulong Duterte nung panahon na yun ay magkakaroon ng pabuya na 50 million. At nagkaroon po ng manhunt, inaresto siya after 10 days na aresto. At to my recollection, lumuhod yung tao na nagmamakaawa, na sinabi na hindi naman seryoso, nagbibiro lang. The point is, why are we saying this? Is because we in the law enforcement, the National Bureau of Investigation, we considered all the threat to the President and to any official of the government a serious threat. Hindi po ito pwedeng biro-biro. And yung mga pinakita nga pong video kanina dyan, yan po ay pinag-aralan at naging parte ng pagdidesisyon ng National Bureau of Investigation para habla ng isang criminal case po kay Vice President Sara Duterte na ngayon ay po ay nakapending sa Department of Justice. So, ang punto nga dyan, kami po ay kumikilos, ang NBI kumikilos, anumang threat, sino man po ang binigyan ng threat. In fact, to my recollection, nung inimbitahan po si Vice President Sara at meron din siyang aligasyon na may threat din sa kanya, we want to pursue it. Pero wala naman po at hindi rin po siya dumalo dun po sa pagpapatawag po ng National Bureau of Investigation.
Madam
All
Chair.
right. Honorable po.
Madam Chair, just to manifest, no, it's important to highlight this because it shows due process. There was a threat, it was investigated, and in the end, he was released naman. Our purpose here is to determine probable cause. It's not to make a final decision on anything. The point here is investigation. If it's found out later on that there was no viable threat, then that's part of what we have to do sa trial. We're not there yet. We're on probable cause. Kaya I bring this up because what happened in 2018 is part of due process. This too is part of due process. Just trying to be fair, Madam Chair.
We know the manifestation of the Honorable po. Any other manifestation from the Director of the NBI?
Gusto ko lang pong dagdagan dun sa sinasabi po ni Honorable Brian po na actually hindi po ito pinawalan ng law enforcement. Nagkaroon po ito ng kaso talaga. It so happened na kaya po hindi nagtuloy-tuloy yung kaso. There was a finding of illegal arrest kasi hindi naman siya yung parang naging continuous. Dapat po nag-direct filing. Ang ginawa nung hinulip, pinapasok po sa inquest ano po. But as to make a comment dun sa due process po na dapat pare-pares yung standards sa National Bureau of Investigation, we want to make sure na kung ano po yung ginawa ng isang ordinaryong tao at ng mataas na opisyal na parehas po na krimen, ay kailangan po naming habulin at papanagutin po sa ilalim po ng ating batas.
All the comments of the NBI Director are noted by the committee. Let's proceed to our clarificatory questions. We now recognize the Honorable Laila De Lima.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few clarificatory questions and then a manifestation.
Proceed.
But anyone from the NBI team can respond. Just clarificatory lang po. Based on Annex G attached on your affidavit of investigation, can you confirm that the Bureau, the NBI, issued a subpoena directing VP Sara to appear in the NBI office of the Director on November 29, 2024 to shed light on the investigation of the alleged grave threats?
Yes, ma'am,
Nagpadala ba
we
kayo
do.
ng subpoena?
Yes, ma'am. We do confirm, ma'am.
Nagpakita po ba si VP Sara sa NBI noong November 29, 2024 para makipagtulungan sa investigasyon?
Hindi po nag-appear, ma'am, ang Vice Presidente sa schedule na yon ng subpoena namin.
Alam niyo ho bang dahilan? Meron ho ba siyang pinadalang dahilan kung bakit hindi siya sumipot?
Meron po siyang letter, ma'am, through her counsel. If I may, ma'am, kung pwede ko pong basahin
Yes,
ito.
please.
VP Duterte informed the NBI that she will not be able to attend on the scheduled date as she will be attending office matters requiring her urgent attention as a consequence of the ongoing House Representatives Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability's inquiry into the Office of the Vice President and Department of Education's fund utilization. On that same letter, VP Duterte requested for a copy of the complaint.
Okay, so ang sabi po, she's attending to urgent office matter. Yun po ang kanyang dahilan. sa hindi niya pagsipot noong November 29, 2024.
Yes, ma'am. Base po sa letter na yun.
Based naman po on Annex J of your affidavit of investigation, can you confirm na nag-issue po uli kayo ng subpoena kay VP Sara commanding her to appear on November 11, 2024 before the office of the Director of NBI?
Yes,
Again,
ma'am. We
we'd like
issued
to
a second
investigate.
subpoena to her, ma'am.
Sumipot po ba siya? Pumunta po ba siya?
Hindi po, ma'am, for the second time. Hindi po nag-appear ang ating Vice Presidente.
Ano naman po ang naging dahilan this time? Second time around, November 11, 2024.
If I may, ma'am, kasi meron hong letter na pinadala through her counsel. Again, the NBI was informed that VP Duterte will not appear on the scheduled date and denied having made any threat. Quote, with respect, we must state the obvious that the Honorable Secretary of Justice is the Office Administrative Superior, Head of Agency, and the President's alter ego, while the Honorable Executive Secretary is the President's chief alter ego. Given these facts, you will kindly understand our client's prudence in her cooperation with our office and her desistance from appearing and giving any statement on 11 December 2024. That said, our client vehemently denies having made any threat constituting grave threats under Article 282 of the Revised Penal Code in relation to Section 6 of RA 10175, terrorism and any other punishable acts under Republic Act 11479 or any other crime. Since your office acknowledges that it has access to publicly available material on the internet, we are confident that the content and context of the entire press conferences, subject matter of your investigation will bear this out. Close quote.
Okay, so sinabi nyo na dini-deny
Yes, ma'am.
ni VP Sara ang kanyang mga pagbabanta laban sa Pangulo, sa First Lady at sa former Speaker of the House. Kahit ito mismong threats na ito ay nagaling na mismo sa kanyang bibig at kitang-kita natin doon sa...
Kong Laila, closer to the microphone, please.
Kahit po yung threat mismo ay nanggaling sa kanyang mismong bibig at kitang-kita po natin sa video.
Based on her letter, ma'am, yes. Opo.
Yes. And yung video is na-authenticate ng NBI.
Yes, ma'am.
Hindi yun gawa-gawa lang, hindi yun AI.
Yes, ma'am. We hashed the data, the subject data, meaning the virtual press conference, which was live streamed through social media platform. When we say hashing, we apply a mathematical function to that data to convert it into a fixed length value called hash value. Yun po yung ini-explain kanina ng aming technical.
So authenticated.
Yes, ma'am. Authenticated po siya.
Based din po sa inyong affidavit of investigation, can you confirm na nag-issue din po ang NBI ng subpoena to some representatives of the media, some personalities of the media who attended yung OVP press conference na yan noong November 23, 2024, yung online press con?
Yes, ma'am.
Huwag na lang ho natin banggitin ang mga pangalan ng mga media personalities na mga inimbitan nyo, sinabpina nyo. Pero ang pinapa-confirm ko lang po, meron po kayong ilan-ilan na mga miyembro ng media na sinabpina rin to shed light on this also because they were present in that virtual or online press conference.
Yes, ma'am. We issued subpoena to at least 6 media personnel, ma'am.
From various media outfits.
From various
Iba-ibang
media
outfits. Iko-confirm nyo rin po kasi nabasa ko po yung ibang mga affidavit nila. Kino-confirm nyo rin po na may mga reaction sa kanila. Doon sa ilan-ilan sa kanila tungkol doon sa ang isa nagsabi, I was surprised, shocked nung narinig na yung pagbabanta na yon. Ni VP Sara, I was surprised, shocked, but I kept myself composed. Yung isa naman, ayun, yung parang nagulat siya. Nagulat daw siya na ganon ang naging pahayag nung pagbanta ni VP Sara. Meron din isa, sinabi he was shocked when he heard VP Duterte uttered the threatening remarks. So ilan-ilan po sa mga media personalities na ito na inimbitahan nyo o sinampinan nyo, ganun ho yung mga naging reaction nila nung narinig nila mismo yung banta na yon galing sa bibig ni VP Sara.
Yes, ma'am, we confirm that.
We confirm. So there are affidavits here as part of the annexes of the NBI investigation report.
It's not affidavits, ma'am. It's minutes of interview, ma'am.
Minutes of interview. Ganon yung mga sinabi nilang naging reaction nila.
Opo, ma'am.
Okay. As by way of manifestation now, Madam Chair, para sa akin po, itong ground na ito, threats, inciting to sedition, ito po ay isa sa pinakamalakas, kung hindi pinakamalakas na ground para sa akin po. As the endorser of the Sabali et al. Complaint sa kapagbabasa ko ng records. Yes, lahat po ng grounds for impeachment raised against the VP are serious. But more than the other grounds, ito pong ground na ito, the threats, is one of the most important in the sense that it gives us an insight into the true character and moral fiber of the VP. Sa pagkakataong yun, maaga pa lang ay nakita na ng buong sambayan ng Pilipino ang tunay na karakter at pagkatao ni VP Sara. Never before in the entire history of the world has a sitting vice president threatened to kill the president and his wife on live streaming video for the whole Filipino nation and even the world to watch. It finally revealed Sara Duterte at her most transparent and unfiltered moment. And para sa akin po, this is not an aberrant attitude of a Duterte. In fact, it is their trademark character. Just recently, yung kapatid nga niya po, si Mayor Baste, said that all he wants is the head of the president, nothing more. And then the Duterte family will be satisfied. This to me, ang pagbasa ko po dito, hindi naman po ako psychologist o psychiatrist, pero sa aking obserbasyon, this is a clear pattern running along all of the Duterte children. They're all cut from the same cloth and woven from the same fabric as their father, who is now facing 3 charges of crimes against humanity before the ICC for the murder of thousands of Filipino civilians, all citizens he was sworn to protect. So may history of violence, may proclivity, may tendency to violence ang pamilya pong yan. Mayor Baste also showed us that the Duterte family is capable of bringing back the bloodshed instigated by their father, as he attempted to do so immediately at the start of his first term as Davao City Mayor in 2022, with the killing of 7 alleged criminals in Davao City. Fortunately, his attempt to bring back the Davao Death Squad was immediately put to a stop by the PNP when the leadership of the whole Davao Police Force was revealed. The Davao City Police was no longer the Davao Death Squad that the children grew up with and got used to running their errands, including the occasional execution of enemies, as attested to by DDS leader Arturo Las Cañas. Mayor Baste's failed revival of the DDS is also just a poor copy of his sister's record in the EJK business. According to Las Cañas, then Mayor Sara together with the then City Police Chief and now Senator at Large Bato de la Rosa were the ones to come up with Oplan Tokhang as an operation modus of the DDS. Marami pong sinabi si Las Cañas sa kakayahan ni VP Sara na maging katulad ng kanyang tatay. Kaya nung sinabi ni VP Sara na kumuha na siya ng hitman para patayin ang first couple, hindi po yun biro. Siya po mismo ang nagsabi, no joke. Hindi biro ang pagbabanta ni VP Sara sa buhay ng Pangulo at unang ginang. Na ginawa niyang bantang ito ay hindi na alegasyon. Napanood po natin ito sa live streaming video. Nung gabing yon, nakita natin ang totoong Sara Duterte. Nanlilisik ang mata, halos bumula ang bibig, at lumabas ang dugo sa tenga dahil tila ba sasabog na ang kanyang ulo sa galit dahil sa pag-detain sa kanyang chief of staff dito mismo sa loob ng batasan. The irony of this is that it all happened here, within the premises of the House of Representatives, in the same government compound where we are sitting now in judgment whether or not to recommend to the House plenary the filing of the articles of impeachment against VP Sara for the Senate, to the Senate for an impeachment trial. And so we have gone full circle, Madam Chair. Sa haba-haba ng prosesyon na nag-umpisa sa opisina ni Kong Paulo Duterte nung gabi, noong November 23, 2024, bumalik tayo ngayon para dinggin ang krimen at impeachable offense na naganap malapit lamang sa bulwagan na ito. Ang seryosong pagbabanta sa buhay ng Pangulo, unang ginang dating speaker ng kanyang pangalawang Pangulo. Hindi bale sana kung walang gulugod sa likod ng banta. Pero katulad po ng aking sinabi, may kakayahan si VP Sara at ang pamilya Duterte na isa katuparan ng kanilang mga bantang pagpatay sa Pangulo. Sa katunayan, ilang beses na nilang hinahilintulad ang Pangulo sa libo-libong drug addict na pinapatay ng kanilang tatay. Sa tingin ko po, sa akin po, ito ang pinakamalalang ground for impeachment. Dahil pinakita nito ang kawalan ng tamang pag-iisip ni VP Sara. Again, I'm not a psychologist or a psychiatrist, but that's what I can see from the character and personality of VP Sara. Hindi lamang pagbabanta sa buhay ng Pangulo ang ating nasaksihan noong gabing yon mula sa room 304 ng South Wing Annex, kung hindi ang lagim na kinakaharap ng ating bayan sa ilalim ng isa na namang Duterte. That is my manifestation, Madam Chair, for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable De Lima. Next to raise clarificatory questions is the Honorable Bernadette Barbers.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Clarificatory question lang po para kay Director Matibag. Good afternoon, Director Matibag.
Good afternoon.
Oo. Kasama din po ba sa video yung tungkol sa pagbibitiw sa tungkulin ni VP Duterte bilang miyembro ng kabinete ni Pangulong Marcos at saka bilang Secretary ng Department of Education at bilang Vice Chair ng NTF-ELCAC or the National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict?
Yes, good afternoon. That question, I would like to direct to John Mark Calilong. He was the one who authenticated the videos na dinala namin at sinabit dito.
Secretariat, please play the video.
Earlier today, June 19, 2024, I sought an audience with the President and tendered my resignation as the Secretary of Education effective July 19, 2024. I have given my 30-day notice to ensure the proper and orderly transition for the benefit of the next Secretary.
Pangalawang tanong po, yun naman pong video pagkatapos niyan na biglang sinabi niyang hindi na raw siya dadalo sa SONA ni PBBM at ina-appoint niya yung sarili niya bilang designated survivor.
It was considered during our investigation, Your Honor.
Okay.
Did you submit that video also?
Yes, Your Honor.
Secretariat, kindly play the video.
Matay ka sa sana.
No. No, I will not attend the SONA. I am appointing myself as the designated survivor.
Okay. Yan po yung video. Pinatotohanan niyo ba na yan yung inyong inimbestigahan?
Yes, kasama po sa conduct of investigation and an ongoing investigation po.
Okay, maraming salamat po.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Madam
The
Chair.
Honorable Ko.
Ako muna.
But before Honorable Ko,
In reference to the
few
manifestation.
follow-up question lang from the Honorable Chua.
Got it, Madam Chair.
Just a brief manifestation, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, alam po ninyo yung designated survivor, no? Gusto ko lang i-emphasize na hindi po natin po pwedeng baliwalain ito. Kasi sa Amerika po o sa ibang bansa, ito pong tinatawag nating designated survivor ay ito po ay protocol sa US government. Ito po ay inakma dun sa isang makikita po natin yung konsepto nito dun po sa isang TV series sa Amerika, yung designated survivor. So ang ibig sabihin po nito, Madam Chair, dun po sa Amerika, pagka meron pong isang malaking pagtitipon kung saan nandoon lahat ang mga top brass o lahat ng mga matataas na opisyal ng gobyerno mula presidente, vice-presidente, mga cabinet secretary, senador, mga congressman. Kumbaga, ikukumpara po natin dito sa ating present setup. Ito po yung tinatawag nating SONA. Sa Amerika po, meron pong isang opisyal ng gobyerno na sineseparate nila o hindi nila pina-attend doon sa pagtitipon na yon ng kagaya ng SONA. Yun ang tinatawag nilang designated survivor. Ang purpose po nun, in the event na may mangyari, halimbawa po, nagkaroon po ng catastrophic event, nagkaroon ng matinding lindol, nagkaroon ng matinding halimbawa o binomba yung isang lugar kung saan nandoon lahat ang mga matataas na opisyal ng gobyerno. Meron pong isang matitira, yung designated survivor, siya po ang tatayo o hahaliling presidente ng bansa. Yun po yung ibig sabihin ng designated survivor. Ngayon, ang tanong ko po, bakit po ito binabanggit ng ating vice-presidente? Meron po ba siyang alam na masamang mangyayari nung panahon na yon? O may alam ba ang ating vice-presidente na mangyayari kaya ayaw po niyang dumalo sa SONA? So ito po yung mga katanungan na hindi po natin dapat binabaliwala. So yun lang po, Madam Chair.
Before we proceed, our parliamentary status, we are conducting the clarificatory hearing for the allegations of threat and destabilization acts. And there are justice members who have raised clarificatory questions already. We are on the video. Honorable Barbers just presented the video of resignation of the Vice President and the designated survivor videos. And for the record, these videos were submitted by the NBI during our clarificatory hearings. To proceed,
Madam Chair.
the Honorable Joboy Aquino.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Hindi ba unfair naman po kung ang pop culture reference ay gagawin basihan ng suspicion? Marami namang gumagamit ng references from films and series as metaphor. Metaphor lang, Madam Chair. Ang punto ko lang, yung series ng Designated Survivor ay widely known na fiction. Kung ginamit man ito ng Vice Presidente, it could simply be a figure of speech. We should be careful not to overinterpret statements or put meaning beyond its plain language, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
I observe that Chair Benny Abante is also raising his hand. Do you have any manifestation or clarificatory question with regards to the resignation video and the designated survivor video?
I requested, Madam Chair, that after the clarificatory questions, that I would be allowed to make a manifestation.
All right, so I will call you after all the clarificatory questions.
Madam
The
Chair.
Honorable Kong, Attorney JP Padiernos is recognized.
Madam Chair, thank you so much. Madam Chair, I understand yung point po na ni-raise ni Honorable Joboy Aquino. However, we must also consider the other side of the coin. There is a need to examine the statements of the impeachable officer in their entirety and not in isolation in order to determine context, intent, and possible implication. In particular, the reference to the show Designated Survivor cannot be viewed on its own, divorced from the other statements made before, during, or after it. Nevertheless, it must be emphasized that at this stage of the impeachment proceedings, the issue is not yet final guilt or innocence. The question before us is only whether there is sufficient factual basis and probable cause to hold the impeachable officer answerable for the allegations. Whether the impeachable officer is ultimately guilty of the impeachable offense, whether in relation to the designated survivor reference or the other statements attributed to her, as mentioned a while ago, is a matter that belongs to the Senate to determine at the proper time should the case proceed in trial. That's all, Madam Chair.
The manifestation of the Honorable JP Padiernos is noted. Now we recognize the Honorable DS.JJ Suarez.
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair. Alam niyo po, maaaring fiction po yung series ng Designated Survivor sa US. Kaso lang, hindi po to biro sa atin. Unang-una, dahil ang nagbigkas po ng mga salitang yan ay yung mismong makikinabang kung merong mangyari sa buhay ng ating presidente. She is the direct beneficiary of anything that will happen to the president. And thereby designating herself as a survivor means that she may be entertaining some thought or there are some, things that may happen to the president. And as we all know, the president, the highest elected official of the land, whose life must remain secure because of the responsibilities and the duties that he holds. So we should not take this lightly, Madam Chair. Yes, it may be a basis of some series, and all the reason why it should be the basis because there is so much significance in that statement that was uttered, Madam Chair. So I would just like to put that on record. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable DS.JJ Suarez. Now we proceed with the next to raise clarificatory question. Is this still on the video of resignation and designated survivor? DS Konghun? DS Konghun is recognized.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. May I ask clarificatory questions lang po para sa NBI? Base po sa Part 4, Paragraph 53 ng Affidavit of Investigation, sinabi dito na the statements made by the Vice President were brought about or motivated by the unpleasant circumstances that happened prior to November 23, 2024 press conference. She imagined the cutting of the president's head. She further claimed that her name was marred by Speaker Martin Romualdez, First Lady Lisa Marcos Araneta, and President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. Kinukumpirma niyo po ba ito?
Yes, Your Honor. It's on the October 18 video that was also authenticated, Your Honor.
Thank you. Base naman po sa Part 4, Paragraph 54 ng Affidavit of Investigation, sinabi po dito na the convolution of these circumstances will demonstrate that the threat is not a product of temporary fit of anger, but it was deliberately thought out by the Vice President. Kinukumpirma niyo po ba ito?
Yes, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, may I manifest that what we're seeing now is not a single isolated statement. When you put everything together, the resignation as a DepEd Secretary in June 29, 2024, and the self-declaration as the designated survivor in July 11, 2024, the remarks made in October 18, 2024 press conference, the threat to the life of the President, First Lady, and former Speaker of the House in November 23, 2024, and confirming the same on November 26, 2024, it forms a pattern that cannot simply be dismissed as a casual rhetoric. Ito po ay hindi about sa politics alone. This is about whether these statements cross the threshold of a credible threat that requires a state response. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yun lang po.
Thank you. We will go back to the video of resignation and designated survivor. If there are any other members who wish to manifest or raise questions on this video, if we are done, then we recognize the Honorable Rog Gutierrez
Thank you,
for
Madam
his
Chair.
clarificatory questions.
Madam Chair, just on that point po, no, and I do agree that tama rin naman po yung ginagawa ng NBI that in relation to the threat video, they're looking at other videos to provide context. And actually, naalala ko lang po, there was another video, I think, that was a pronouncement by a family member of the Vice President in relation to a sort of political destiny of sorts. Yung dun tungkol sa mga Romanov at mga Mussolini. I would just like to clarify, Madam Chair, was that also included for context in the investigation of the NBI?
May we hear from the NBI? The Honorable Gutierrez is asking if the video about Romanov is part of your submissions.
Yes, Your Honor, it's part of the submission.
The
but,
same has been authenticated
yes.
as well?
Yes, Your Honor, but it's being considered on an ongoing investigation.
It's part of your ongoing investigation.
Honor.
What's the pleasure of the Honorable Gutierrez?
Madam Chair, that was just a clarification po no, kung na-consider. That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
The Honorable Bel Zamora.
short manifestation. I believe that all of us saw this video also wherein the brother of the Vice President referred to the Romanovs.
If I may interrupt, since
We are discussing on the video for the guidance of the members. Since it's part of the submission, with the indulgence of the members, may we play that video?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes? So, Secretariat, please be directed to play the video about that Romanov.
Just a simple message sa ato ang Pangulo. From now on, before you go to bed, think of the Romanovs. Think of Benito Mussolini and his wife. And think of what happened to you in 1986. And maybe you'll reconsider the direction that you are taking.
Honorable Zamora.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to make a brief manifestation regarding that video. Maybe I'll give a little crash course on history. The Romanovs were the ruling imperial dynasty in Russia from the 1600s to the early 1900s, Madam Chair. And why? At sila po ang royal family noong 1900s until 1917. Noong 1917, nagkaroon po ng February uprising kung saan napilitan mag-abdicate o i-give up ni Tsar Nicholas II ang kanyang pwesto dahil may communist uprising. Pagkatapos po, October 1917, merong another uprising by the Bolsheviks, which was led by Vladimir Lenin. by Lenin. And ano pong nangyari dito? Kaya mahalaga itong Romanovs na to. Sila po, ang buong pamilya, ang mag-asawa na si Tsar Nicholas II, si Tsarina Alexandra at ang kanilang 5 anak ay kinuha, nilagay sa isang house sa Siberia at isang araw pinagpapapatay po silang lahat. So, yun po ang reference, nakababahala po ang reference nila sa Romanovs. Bakit naman din po nila babanggitin si Benito Mussolini? Sino ba to? Ang fascist dictator from 1922 to 1943 ng Italy. He allied himself with Hitler and the Axis powers until he was removed by King Victor Emmanuel and executed in 1945. The point is, Madam Chair, nakababahala nga ang kanilang reference sa ganitong mga okasyon, sa ganitong mga tao, and their propensity to refer to executions or to idolize dictators is appalling and should not be countenanced. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
That is very enlightening. Can we hear first the appreciation of the NBI? Having heard the history from the Honorable Zamora, how did the NBI appreciate this video of Mayor Baste?
Yeah, well, thank you for the cross-current history. Although we already have traced back why there's a referral on that matter. So, and I tend to agree with the Honorable Zamora that the reason why we're still considering what we're saying, that there is an ongoing investigation, because just recently, I think first week of April, there was a rally in Club Filipino when they launched the Rage. Even the name, you'll see it, Rage. So, wherein the Mayor Baste Duterte made reference to kuhain yung ulo ng Pangulong Marcos, ano? And we've noticed a pattern na paulit-ulit, laging sinasabi, kuhain yung ulo. I think there was also a video submitted by NBI, which was also being considered in the ongoing investigation, that Vice President Sara Duterte also preparing to remove the head, ano? And I'd like to make a reference on the earlier statement of Honorable De Lima on the pattern of behavior of the family. So lahat po yan ay recorded naman and been publicly used. And yun pa po yung isang nagiging challenge sa amin sa NBI, because again, just recently when the President Bongbong Marcos was present live in Palayan, Isabela, meron pong isang individual doon sa live na nag-post na barili na yan. So it's very alarming dahil hindi na, parang continuing na po yung threat sa ating Pangulo. And kami naman po sa law enforcement, any threat to the President or high official in government, we consider it as a threat to the national security. So it's good that these things are being raised here. So in addition to that, I issued a memorandum circular, administrative order number 11 po, dahil sunod-sunod na nga yung mga threat po na nakikita namin sa social media, creating a task force to continue to investigate this matter.
That's Administrative Order number 11.
Yes, ma'am. And
What do you call the task force?
Yung wala naman pong official name, but it's a task force to monitor all the threats to the President and to all other officials in government.
Is that part of your submission also?
Yes,
to the
ma'am.
committee?
Although it's not directed particularly to the Dutertes, but it's directed po to, in general, sa lahat po. But this is an offshoot because of the behavior po of the family.
In other words, Director Matibag, the reason why you are considering all these videos, Director Matibag, is for you to be guided on whether or not threat was actually committed?
As to the press conference of Vice President Duterte, it's already been established by the Bureau.
It's established already.
Long before I came to the Bureau, nandiyan naman po yung records, the record which speaks for itself, na the threat, the grave threat and the inciting to sedition are clear. All the elements were present, and dyan po, we're just awaiting for the decision of the prosecution, sir.
May we just know for the record, because you mentioned a while ago that there is a follow-up investigation. May we know the purpose of the follow-up investigation if you have resolved already the offense of threat that was committed against the first couple and the former speaker. How about the follow-up investigation?
It's an ongoing investigation po. If you recall, doon po sa video ni Vice President, sinabi niya na no joke, nag-hire na siya ng assassin. Ano po. And we're trying to identify and pinpoint the assassin. And just to let you know, we have leads already. We have some personalities that we are surveillance at sinusundan po namin. But I have to caution you and immediately say that I apologize that we cannot name the names of those individuals naming sinusundan. But we are zeroing on several individuals already na maaaring yun po yung kinausap niya doon sa threat na ginawa po niya.
Wait, let me confirm. You said that you have leads about the assassins hired by the Vice President?
Yes, ma'am. Meron po kaming leads na mukhang talagang, at yun naman po yung findings na talagang may kinausap, kaya nga po nag-file ng kaso ng grave threat at inciting to sedition. Ano po.
And this is the assassin hired to kill the President, the First Lady, and the former Speaker, which we saw from her video.
Yan po yung part ng aming ongoing case build-up and to solidify po kung ito yung individual talaga. If you recall, meron pong mention, it's not been denied, na meron pong itinayong Vice President Sara, parang Vice Presidential Security Group, yung sarili niyang group. So, yun na lang, in general, we're looking on those individuals in the close associates of the Vice President.
Can you expound on the Vice President Security Group? What is the significance of this to your ongoing investigation?
Well, meron po kasing mga na-identify dyan na still in the military service and marami rin po dyan yung no longer in the military service. Ano po. So remember, yung sinusundan po natin is the second highest ranking official of the country. So she has the network. So, at kaya po kailangan nating sundang maigi at i-surveillance po yung mga nakakausap at mga kinausap po.
Is it correct to say that the subject matter of your follow-up investigation is the statement of the Vice President that he has hired an assassin?
Yes po, doon po talaga yon dahil we considered it as a serious and actual threat to the life of the President, kaya kailangan po naming bantayan.
And you consider the creation of the Vice President Security Group significant in the investigation of this having hired an assassin?
Para sa amin po, yes, because it is very unusual to a Vice President. If you will look at the history of other Vice Presidents, hindi po ganun karami yung security group na nakabantay po sa kanila.
When you say hindi po ganito karami, can you give us an idea how many security does the Vice President have in comparison with those who serve as Vice Presidents?
I'm not sure what is the number, but during the time of Vice President Lenny, I think it's not even more than 30. Pero dito po, hundreds po yung security na tinayo po nila.
You are saying that during the time of Mayor Lenny, Vice President Lenny, around 30.
That is
And
my recollection po.
during the time of VP Sara, how many?
Hundreds po ngayon yan yung na-identify dyan
By hundreds? Is it 100,
More than
200?
More than is, I think it's ranging from 500 po. Nagbawas
500?
Makikita nyo naman po yan, di ba, dun sa paggasta dun sa confidential fund na mention po yan
So this is 30 versus 500? Is that what you're saying, Director Matibag?
So this is unusual po. It's not usual do sa comparison. And we're looking back also as far as the other Vice President at that time.
Thank you. Now,
Madam Chair.
may we...
Madam Chair.
Yes, I was about to call you. We
Thank you.
recognize the Honorable Tino and then the Honorable Vice Chair Brian Po.
Thank you. Actually, Madam Chair, yung napag-uusapan ngayon ni NBI Director Matibag, actually yan yung precisely yung ating line of questioning. Kung babalikan po natin yung statement, yung threat ni Vice President Sara Duterte na siya mismo ang bumigkas, let me quote, yes, huwag kang mag-alala ma'am, sa security ko kasi may kinausap na ako na tao. So yun po ang sinabi niya rito. Tapos yung kinausap niya na tao, yun yung sinabi niya na pumayag na papatayin niya ang Pangulo, ang First Lady at ang former Speaker kung siya ay mapatay. Tama po ba? Hindi po ba ganun ang eksaktong statement ng Vice President.
Tama po. Kasi kaya nga po, we arrive with that conclusion that the threat will be ongoing. Until such time na makita po natin kung sino yung kinausap, or unless the Vice President will reveal it, which I think it's impossible, hindi po natin pwedeng alisin yung threat po sa ating Pangulo.
Okay. So again, malinaw po, idiin po natin sa mismong statement ng Vice President, yung nakita nating video kanina, sinabi naman niya no, na sa security ko kasi may kinausap na ako na tao. Pangalawa, and then he said yes. So dalawa po ang na-reveal dito. Una, na yung kinausap niya ay galing sa kanyang security. Pangalawa, na lalaki ito, di ba? He said yes. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
Okay. So medyo nananarrow down po. Pag sinabi pong security ng Vice President, again, ito nga po, katulad ng binanggit nyo, yung Vice Presidential Security and Protection Group. Tama po?
Tama po yan.
At ang pinuno niyan at that time ay itong si Colonel Raymond Dante Lachica. Tama po?
That is correct po.
Okay. So, inimbestigahan nyo na po ba ang VP SPG including Colonel Lachica kaugnay dito?
Yun nga po yung aming sinasabi, there is an ongoing investigation, and in fact, we are coordinating with other agency so that we can pinpoint who is that individual po.
Okay, so napakahalaga po sa recommendation dito sa affidavit of investigation, ang rekomendasyon na po ng NBI ay sampahan ng kaso ng grave threats, 3 counts of grave threats ang Vice President at saka inciting to sedition. Pero hindi po maaaring matapos doon dahil lumalabas may isa pang party, no? Bukod sa Vice Presidente, meron siyang kinausap at meron siyang napapayag, sumang-ayon na pumatay sa Presidente, sa First Lady at sa dating Speaker, no? So in other words, hindi lang po tama po ba sabihin, hindi lang po simpleng nag-hire ng hitman ang Vice Presidente, kung hindi ang hitman na ito ay posibleng miyembro mismo ng Armed Forces of the Philippines. Tama po ba?
It's always it's a possibility because the members po ng Vice Presidential Security and Protection Group, sabi ko nga po, may mga active members po ng military po dyan.
Okay. So, in other words, yung betrayal of public trust po dito ay hindi lamang sa mga krimen na nabanggit, kung hindi, dahil nga pinapayag pa ng Vice Presidente at inamin niyang napapayag niya na ang isang miyembro ng Armed Forces mismo ang pumatay, no? At hindi lang ng ordinaryong mamamayan, kung hindi ng Commander-in-Chief mismo at ng iba pang mga individual at opisyal. So, yun lamang po, Madam Chair. Kailangang madiin po natin na ganong kabigat, no, ang inamin ng Vice Presidente sa sarili niyang mga pananalita na kitang-kita natin sa video. Maraming salamat, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tino. Now we recognize the Honorable Vice Chair Brian Po. Is there anyone requesting to be recognized?
Madam Chair.
After the Honorable Vice Chair Brian Po will be SDML Lawrence Defensor. And then Congressman Terry Redon and then Congressman Reneco. Thank you.
Madam Chair? Madam Chair, I'd like to ask the NBI kung included po sa submissions nila ang isang interview with the VP wherein a few days after yung original threat, the VP had affirmed that the threat was serious but with condition. Na kung namatay siya, that's the only time the assassin would act. Was this submitted by the NBI?
May I, Madam Chair? Yeah. We are submitting it now. It's part of the subpoena ducis tecum that was issued to us for us to attend today. And that I think the Honorable Po is referring to the November 26 press conference. And we have here the copy. It's been authenticated also.
Yes, Madam
So
Chair.
I'd like to turn over to the committee secretariat.
Thank you po. Do we happen to have a copy of that video para makita ng mga kasama natin dito on the record? I guess while waiting, may additional na tanong po ako for NBI. Based on your affidavit of investigation, does the conditionality of a threat affect the veracity of the threat? Based on your investigation and your affidavit po. Kumbaga, is it still considered a threat kung may condition po siya?
The same was considered during investigation, sir.
Sige po. Chair?
Okay, Representative Po, are we done with your clarification?
Yes, Madam Chair, I just wanted to clarify those submissions, and hopefully if we could play it later for the committee, I think that would support our decision making on whether or not there is probable cause regarding this this threat. No.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative Po. I'd like to recognize our SDML Representative Lawrence Defensor.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. May I request that the threat video be played again because I have one question to Director Matibag. Can I have the video played again at the proper volume?
COMSEC, please play the video of November 23, 2024.
Ang ina ninyong lahat. Martin Romualdez, Lisa Marcos, Bongbong Marcos. Huwag kang mag-alala, ma'am, sa security ko. Kasi may kinausap na ako na tao. Sinabi ko sa kanya, kapag pinatay ako, patayin mo si BBM, si Lisa Araneta, at si Martin Romualdez. No joke. No joke. Nagdilin na ako, ma'am. Pag namatay ako, sabi ko, huwag ka tumigil hanggang hindi mo mapatay sila. And then he said yes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have one question for Director Matibag. Director Matibag, para malinawan ang mga sumusunod sa atin ngayon, ano ang res ipsa loquitur and does it apply to the video when it comes to grave threats?
Well, from my legal background, when you say reps ipsa loquitur, is the thing speaks for itself. Ibig sabihin, there's no room for interpretation, hindi mo na kailangang ipaliwanag, kundi lumalabas dito ay, yan ay, dyan na mismo, ipipick up mo na ron. And ang application nga namin, that is a threat. That is an actual threat to the President and to the wife and the former Speaker.
No further questions, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, SDML. Next, we recognize Representative Reneco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would just like to clarify paragraph 34 on the affidavit of investigation. This is page 14 po, kung pwede po siyang ma-flash. Madam Chair, if we could ask the committee secretariat to flash paragraph 34 of the affidavit of investigation.
COMSEC, can you please flash paragraph 34?
Okay. I have several questions in relation to the sequence of events happening on November 23. To clarify po with the NBI, mga anong oras po yung press conference na nangyari noong November 23?
Your Honor, nag-start po siya ng November 22 ng 11:30, around 11:30 p.m. And natapos po siya November 23 at around 1 to 2 a.m. po.
Okay, so natapos siya ng very early morning ng November 23.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And dito po sa paragraph 34, this is following yung mga iba't ibang paragraphs that ask yung mga reporters that were present during that Zoom press conference. Tama po, no? May ganong pag-reach out sa mga naging reporters.
Yes, Your Honor. We issued subpoena, Your Honor.
Okay. And paragraph 34 specifically details yung naging response ni Reuters reporter Mikhail Flores doon sa subpoena. Tama po ba? Meron po ditong paragraph na sinasite kung ano yung alam niya in relation to not only the November 23 press conference that happened very early or natapos very early in November 23, pero later that afternoon, meaning ilang oras na po ang lumipas, no, may opportunity ulit na kausapin ni VP Sara Duterte ang mga reporters, and I quote, she further stated, no, thinking and talking about it is different from actually doing it. When that happens, no, there will be an investigation on my death. The investigation on their deaths will be next. Ano pong findings ng NBI in relation to this later, November 23 hapon na pahabol na statement ni VP Sara Duterte?
Ma'am, kinonsider ho din namin ito as part of our investigation.
Okay. Basically, you're saying yung findings ng affidavit of investigation, counts of grave threats, etc., it includes itong statement na ito.
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay. The next part of my manifestation will be a manifestation na lang po, no? From what I've gathered doon sa diniscuss, no, hindi po bugso lang ng damdamin yung pagsabi na no joke, may plano siyang i-assassinate ang isang tao, much less the president. But rather, hours after, no, kung saan may opportunity siya na mag-clarify, i-emphasize yung pagka-joke niya, hindi naman niya po ginawa yun. Mas in-emphasize pa niya na kung may pagkamatay nga, kung mamatay siya, no, may susunod na mamamatay. No, so clear trend of impunity po ang nangyayari, Madam Chair. And my last manifestation would be, it is clearly stated in this affidavit of investigation that the NBI found, no, that yung kanilang findings passes their recent, no, standard of reasonable certainty of conviction. This is under the Department Order Circular 15, no, na mas mataas po sa probable cause. So, ibig sabihin kung ang NBI ay nahanap na meron pong reasonable certainty of conviction, yung mga pwedeng makaso kay VP, no, more or less that should dictate whether the lower standard of probable cause, that ito po yung pinapahanap sa atin as House Committee on Justice, mamimit naman po itong threshold na ito. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Ko. Next, we recognize Representative Terry Rodon.
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair. Sa NBI po, base po sa Part 3, Paragraph 10 ng Affidavit of Investigation, meron din po kayo iniimbestigahan na video noong pong October 18, 2024, kung saan sa isa pong press conference ng atin pong Pangalawang Pangulo, which is also referred to in Paragraph 114 of the Sabalia complaint, kanya pong sinabi na gusto niya daw pong tanggalin ang ulo niya. Si Pangulong Marcos po ang tinutukoy po dito, hindi po ba? Tama po ba ito? Do you confirm it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, can we flash that part of that particular affidavit? Okay. Tama rin po ba na dito sa video po na ito, again in reference to paragraph 114 of the Sabalia complaint, sinabi po ng Pangalawang Pangulo ang sumusunod. Una, gusto ko tanggalin yung ulo niya. Pangalawa, I imagine myself cutting his head. Pangatlo, so noon na-realize ko na toxic na, di ba? Ganyan na yung imagination mo. Sinasakal mo na yung tao. Then I said, this is over. Ikaapat, hindi marunong maging presidente ang nakaupo. Kasalanan ko ba iyon? Ikalima, hindi ko alam. Isang beses, sinabihan ko talaga si Senator Amy, pag di tumigil, huhukayin ko ang tatay ninyo at itatapon ko siya sa West Philippine Sea. At pang-anim, kung president nyo siya, okay lang. Ako hanggang vice president lang ako. Hanggang number 2 lang itong bansa na ito. Wala itong number 1 para sa akin. Is this an accurate representation of the video we are referring to?
Yes, Your Honor. It is included in the October 18, 2024 video, which was also authenticated, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, may we request the committee to play the clips of this particular video that we are referring to?
Committee Secretary, can we please play the clip, the video clip, referred to by Congressman Terry Rodon?
Gusto ko tanggalin yung ulo niya ba? Gusto ko tanggalin yung ulo niya ba?
All right, can we proceed to the next video, please?
Comsec, can we play the
Imagine
longer
myself
video?
cutting his head. Gusto ko, ganun din ang gusto ko gawin doon sa mga katabi ko.
All right, next clip, please.
Madam Chair, I didn't quite see the video. Can we just play it because parang blurred eh? Can I request that the ComSec play it again? Thank you very much, Madam
Yes,
Chair.
Comsec, kindly play the video again with the volume on max.
Imagine myself cutting his head. Gusto ko, ganun din ang gusto ko gawin doon sa mga katabi ko.
Can we proceed?
Madam Chair,
All right.
just a point of clarification.
Go ahead, DS
Um,
Suarez.
Maybe the good congressman from Bicol Saro can answer my question. Doon po sa video na ni-request niyong ipalabas, may binanggit po na cutting his. So sino po yung his that the Vice President was pertaining to?
I understand.
NBI? Who would be in a better position to answer that question?
Deputy Speaker, I understand that the NBI had already responded. Maybe the response can be repeated as to who is the person being referred to in this clip.
If you would see the whole video, it was referred to the President, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Can you repeat that again? Pakiulit nga kung sino?
If you could see the whole video that was submitted, Your Honor, it is the President that was referred, Your Honor.
The President.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
All right. Can we proceed to the third video, please?
Comsec, please play the third video.
Sa 10 to 15% kag nag-reduce ang replacement cost kag vehicle downtime sa tanan nga sahi sang salakyan. Likawan man ang unnecessary idling sang imo salakyan. Ang salakyan nga naga-idle sang isa ka oras kada adlaw ang makauyang sang 1,044 pesos nga fuel kada bulan. Samtang ang jeepneys nga nag-idle sang 2 to 3 ka oras sa mga terminal ang makagamit sang balor 3,120 pesos tubtob 4,680 pesos nga diesel sa bilog nga bulan. Magtipid, pati yun kung i-switch off na lang ang makina kung kinahanglan mo magpundo sa isa ka minuto o kung masobra pa, agad nga malikawan ang idling luxes.
20 to 30% sang aton electric bill sa balayang konsumo sang lighting o konsuga. Meaning kung 1,000 pesos ang imo electric bill, 200 pesos tubdob 300 pesos diri ang konsumo sang suga. Yari yung mga better practices sagud nga makatipid sang kuryente sa paggamit sang suga. Una, mag-switch na sa light emitting diodes o kung LED lights kung ikaw ang nagagamit subong sang incandescent bulbs. Mas mahal ang LED lights sang sa incandescent bulbs kag compact fluorescent lamps hapang makasave ikaw sang 85% sa electric bill compared to incandescent bulbs kag 40% naman compared to compact fluorescent lamps. Ikaduha, i-turn off ang suga kung wala ginagamit. I-maximize ang paggamit ng natural light kung posible. Bangunin ang best source of light kag makabulig sa imo sa pag-save sang kuryente. Ibutang ang reading tables malapit sa bintana agud masanag kag hindi na kinahanglan magpasiga sang suga kun adlaw. Ikatatlo, pilion ang gusto nga sahi isang lighting nga gamiton sa desk, sa hiligdaan kag sa iban nga work areas kag magamit lamang sang low wattage lights sa mga area nga wala nagakinahanglan sang strong lighting. Kag siguraduhon nga malimpyo ang suga. Clean your lighting fixtures regularly tungod na ganubo ang kasanag sinisang 50% kun mahigko.
Yari ang proactive energy saving approach sa paggamit ng computer. Una, panubuo ng brightness ng computer. Ang pag-turn down ng brightness ng computer monitor ang makasave ng kuryente. I-set ang brightness sa lowest comfortable level o kung 50%. Ikaduha, hindi magamit ng screensavers. Hindi ka makatipid sa kuryente kung nagagamit ka ng screensaver sa imong computer. Get 96% savings kung ginbutang ang computer sa sleep mode sang sa iset sa screensaver mode. Apang, mas maayo pagid kung patyo na lang ang computer imbis nga mag-run sang screensaver. Agod niya mas makasave pagid sa kuryente, labi na kung malaba ang break sa paggamit. Ikatatlo, magamit na lang sang laptop sang sa computer kung mayara ka sang laptop. Kalabanan nga desktop computer sa nagakonsumo sang 70 to 200 watts samtang laptop naman ang nagakonsumo sang 15 to 60 watts ganing mayara ka sang 70 to 80% savings.
Ang clothes dryer ang second o third largest electricity consuming appliance sa balay. Apang, kung nakaibalo ka sang efficient nga paggamit sang dryer, maganubo ang imo electric bill. Una, ibutang ang dryer sa warm and dry space agud hindi ini maayawan sa pagpamalas sang bayo. Kung mainit ang panahon, ihanger na lang ang bayo agud hindi na magamit sang dryer. Ikaduha, i-maximize ang operation sang dryer apang likawan ang overloading. Kinahanglan nga makasirculate ang hangin sa bayo agud magmala sila sang maayo. Ikatatlo, painon ang bayo antes ibutang sa dryer. Mas efficient ang operation sang dryer kung pareho ang kadamulon sa mga bayo. Ikaapat, pugaan ang bayo antes ibutang sa dryer. Hindi pag-ibutang diri nga nagatulo pa. Kag, limpyuhan ang dryer sang regular. Kakason ang higko sa filter agud maayo ang circulation sang hangin sa mga bayo.
Sundon nini nga mga tips agud makatipid sa kuryente sa paggamit sang rice cooker. Una, i-check ang keep warm function sang rice cooker. Ang rice cooker ang mayara sang keep warm function nga naga-maintain sang init nga kinahanglan agud nga magapabilin nga mainit ang tinigang kun dugay pa makaon. Agud makatipid sa kuryente, schedule ang pagtigang sa eating time. Hindi anay magtigang kun dugay pa makaon. Pagtapos tigang, kakasun ang power cord sang rice cooker sa outlet sang kuryente. Ikaduha, limpyuhan ang rice cooker. Siguruhon nga ang kaserola o kung inner pot kag hot plate sang rice cooker ang wala sang impurities kaangay sang mumho sang kanon o kung nagtiga nga pagkaon. Siguruhon nga malimpyo kag makinis ang hot plate agud bagaduot gidri ang inner pot. Sa sini nga paagi, efficient ang rice cooker kag hindi bangian ang pag-init. Ikatatlo, pilion ang husto nga kadakuon sang rice cooker. Magamit sang size sang rice cooker nga santo sa kaon sang inyo pamilya o kun panimalay. Kung diyutay lang kamo, hindi magamit sang dako nga rice cooker. Ang oversized nga rice cooker ang nagakonsumo sang mas dako nga kuryente.
Kabombo, ikumbay no kung tingubo ng errands o kung ulubrahon sa isa lang ka-trip agod makatipid. Planuhon ang ruta, kag tingubo ng pila ka short trips nga manginisa na lang ka-trip agod makatipid sa gatong. Schedule mga errands sa tion sang off-peak hours agod nga ma-minimize ang oras nga imo ihingmuyang sa traffic. Mag-practice ang carpooling kung posible, agod nga mabuhinan ang kadamuon sang salakyan sa dalan. Importante man ang load kag cargo management. Ang kada 100 kilos ang unnecessary load o kung karga sang salakyan ang nagapataas sang fuel consumption sang 0.5% sa magagmay nga mga salakyan kag mas mataas pa diri para sa mga truck. Ang pagkakas sang wala ginagamit nga roof racks o kung cargo boxes ang makapatipid sang 2 to 5% sang fuel bangod sa reduced aerodynamic drag. I-optimize man ang truck load. Magkarga sang full load sa kada trip sang sa magbalik-balik sang pila ka beses bangod ini ang makapareduce sang per unit delivery fuel cost. Apang likawan mga kabombo ang overloaded vehicles bangod nagapadasik ini sang pagbulog sang roida. Nga syempre, nagaresulta sa dugang nga galastuhan.
Giyari ang dugang nga tips agud makatipid sa kuryente sa paggamit sa refrigerator. Likawan ang overloading kundi siguruhon nga 67% full ang refrigerator. Ini ang makabulig sa pag-maintain sang temperature kag gamay nga kuryente nga iya magamit. Sa sini nga paagi makasave ikaw sang 288 pesos nga bill kada bulan sa overloaded o kung tuman ka puro ang imong ref. Iset ang fridge sa mid-setting agud na mga malabot ang optimal energy savings. Ang pag-shift halin sa high setting pakanto sa mid-setting ang makasave sang 248 pesos kada bulan sa electric bill. Hindi pagibutang ang ref sa parte sa balay nga masanagan ini sang adlaw kundi keep your fridge away from direct sunlight or heat sources. Kag i-defrost ang direct cooling fridge at least once a month agud efficient ini kag sigurado nga makakinot sa kuryente.
Yari ang dugang nga mga tips agud makatipid sa kuryente bisan nagagamit sang air conditioner. 1. Magamit sang gamay nga electric fan o air cooler agud i-boost ang air conditioner. Ini ang makabulig agud mas dali magbugnaw ang kwarto kag maka-reduce ang workload sang aircon. Ipaatubang ang electric fan palayo sa AC kag ikaw ang makatipid sang 200 pesos kada bulan. 2. Limpyuhan ang air filter sang aircon kada duha ka semana agud masiguro nga efficient ini kag ikaw makasave sang 86 pesos kada bulan. Ang preventive maintenance sang aircon kada quarter o kada 3 ka bulan ang makabulig man agud nga makasave sang 195 pesos kada bulan. 3. Iset ang timer sang aircon nga ma-off ini isa ka oras antes ang imo pagbugtaw kag magamit na lang sang electric fan. Don't worry, mapabugnaw sang electric fan ang imo kwarto tubtob nga ikaw ang makabugtaw. Makasave ka pa sang 90 pesos kada bulan sa electric bill. Kag, magamit sa madamon nga kurtina o kung magbutang sang blinds agud hindi makasulod ang init sang adlaw. Gani, magapabilin nga mabugnaw ang imo kwarto.
Mga kabombo, do not let summer heat drain your energy and your wallet. Yari ang mga energy-efficient technologies nga importante agod nga makatipid sa kuryente. Una, kung kinahanglan mo pabugnawon ang gamay nga space, sa sulod lamang sang pila ka oras, maggamit lang sang air cooler. Bangod nagakonsumo ini sang kuryente nga 85 centavos kada oras. Ikadua, maggamit sang ice makers kung may get together. Ang ice maker ang nagakonsumo sang 1.43 pesos per hour nga kuryente. Ikatatlo, magamit sang energy efficient nga LED light bulbs agud hindi tama kainit ang suga sa balay. Pwede ka pagid makasave sang
The committee. May we know if Congressman Attorney JP Padiernos is here? Because if not, then we have the last justice member to raise question on. He is the last to raise question on threat. Wala ba si Congressman JP Padiernos? If he's not here, before we conclude on the allegations of threat, may we direct first the committee secretary to call the vice president for the third time.
May the committee know if the respondent, Vice President Sara C. Duterte, is present in today's hearing? The respondent, Vice President Sara Duterte, is not present in today's hearing, Madam Chair.
Let it be placed on the record that the committee secretary called the vice president for the third time, and she continues to be not around in our hearing today. This is for the purpose of extending to her the continuing opportunity to present her evidence, including counter evidence, as well as raising clarificatory questions through the justice members. That is for the record. Chair Benny Abante is raising his hand.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kanina po pinapakinggan ko yung mga clarificatory questions sa NBI. Let me spin the statement of Mayor Baste on the Mussolini and the Romanovs, no? In relation to the statement of VP Sara on her being the designated survivor. Talagay ko, related po ito sapagkat ang pinapalagay po ni Mayor Baste sa aking palagay, ang mga Romanov at Mussolini, yun po yung ating Pangulo. Pero ano po naman sila? Sila po yung Bolshevik. Saka yung Italian Parisian na pumatay kay Mussolini. Yun lang po ang ibig sabihin yan Now, Madam Chair, the NBI should also look into this, sapagkat narinig ko in the past, nung aming pinag-uusapan sa Quadcom ito, merong 2,000 loyalists ang mga Duterte. I do not know if the NBI has heard that recently, sapagkat pinangkit po ng NBI ng kanilang security umaabot na 500 Pero I heard during the Quadcom hearing na meron 2,000 na loyalists. Hindi necessarily security na loyalists na member ng mga Marines at member ng PNP ang mga Dutertes. Yung po ba'y narinig na ng ating NBI? Madam Chair, that's why earlier I'm preparing about the hearing on the Quadcom dahil doon nga po namin napika po yan. Okay, so I hope that the NBI would also look into this, Madam Chair, well, nais ko muna balikan ang mga sinabi ni Ginoong Madriaga noong April 14, 2026 sa harapan ng committee na ito, So, may I request the committee secretary to please flash page 9 of the supplemental affidavit ni Ginoong Madriaga? Can we do that, please?
Secretariat, please flash the affidavit of Ramil Madriaga. With the clarificatory questions of Chair Benny Abante, we have crossed towards destabilization. That is for the guidance of the justice members.
Okay, thank you. Wala na po akong question. I just would like to make a manifestation on the destabilization and threat.
Yes, you may proceed, Honorable Abante.
Kung natatandaan po natin, Madam Chair, binanggit ni Ginoong Madriaga na pinagkasunduan ni na former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte at PBBM, natatakbong Vice Presidente si VP Duterte, pero nang mag-2025, si PBBM daw ay pumayag na bumaba sa pwesto at iiwan ang pagka-presidente kay VP Duterte. Ngayon, in relationship to what VP Sara has said, being the designated survivor, in relation din po
sa sinabi ni Mayor Baste about the Romanov and Mussolini. Ang general objective nito daw ay sisiguruhin na si BBBM ay magiging presidente ng wala pang 4 na taon. At uupo si VP Sara bilang Pangulo nang hanggang magtapos ang termino ni BBBM. Ito daw ay para si VP Duterte ay maging eligible pa rin na tumakbo bilang Pangulo ng Pilipinas sa 2028. At kung hindi kusang loob, bumaba sa posisyon si PBBM para maging Pangulo si VP Duterte, ay meron silang gagawing tinatawag nating extraordinary measures na pwedeng gawin. Kasama dito ang, sabi ni Madriaga, assassination, mass resignation of government officials, civil disobedience, at armed assault on Malacanang. Kaya siguro po nasabi ni Mayor Baste tungkol kay Romanov at Mussolini. Kung titingnan po natin ang mga naging aksyon ni VP Duterte at tulad sa mga nilahad sa paragraph 110 to 114 ng Sabalya Complaint, hindi siya nag-attend ng SONA noong 2024 at dineklara niya ang kanyang sarili bilang designated survivor. Galing ano po. Ngayon lang ako nakakita ng leader ng bansa na mayabang at arugante. Oho, di ba? Ayan. Sumama at sumuporta sa mga prayer rally para sa akusadong si Kibuloy, kung saan nila kinestyon ang pagiging lehitimong presidente ni PBM at gusto pa nga ni BP Duterte. Ang sabi po, napugutan ng ulo si PBBM na bigay po dyan sa video. So para sa akin, Madam Chair, hindi maiiwasang mapansin na mga aksyon ni BP Duterte ay tugma sa inilahad ni Ginoong Madriaga. Yun lang po ang gusto kong sabihin. At ito po ay nalalaman at narinig ng taong bayan, ibig sabihin, hindi lang po tayong uhusga dito, kundi ang uhusga dito ay ang buong sambayanang Pilipino. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Benny Abante. Still on the destabilization, may we recognize the Honorable Deputy Speaker Paulo Ortega.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Magre-request din po sana ako, wag nang i-play yung mga video natin kasi ang sama po talaga tignan. Wag na pong i-play, baliktad. I've said this during the 19th Congress in one of our press cons, sabi ko. Ang joke po talaga dito is yung iniisip nila na joke o ka-joke-joke o pa-joke-joke lang po yung sinasabi nilang joke itong mga threat sa First Family. I believe this is a serious threat at siguradong-sigurado po ako na active threat ito sa buhay po ng Pangulo, ng First Lady at sa former Speaker. Hanggang ngayon, naniniwala po ako na ito ay active threat sa ating Pangulo. Kaya maganda rin po na nandito ang mga kasama po natin sa NBI at mga kasama po natin na kongresista. Sana po mabigyan po ng kaukulang attention to. Naghihiring na nga po tayo pero baka kailangan po tignan maigi ang seguridad ng ating Pangulo. We have to protect the President. We have to protect President Bongbong Marcos. And for my last manifestation, siguro direkta na po ito sa direkta ko pong kakausapin ng ating Pangulo na sa aming native na language. Agannad kayo po Presidente aduti dakas nga tao nga handag sardeng agaramid ti madi. Ano lang hang kayong hanyo maala hanyo magunod datoy nga tagumpay para ti presidency kin para ti Pilipinas. Thank you very much.
We note
Madam-
the manifestation of Honorable D.S. Paulo Ortega.
Madam Chair.
Kahit hindi namin naintindihan. Nevertheless, with all due respect to D.S. Paulo Ortega, no, the videos that were played were part of the submissions and were in fact part of the investigation report of the NBI. So notwithstanding the fact that it offends our moral, legal, spiritual senses, I think it is significant that the committee see these videos in order to be guided in the determination of probable cause.
Madam Chair.
The Honorable D.S. Albi Benitez is recognized.
Yes, I would like to add lang dun sa punto ni Honorable Abante at Honorable Ortega. Relevant po sa sinabi nung Madriaga noong April 14, 2026. Dahil po nakikita natin may pwede po mag-establish na motive o motibo para sa mga ginagawang threat or destabilization. Ang pagbabanta po sa buhay ng ating presidente ay hindi lang isolated incident. Ito po ay hindi ginagawa in the heat of the moment. Hindi lang po ito parang sasabihin mo na bigla. Mukhang ito po ay may isang extraordinary measure na ginagawa at ito po ang binanggit nga ni Madriaga doon sa kanyang testimony at kung hindi po bababa ang Presidente BBM. Nais ko lang po ipaalala at saka masabi sa ating mga kasamahan na ang pinakamakikinabang po dito sa kung mamatay ang ating Presidente ay ang Vice Presidente dahil sa ilalim po ng konstitusyon, siya po ang aangat at magiging Pangulo. So ito po ang isa sa troubling motive no, ng ating pinag-uusapan ngayon at ito po ang siguro ang end result na gusto nila mangyari. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
To the NBI, may I just confirm, because D.S. Albi Benitez made a very strong manifestation that the Vice President will be the one to benefit in case something happens to the President. Was this considered also in your investigation?
Yes, ma'am. It was considered in our investigation. Ano po. Katulad po nung i-play yung video kanina, kung babalikan nyo, sabi niya hanggang number 2 lang ako, walang number 1. So we consider that is a statement that she is longing to be the number 1.
All right. That is for the record.
Madam Chair.
The Honorable D.S. Biron, you're
Thank you.
raising your hand. You will be called next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to direct this question to Director Matibag. Director, sa inyong investigation, in your investigation, involving the threat of the Vice President against the life of the President, the First Lady, and the former Speaker, have you consulted a psychologist or a psychiatrist to evaluate this threat? I'm asking this question, Madam Chair, because it's very apparent that the Vice President has consistently displayed a violent behavior. That's all, Madam Chair.
For the guidance of the members, the question is about the psychiatric issue of the Vice President, alleged against the Vice President. The NBI may answer.
Well, una nga po, sinasabi namin it is an ongoing investigation. So sa tanong po ni Kagalang-Galang Biron, yan po ay kasama talaga. In fact, meron po kaming behavioral science department, mga professional psychologists who can assess the mental behavior of the Vice President. Lamang nga po, hindi po siya dumalo dun sa patawag ng NBI nung iniimbestigahan po itong threat. But until now po, we are processing it. Ang ginagawa po namin doon sa aming Behavioral Science Department, ibinabase namin doon sa mga video na nakikita namin. First, we authenticate the videos and titingnan po namin yung pattern. And I would like to go back to sa sinabi again ni Congresswoman De Lima na yung behavior, hindi lang po ni Vice President Sara Duterte, kundi yung behavior ng buong pamilya. Just recently nga po, which part of our submission, yung video doon no April 13, yung rally dyan sa Club Filipino, na may submission po kami niyan. Baka po pwede nating ipakita rin yon. And later on, I will repair the question for a more detailed kay R.D. Lotok dahil naging parte po na investigation yan.
Madam Chair, can we have that video played?
Yes, Secretariat, please play the
Thank you,
video
Madam
in
Chair.
Club Filipino referred to by Director Melvin Matibag.
Sabihin na natin, may nakawan nangyari, bigayan ng pera, whatever. Kasi that should be enough. Nagkaroon na kayo ng presidente that tolerated it. So what's next? Dadagdagan nyo pa? Nagpasarap na kayo ng sobra-sobra? Gusto nyo pa? You know, kung swerte na kayo sa buhay, it's time you give back to the people. Huwag niyong pahirapan yung mga tao. Tama na yan. Okay na yan. Siguro yung mga anak nyo maka-aral sa abroad, you can eat, you know, in a very nice restaurants. Tama na yan. That's
Is
okay.
this the video,
Isang
Director
ulo lang
Matibag?
naman ang kailangan
Yeah,
namin.
that one.
Ang ulo ni Bongbong Marcos!
Can we play that part again? Because that is the reference of the NBI. The last part of the video, please play again.
Back to the people. Huwag niyong pahirapan yung mga tao. Tama na yan. Okay na yan. Siguro yung mga anak nyo maka-aral sa abroad, you can eat, you know, in a very nice restaurants. Tama na yan. That's okay. Isang ulo lang naman ang kailangan namin. Ang ulo ni Bongbong Marcos!
Director Matibag?
Yeah, that's the video, the last portion where he's referring to the ulo of Bongbong Marcos. And if you recall, on the previous videos that was shown, nandoon din po yung sinasabi rin ni Vice President Sara, ulo ni Bongbong Marcos. So those pattern of behavior, kasama po yan sa pag-aaral po ng mga eksperto namin sa psychology po. And I would like to refer to R.D. Lotok para discuss niya po doon sa portion ng grave threat, kasama po talaga yung proseso dapat na yan.
With the indulgence of DS Beron, they would like to expound on the issue that you raised. The NBI agent is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, based sa investigative cycle phases na sinusundan ho namin, nagpo-fall ho siya sa ikatlong phase. If I may, yung first phase ho na sinundan namin yung identification and preservation, which was explained by Agent Kalilong. And then the second phase, collection and hashing, which was also explained in order to preserve the data. And then yung pangatlo, yung tinatawag po naming analysis and attribution phase. In the analysis phase po, we organize and review the subject digital information. We look for patterns, consistencies, and links. We look for repeated actions, consistent threatening appearances, whether the same or intentional or just spur of the moments. So lahat po ito consider namin yung konteksto kung paano ho kami nag-conclude na indeed yung threatening appearances ng ating Vice Presidente ay papasok ho sa crime of grave threats.
All right, so you apply the totality
Yes, ma'am.
of all the videos presented in your conclusion as to whether or not threat was committed by the Vice President. You
Yes,
continue.
ma'am. As a matter of fact, yung isa sa mga reason kung ba't nag-issue kami ng subpoena sa ating Vice Presidente ay para ho ma-interview din siya ng aming mga eksperto, ng aming mga psychologists.
But just for the record, dumating ba siya dun sa subpoena ninyo?
Hindi po, ma'am.
She did not appear. DS Beron, do you have additional clarificatory
That's all,
questions?
Madam Chair. Thank you so much.
Can I ask something, DS Beron? Because sometimes I hear psychiatric issue, sometimes I hear psychological issue. What is the difference between the two?
I think DS Garin would be in a better position.
Okay.
She was a former secretary.
With the
of-
indulgence of the Honorable Marcoleta, I just overlooked the name of DS Janet Garin and Congressman Digamo. But after them, we will be recognizing you. DS Garin is recognized.
Madam Chair, I can yield to Congressman Paulo Marcoleta. May inaanak after Kong Biron. But just to answer your question, a psychiatrist is a medical doctor trained into the mental makeup of a person. A psychologist is not a doctor, but they also handle the behavior of certain individuals. I can dwell into that, Madam Chair, but I believe what the proper forum, because I was not called as an expert witness on that part, and I am also not a psychiatrist. Thank you, Madam Chair.
For the guidance of the viewing public, DS Perz Beron and DS Janet Garin are both medical doctors. Would you like to proceed to your clarificatory questions? DS Garin?
I believe you recognize Congressman Paulo Marcoleta.
With the indulgence also of Congressman Janice Digamo. Okay. Congressman Paulo Marcoleta is recognized.
Thank you sa napakabait kong ninang DS Garin at sa ating Madam Chair. Just a manifestation on the video that was played earlier. I'm referring to the video which is the bone of contention, the very basis of why there was an alleged threat to the life of the President. Yung pong nagsasalita si Vice President Sara Duterte dun sa isang kwarto na madilim. Opo. And I have a copy of a more complete video. And I can say that the video was spliced and edited out. Meron pong mga tanong doon that led to the Vice President's response. If I may read, Madam Chair, ito po yung tinanong ng isang vlogger by the name of Princess Maui regarding Project Romanov. Baka po totoo yung sinasabi nila or naririnig namin na may Operation Romanov sa inyo na balak kayong ubusin. Bago po niya binanggit yon ni Sara Duterte, meron pong nagtanong sa kanya na vlogger about it was a concern about the threat on her life. So, ang Project Romanov ay hindi talaga para magplano na sa buhay ng ating Pangulo, kundi initially para ubusin ang mga Duterte. Base dito sa tanong ni Princess Maui. And I have a copy of the more complete video, Madam Chair, if you so desire to be furnished the copy of the video. And if I may add, Madam Chair, the statements made by VP Sara Duterte is mere political hyperbole rather than a true threat. Philippine courts have historically protected harsh, even offensive political rhetoric when it lacks a specific imminent call to lawless action. Impeachment cannot rest on rhetorical severity alone. Impeachment requires a disciplined inquiry into proof, intent, context, and official misuse of power. The statement was conditional on her own alleged killing, was later explained as an expression of concern for her security, and remains the subject of an unresolved criminal and investigative process. Sinabi nga po ni VP Inday Sara na siya mismo ang nagsabi that the remark was a plan without flesh and that the condition was her own death first, based on the Al Jazeera interview dated 26th of November 2024. Unless the House can prove that the Vice President made a serious operational instruction to an identifiable person or used her office to advance such plan, the allegation is better treated as a matter for criminal investigation and political censure, not as a self-executing basis for removal from office. And if I may end this manifestation, Madam Chair, based on the fourth verified complaint itself, the allegation arises from a statement made during a press briefing framed as a conditional and dependent on a hypothetical scenario. With due respect, this raises a threshold issue. At this stage, the committee is not determining criminal liability. It is determining whether the complaint alleges sufficient grounds based on its contents. A statement standing alone without an overt act, without corroboration, and without evidence of execution remains an allegation. And, Madam Chair, habang pinapanood po natin ang mga video ni VP Sara, ang Pangulo ay nananatiling buhay na buhay, alive and kicking, at nakakapag-jumping jacks pa. So, buhay na buhay po ang ating Pangulo at malusog. Maraming salamat po.
Your manifestation is noted. The Honorable Joel
Thank you,
Chua.
Madam Chair.
Is this quick?
Yes, very quick. Just a quick manifestation. Madam Chair, hindi po totoo na splice yung kanyang binabanggit kanina na video dahil ito pong video na to ay inauthenticate mismo ng NBI. Just for the record, Madam Chair. Siguro yung portion lamang na may relevant dito po sa topic natin, yun lamang po. Dahil kung pakikita po yung buong video, ay medyo magtatagal na po tayo. At yun po, Madam Chair.
We know the manifestation of the Honorable Chua.
Madam Chair.
You
Chair.
want to speak some more?
Opo, meron po kasing video na mas kompleto at hindi naman po katagalan yung mga preceding portions
If I may interrupt, Honorable Marcoleta, we are referring to the investigation report of the NBI and not to any other videos outside.
Opo, sinasabi ko
These are
lang
the
po
submissions of the NBI to
the
the Justice
circumstances
Committee.
that led to VP Sara's response on that particular video.
We
Thank
note
you.
your manifestation, but nevertheless, we are bound by the rules to stick to what was submitted to us by the NBI.
Madam
ma'am.
Chair.
These
Thank you,
are
ma'am.
being submitted not as videos which surround outside. These are being submitted as videos part of the investigation of the National Bureau of Investigation. And we cannot go beyond that. The Honorable Janet Garin, the one who yielded the time in favor of Honorable Marcoleta.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Before I go to my line of questioning, linawin lang po natin. Pag sinabi pong splice ay pinutol, dinugtong at nagkaibang meaning. Do I get that right, Madam Chair?
Maybe we should ask the National Bureau of Investigation.
Well, sabi nga namin, part po ng submission namin, that is authenticated. It was not splice. It was just, pag sinabi pong splice, para may ni-replace ka dyan eh.
In
Ito po.
other words, Madam Chair, it is not spliced dahil hindi mo pinutol at dinugtong para magkaibang meaning.
And pwede naman po na kung there's time na nakita naman po napanood yung mong video. And in fact, dun po sa counter, yung sinasabi po ni Congressman Marcoleta was already been discussed on the counter affidavit na sinabit po ni Vice President Duterte doon po sa kaso sa DOJ. Kaya po na-raise na po yung mga issue na yan.
So, Madam Chair, can the
Actually,
NBI confirm, magkaiba po yung may puputulin ka at idudugtong para magkaroon ng ibang meaning vis-a-vis na kumuha ka sa specific portion ng video na merong threat. Tama po ba?
Kinuha po namin yung specific na portion na nagsasabi ng threat.
Okay. Let me move forward, Madam Chair. Nasabi rin po kanina ng ating kagalang-galang na colleague, si Honorable Marcoleta, na tila nagkaroon ng plano para ubusin ang pamilyang Duterte. Can we ask the NBI if there indeed was such a plan?
Si RD Lotok will answer that because that was part of the investigation na nagsabi na merong nga pong Oplan Romanov. So RD Lotok.
Madam
RD
Chair,
Lotok is recognized.
Madam Chair, may I just react to my ninang
After
regarding
the
the
answer
splice?
of the NBI, please.
Opo. Kasi sinabi ko rin po edited out. So there could be omissions na hindi na-include po sa video.
We
So,
note
edit out.
your
Thank
additional
you.
manifestation.
Thank you po.
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, yung sinasabi ko po kanina, one of the reasons kung bakit nag-issue kami ng subpoena sa ating Vice Presidente ay para ho imbestigahan yung alleged threat naman sa kanyang person. Unfortunately, nung hindi ho nag-appear ang ating Vice Presidente, wala ho kaming information whatsoever na pwedeng pagsimulan ng aming investigasyon. Yun po yung dahilan, Madam Chair.
So you confirm that you intend to investigate threat against the Vice President. However, she did not appear when she was invited to the NBI.
Yes, ma'am.
right.
That's part of our primary jurisdiction. Under the law.
Okay. DS Janet Garin?
Yeah. Madam Chair, Baka pwedeng kumustahin ko muna si Director Melvin Matibag. Kumusta po kayo?
Hindi naman po. Medyo mainit lang po. Nasira yata yung aircon nyo eh.
Nakakatulog naman po kayo.
Well, okay naman po except that siguro if you're repairing dun sa social media, we just noticed that me and my wife were under attack sa social media starting nung Monday until today. So,
Baka
I
kaya
don't
ka
know.
naiinitan.
Hindi naman po, relax lang po tayo.
Pero you can confirm to this honorable committee na lahat po ng impormasyon na inyong binibigay at lahat po ng mga dokumentong inyong binibigay ay dumaan sa tamang pagve-vet or correct vetting and wala po ditong peking dokumento.
Unang-una po, dumating ako, nandyan na naman po lahat ng dokumento na yan. It was already submitted to the Department of Justice. At dyan po lahat authenticated. Wala po kaming pinalitan, wala po kaming dinagdag. Ang nadagdag lang po rito ay yung aking order na magkaroon ng continuing investigation because to me and to the Bureau, ay seryoso po ang threat sa buhay po ng ating Pangulo.
Madam Chair, napakarami po ng videos na plinay. Hindi ko alam kung meron pang ibang mga videos in the possession of the National Bureau of Investigation. Tanong ko lang po sa NBI, talaga bang lahat ng videos kanina ay totoo? Wala po bang AI doon?
Yes po, totoo po yan. Ayan po ay authenticated lahat po ng ipinasa namin sa committee pong ito.
Madam Chair, doon ko kasi sa video, meron tayong mga nakikitang galit na galit ang Vice Presidente. Yung bang parang gigil na gigil, no, na parang hindi siya makapagsalita ng diretso dahil sa galit. Hindi po ba ito manipulado o AI?
Nag-validate po yung aming mga technical personalities dyan sa NBI at lumalabas po na lahat po yan ay authentic at totoo. Wala pong AI. Gaya po ng sinabi kanina ni Agent Kalilong na lahat po yan ay totoo.
Sa inyo po bang eksperyensya, pangkaraniwan ba itong behavior ng isang highly positioned government official?
Well, I'm not an expert on the behavior of a person, pero sabi ko nga, meron kaming behavioral science department na aming kinukonsulta at katakataka po na ganyan yung behavior. At siguro naman po, if we'll go back to our history na mga dati na rin nanungkulan ng parehas na posisyon, hindi naman po yata nagkaroon ng ganyan po na pangyayari.
May last question, Madam Chair, kasi kanina may nagsabi, it was a political hyperbole, no? Parang joke lang. Hindi po ba, matanong lang yung NBI, kapag ikaw ay isang pasahero at nagbigay ka ng bomb joke, sumakay ka ng eroplano at sinabi mong, bobombahin ko ito o may dala akong bomba, is it being considered as very serious by the NBI or other government agencies or pwede mong sabihin, joke lang po?
Well, hindi lang po sa Pilipinas, that is already an internationally accepted law. At nasa batas na po yan na sinabi na yung biro na yan ay hindi considered the biro but will always be considered as a serious threat po.
Yeah. Last comment, Madam Chair. Kunyari lang po. Ako'y nagsalita at sinabi ko, ipapapatay ko ang isang tao. Versus nagsalita ko, ipapapatay ko yung isang tao. May pagkakaiba po ba yun or wala?
From the point of view of law enforcement, ay susundan po namin parehas yan. Kasi it's not how you said it, but it will be the gravity based on the investigation. Pagsasama-samahin po yan, it will be the confluence of events. Ano pa ba yung mga naging action na yan? If it's specifically directed to a person, at saka po yung who will be the beneficiary, at ano yung magiging benepisyo pa po other than sa monetary na maaring mangyari sa'yo.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just to manifest, bilang mga government officials, minsan may mga bagay-bagay na yung ating emosyon ay pwedeng pumutok. However, kaakibat sa ating posisyon ay ang pagkontrol, ang pag-decipher, ang pag-discern. Dahil minsan, kapag tayo ay palaging galit at lahat ng ating mga ipapahayag ay may kasamang galit, hindi maliliwanagan yung mga bagay-bagay na ating sasabihin. And oftentimes, when we mention these statements in the heat of our emotions, this can cause destabilization. Lalo't lalo na kapag ikaw ay naghahawak ng posisyon kagaya ng Vice Presidente o bilang pangalawang Pangulo. In other words, Madam Chair, allow me to manifest that the issues on anger, on demeanor, on statements that cannot be acceptable as members of highly ranking positions, lahat po ng mga ito, Madam Chair, ay dapat matingnan at dapat mabusisi kasi hindi po pwedeng sabihin natin na joke lang. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, distinguished
Thank you,
colleagues.
DS Gerim. The next to manifest, and I think she is the last, if
Madam
there are
Chair.
no other interested justice members, meron pa, is Congresswoman Janice Digamo. Naalala ko lang kung during our determination of substance, marami kang pinaiyak. And I heard that today is the birthday of your husband.
Tama po, that's right po. And instead of spending it with him dun sa amin, I decided to come today because there are things that troubles me that I would like to raise to this august body.
All right. Let's hear from the Honorable Congresswoman Janice Digamo.
Madam Chair, hindi po ako lawyer. Pero sa tingin ko po, what I am about to say has something to do with the security, not just of the province of Negros Oriental, but in a bigger scale, the whole country in general. The Vice President and the alleged mastermind of my husband's murder appear to share a common connection through attorney Ferdinand Tupacio, who is both the lawyer of Mr. Teves and a known ally of the VP. We also learned that the Vice President visited Mr. Teves while he was in jail. At first, there were different reports about that visit. Later, it was clarified that the visit was indeed of Mr. Teves, according to SILG Rimulya. However, during a Justice Committee hearing, Congressman Chel Jokno raised a serious concern that the purpose of that visit may have been related to harming Mr. Madriaga, a witness to this case. Madam Chair, if there is even a possibility that this is true, this is really very alarming. Until now, we have not heard any clear explanation from the VP. There was an interview that she was asked whether or not the visit indeed took place. And the answer was brushed aside, and I think what she said was hindi niya kilala si Madriaga, but did not answer directly whether or not she went to visit Teves in jail together with his lawyer. As the second highest official of the country and someone who plans to run for the highest position, the public deserves a clear answer. Ganito po kasi yun. When my husband was murdered, kayang gawin ito ng isang politiko. At mas lalong kaya itong gawin ng walang katakot-takot kung ang backup ng isang taong may kilalang assassin ay isang taong nakapwesto sa ikalawang pinakamataas na posisyon ng ating government. We have also heard statements made publicly that included threats against other officials. Some may say these were said out of emotion. But for families like ours who have experienced real violence, we cannot take such statements lightly. We know that words, especially from powerful people, can have real consequences. That is why we are asking for clarity, truth, and accountability. In fairness to the Vice President, since she is not present today, maaari ko ba pong i-direct yung aking mga katanungan to the National Bureau of Investigation?
You may proceed, Honorable Digamo.
NBI Director, sir, may I know of the current status of the investigation regarding the reported jail visit po?
Well, nag-imbestiga po kami dyan dun sa visit na yan, and we have established that on 2 occasions, Vice President Sara Duterte visited the BJMP in Campagong Diwa, initially trying to visit Ramil Madriaga, but we were informed by Madriaga that ayaw niyang humarap. At the same time, nung nangyari yon, ang pinuntahan niya ay si Arnie Tevez po.
May ebidensya po ba tayo? Kasi palagi nating sinasabi, dapat may resibo. In fairness to the VP, we need to show to the public na hindi lang po ito gawa-gawa na statement na nag-visit siya, hindi lang ito sinisiraan siya, kaya sinasabi na she visited. Maaari po kaya nating ma-include bilang evidence or pieces of evidence proof that indeed there was a visit that took place?
It was confirmed by the then jail warden po doon, and in fact the NBI are requesting for the CCTV even before, but we have reports na may official report po kami na nangyari yung pagbisita, and we are also nag-issue kami ng subpoena to get the logbook po ng mga bumisita rito.
Mahalagang parte po ang ebidensya sa ating pagtatanong because again, in the province of Negros Oriental, back in 2022, when she ran for office as Vice President together with the President, magka-allies po kami with this group. And ayaw po natin na sasabihin na kini-question natin yung kanyang intensyon. Pero para po sa amin na, who live in Negros Oriental all our lives, napakahalaga po ng ebidensya na maipakita para hindi po sasabihin na meron tayong kinikilingan or we are just trying to destroy or to yung pagsabihan siya ng hindi tama. Para po maliwanagan ang aming taong bayan in Negros Oriental kung ano talaga yung real score po dito. Kasi po, if I may say this further, we have kasama po namin ng mga biktima who are also loyal supporters of the VP. Yung the kind who will really bring placards for her. And kung may katotohanan po ang sinasabi ni Madriaga, na pinuntahan siya at siya ang target ng pagpunta kay Tevez, dapat po maliwanagan yung aming mga kababayan in Negros Oriental to the harm that it could possibly bring kung totoo man po ito. Kasi po talagang naniniwala tayo na hindi tama na violence ang magiging sagot sa ating mga gustong mangyari. No matter how difficult it will be na ituwid ang mga bagay, parang hindi po talaga dapat option ang violence. And last po, is there any link, any verified link between the visit and any plan to harm Mr. Madriaga po?
there was a report of an attempt to harm Mr. Madriaga in one occasion, and nagpadala po kami ng mga investigating officers doon from NBI at na-establish po na meron talagang isang detained prisoner doon na bagong lipat pa lang ay nag-attempt na saktan po si Mr. Madriaga.
Salamat po, NBI Chair. Madam Chair, we are not here to accuse without basis. We are here to seek answers, not only for our family, but for all Filipinos who deserve leaders they can trust. Yan lang po, Madam Chair. Maraming salamat.
That concludes our deliberation on the allegations of threat and destabilization. Thank you, Congresswoman Janice Digamo. Of course, the wife of the late Governor Ruel Digamo, who was murdered while serving his constituents in the province of Negros Oriental. Thank you, Kong Janice. Since we have concluded already our deliberations on the allegations of threat and destabilization, we anticipate the committee to decide on whether or not we will be determining the existence or non-existence of the probable cause now. But before we go to that, let me direct again the COMSEC. Please call the Vice President for the 4th time.
May the committee know if the respondent, Vice President Sara C. Duterte, is present in today's hearing. The respondent, Vice President Sara C. Duterte, is not present in today's hearing, Madam
Let
Chair.
it be placed on record that the committee secretary called for the 4th time Respondent Vice President. And to this hour, she continues to be not around in our proceeding today. The same is for our intention to cater to the Vice President the continuing opportunity to present her evidence, including counter evidence to what has been presented already by the NBI, including raising clarificatory questions through the justice members. That is for the record. Would you like to say something, Director Matibag?
Madam Chair, if there's no other questions directed to the Bureau, maybe be excused by the committee. We have to go back to our office. Hindi po natutulog yung krimen kaya may mga huhulihin pa po tayo.
May we confirm from the justice members the requested excuse, to be excused by the NBI Director? No objection?
No objection, Madam Chair.
All right. With that, we excuse NBI Director Melvin Matibag, including all the agents who are with him. Maraming salamat po for taking time with the Justice Committee in our impeachment proceeding.
Maraming salamat din po. Buhay po kayo.
The NBI officials are excused.
Madam Chair.
Gusto mo sumama?
No, Madam Chair. Madam
Director
Chair, I would
Matibag,
just
would you like
like
to
to-
hear the manifestation of Congresswoman
I would
Ann
just
Matibag?
like to manifest, Madam Chair, that I've received reports from our leaders from the city of San Pedro, province of Laguna, that this morning at around 9 a.m., the Vice President Sara Duterte is in the city of San Pedro celebrating with the Galleria South Vice Presidents of the Philippines pop-up exhibit, which will run today until May 30.
Instead of attending in our
Instead
proceeding.
of being here, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Because they said it already. They will be answering all the allegations not here, but before the Senate. With that, the chair opens the floor on your manifestations
Madam Chair.
as to whether you have additional manifestations. This is about the allegations of threat and destabilization,
No.
about probable cause.
About probable
Okay.
cause, Madam Chair.
The floor is now open for your manifestations as to whether or not we will determine probable cause now in our proceeding. The Honorable Lordan Suwan is recognized.
Madam Chair, with the indulgence of the committee, allow me to raise a fundamental concern before we proceed to vote on probable cause. Hindi po ba medyo mabilis ang pagboto natin para sa probable cause? I ask this not to delay the work of this committee, but because I believe that the gravity of what we are about to do demands that we ask it. You see, a vote on probable cause is not a routine procedural step. It is the gateway to impeachment itself. And once we cross that threshold, we set into motion a constitutional process under Article 11, Section 3 of the 1987 Constitution, a process that may ultimately result in the removal of a sitting Vice President of the Republic. At kapag ito ay umabot sa plenaryo at maaprubahan, ang Articles of Impeachment ay ipapadala sa Senado at doon magsisimula ang isang buong impeachment trial na tututukan ng buong sambayanang Pilipino. Kaya malinaw na napakabigat ang desisyong ito. Madam Chair, the Supreme Court reminded us that while impeachment is sui generis, the requirements of due process are not suspended at the door of this chamber. They follow us in, and they are the measure by which history will judge what we do here today. At dahil dito, with the utmost respect to the Chair and to my colleagues, this is my humble submission. Hindi lang sapat na tama ang proseso. Dapat malinaw sa lahat ng Pilipino na naging sapat at patas ito. Madam Chair, considering the weight of the evidence and testimonies presented in the previous hearings, I think it would be prudent for us, in the interest of fairness, and to afford the Vice President every avenue for due process, to extend by one additional hearing date before this committee votes on probable cause. Hindi po ito, Madam Chair, para pahabain ang ating proseso. Ito po ay para tiyakin na ang proseso ay hindi lamang mabilis, kundi makatarungan din. So that is my humble suggestion, Madam Chair. I submit it to the wisdom of this committee.
The manifestation of the Honorable Lordan Suwan is noted. For the guidance of the justice members and perhaps a reminder, our threshold in our proceeding is probable cause only. So to be specific, the question is whether or not the evidence presented from day 1 to day 3 of our clarificatory hearings are enough already to provide you the basis in determining whether probable cause exists or otherwise. We heard the manifestation of Honorable Lordan Suwan. He's requesting another hearing date before we vote. That is for the record. The Honorable Rog Gutierrez.
Madam Chair, just a quick manifestation. I would tend to agree with our colleague, the Honorable Suwan, but for a different reason. Earlier, we were voting pono on the BIR box, and I think most of the members of the committee voted to err on the side of caution by voting not to open it. And in light of that principle, I think we must measure and exact the same. We should exact the same measure of